What is the quickest way you've seen someone fuck their life up? This happened in a 2-week period. A friend of mine lost his kitchen job due to layoffs. Looked in the paper for a job he could get quick, so he can make his bills, rent, etc. Finds a listing for a company looking for a driver/delivery person ASAP. He has a car, so he figures it would be a good quick fix. Calls and gets the job over the phone, and is told he starts the next evening. Gets a company cell phone, and does his first pickup. Turns out it's an escort agency and he's picking up and dropping off the talent. Does this for a few nights and starts getting to know the girls. Turns out they're all addicted to crack. Big surprise. They get the idea in his head that he's doing all the groundwork, so he might as well post the ads himself and get his own phone, and they'll work for him. So we're about a week into this adventure and he's gone from line cook to pimp. Fast forward a couple of days into pimping, and he comes to the conclusion that all these girls spend their money on crack, so why not cut out the middleman and start paying them what they want? He doesn't know where to get crack, but his kitchen buddies can hook him up with coke. Gets a bag of coke and googles how to make crack. Yes, really. Whips up a batch of kitchen crack and then is concerned that maybe he didn't make it correctly, so logically he should try it first before giving it to his latest 36-hour crack binge later. He's hooked and proceeds to sell off everything including the car and phone in the next few days. I dropped by his place to hang out around day 10. I had no idea any of this was going on. He meets me at the door, explains what he's been up to for the past few days, and says he doesn't want me there unless I'd like to pay and hook up with one of the crackheads in his living room. Strangely, I declined. Last time I saw him, he was cracked out yelling at people for change on a downtown street. 14 days and his entire life turned to garbage. My mom's friend's foster daughter was about a month from graduating high school. She was a straight A student, and she had a bright and promising future ahead of her. As far as anyone knew, she was a perfect good girl. But literally the day she turned 18, she disappeared. Her mom thought the worst, like she'd been kidnapped or killed. She didn't hear from her at all for about 2 weeks. The cops were looking for her, but turned up nothing. Then one day she walks in the front door like nothing happened. As it turns out, on her 18th birthday and the subsequent couple weeks, she dropped out of school. Got a really ugly tattoo that covers a large portion of the side of her torso. Moved in a house with a couple guys, which it was later found out that they were having gangbangs with her every day. Blew a bunch of money on drugs then, when her mother yelled at her for making her worry, and for doing so much retarded shit, she freaked out on her mom and left again that same day, disappearing for another several weeks. She came back to collect some of her things and decided she was moving across the country to live with her crackhead real mother that she was taken away from as a baby and never had anything to do with for her entire life. Today, roughly 5 years later, she has 2 babies from different dads, never went to college and works at Walmart. She could have done anything she wanted, but she decided to fuck up everything and go partying instead of just staying in school one more month. I know someone who did something similar. This kid, I'll call him Joe, was a total prodigy. He has a twin brother I'll call James, and they were both always really kind and smart, but Joe was clearly the smarter one. Not that James wasn't smart, but Joe was way too smart for a kid his age. My classmates and I suspected that he might have some form of autism because he was so smart and pretty socially awkward, much more than James, who was by all accounts pretty normal. They went to a different high school than me, so I kind of lost touch with both of them. Fast forward to college, I see a Facebook post from James apologizing for Joe's behavior. I vaguely remembered then that near the end of high school Joe had sent me some weird messages on Facebook and then blocked me, but it was so random and benign that I didn't remember what he had said. So I messaged James, asking what was going on. Turns out, Joe started doing synthetic drugs like spice and turned into a completely different person, sending people awful, threatening messages and constantly causing trouble with others. Shortly after, he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Whether or not those two things are related, I have no idea, but the whole thing is really sad. Joe had so much potential and now it seems very unlikely that he will amount to anything. So not a permanent fuck up, but I've had 4 friends ruin their life over WoW. Kind of a happy ending I guess. 4 very close friends of mine all graduated high school at the same time. They all went to college, and I joined the Marine Corps. We were all nerds, and we are all familiar with MMOs and Blizzard. WoW had really started getting hot, but there was just no faking way I could play it, but they all started. This was 2006ish. Fast forward 8 years. I had finished my enlistment and went to college. Me and 2 of those guys are graduating college together with our bachelors. Another one never went back, and the 4th one had to join the Navy because he failed so many classes that his debt was astronomical and he couldn't get back into school. The culprit? WoW. These guys were putting in 12 hours a day 4 years on that game. They all failed, all dropped out, all had to pick up the pieces years later after they got their lives back on track. They're all doing well now. None of us, myself included, will touch MMORPGs seriously. If you see your life headed down the drain because of an MMO, make changes. These guys lost 4 years of their lives over essentially nothing. Edit. All of the replies and stories everybody is telling are incredible and often sobering. I wish I could reply to all of them, but I'm at work. I'm reading them all though. Please accept my apologies. Obligatory edit. Thanks for the gold. It took 14 years to get to the point I could write this GL doctor, and I appreciate everyone's concern and comments. Please consider donating to your local domestic violence shelter. I was very lucky to have the military keeping me safe and moving me across the country afterward. Very few women have any resources except the clothes they ran out the house with, assuming they got out alive. Extremely late to the party. Take out $35,000 credit card debt for online porn. Pay the interest by borrowing from a Chicago gang. Not tell his wife he's bisexual before she finds it. Take out a big insurance policy on her while she's in Iraq thinking she'll die, and he'll have $1 mil to pay the card and the gang and live well. She doesn't die in Iraq, so he tries to strangle her while she's cooking dinner. He breaks her hand, but she chokes him out and escapes. He tries to fight police. He then tries to punch judges. Got 2 days for that, but his mama knows the judges, so the attempted murder as the domestic violence and the battery charges are dropped. Then he hides in the woods to avoid the process server for the divorce, so he then threatens, in writing, to kill the now ex-wife's Zoan Chaplin, except now it's wartime, so they throw him in the brig for military charges instead of civilian charges, so mama can't buy him free. And in the brig he brags to everyone about how he tried to kill a sailor by flooding a ship's compartment years ago, so he gets charges of 1 sabotage, 2 attempted murders, 2 threatening murder, and all sorts of lesser charges. Dishonorable discharge, and just got out 14 years later. He managed all this in just 4 months. Source: I'm the ex-wife. So not so much bad as it was sad. This happened around 2006 to 2008. Can't remember exactly when, because I was about 11 at the time. I had a friend in elementary school and middle school that lived within 2 miles from me, and a CVS between our houses. Her, 12-yo, her little brother, 9-yo, and her mother, 40-ish, were at CVS picking up a few things, and were walking to their car in the parking lot. Apparently as they were walking, the mother pushed both my friend and her brother away from her. My friend hit her head on the sidewalk and woke up to her brother screaming and crying. What happened was that as they were walking, the mother noticed a car that was slamming on the gas while trying to back out of a parking spot. The car was heading straight towards them, and the mother pushed the kids out of the way. Car pinned the mother to the wall of the CVS, and she died within minutes. The little brother saw the whole thing happen and has been struggling with depression and traumatic PTSD since, and my friend got a concussion from the incident, lost her mother, and has never been the same. Sad thing is that the driver wasn't drunk or high or anything. It was a tiny little 80-year-old lady that wasn't used to driving the car and pressed too hard on the gas pedal. Don't exactly know what happened when the police got involved, but my friend has been messed up ever since. This forum has had a lot of comments about terrible people that have done terrible things. Not all bad things happen because of bad people. Sometimes they just happen. Edit. Thank you for the gold. This was my second post ever on Reddit, and it was important for me to share. Thank you. I had the pleasure of meeting the kindest person I've ever met. He came from a really snobby and popular family, but he was friends with literally everyone. He would hang out with the outcasts. He would actually come over if you posted online about how you were lonely. He didn't care at all about high school politics. I met him once, and he made a significant impact on my life. He was just genuine about being fair and nice to everyone he met. He had every chance to be a dick given that he was smart, good looking, and came from a wealthy family, but nope. He gave off this huge sense of peace when you were around him. If I had to describe the second coming of Jesus, it was him. A year after meeting him, he ends up missing for 3 days. Eventually the story unfolds that he was at a party the night he went missing, but he was the DD for everyone, so it was odd that he just suddenly left before anyone else did. 3 days later, my brother finds him on an old logging road in his pickup, head blasted off with a shotgun. He had apparently taken shrooms and wanted to meet God. His family found his Bible, and it was filled with highlighted passages about heaven and the soul finding peace with Jesus. I'm guessing that the church he went to had a lot to do with it. It was the kind where everyone affluent and popular goes, but given that they were disgusting people, they didn't seem to practice what they preached. The evil go to hell, but not us, because we are here on Sunday. At his funeral, the pastor had the gall to say he went to hell since he committed a sin by killing himself. That kind of church. I really miss you, Stevie. Thank you for showing me the single bit of kindness I ever found in that town. Very weird one here. Without going into too much detail, this was a single dad who ran a youth club. The other staff tried to hush this up, but his kids were integrated into the main social group here, so it got out pretty quickly. He was fairly religious, adamant that his 15-year-old daughter was not to have a boyfriend, never let her have boys over, even as friends. She of course had a boyfriend who came over during the gap between the end of school and when he got home from work. He suspected it, but couldn't prove it. So he installed a webcam in her bedroom. Of course, he caught her having sex with this guy on film, downloaded it to his computer to show to his daughter as proof, so he could discipline her. She obviously immediately freaks out, calls her mum, who calls the police. Social workers arrive. Guy get done for child pornography, currently going through the court system, has been forced to leave the youth club, and hasn't seen his kids for almost a year. The brother revealed all of this to one of his friends. You know how kids are. Word spread. Poor guy was always very odd. I would say on the spectrum definitely. I genuinely believe he didn't realize what he had done. He just viewed it as parenting. Lost his kids, his job, his social life through the staff at the youth club, the respect of the community, and probably his freedom all in one stupid mistake. Ex-coworker with a fairly average background rose through the ranks and went from a guy making an average income to $100K in a matter of 3 or so years. Very frugal, tons of savings, nice apartment, nice car, had a super cute girlfriend. One day I contacted him out of the blue. No response. I kept trying with no luck. Months later his girlfriend finally calls me and says basically he's currently in jail, but wouldn't tell me why. Eventually I looked him up on the county court site and saw that he was in for statutory rape of his 9-year-old female cousin. The charges included sodomy under threat of violence or something like that. In pre-trial, the prosecutor had the little cousin testify that he ruined her life. His lawyer convinced him to take a plea deal for a 14-year sentence instead of going to trial, where if he loses, it would have been a life sentence. He was around 30 at the time of getting locked up. This guy was one of the most tech-savvy guys I knew. Had the latest and greatest gaming consoles, electronics, etc. His girlfriend left him soon after. All his savings were wiped out. He's now locked up 6 hours from any family. His poor mother has to drive that far to visit his ass. I visited once, but decided I didn't really want to make so much effort with a guy that was accused of such a heinous crime against a child. Friend of mine got to know living when I was living in Shanghai, China. I was probably the first North American expat he met there. He was from Colorado, got new and fast money when he was young. I was 27, and he was fresh out of university at 23 with an MBA, with no knowledge of how to hold, spend, or invest it. but he knew it all. Got a great job managing a bunch of small highly automated plants that made parts for the cell phone base stations. Danger pay twice a year, paid big in the US, so he had to go to Hong Kong to get cash every month to spend a month off in the summer with plane ticket, Christmas plane ticket back home too, a driver, and a paid apartment. He started to hang out with a dodgy Australian guy and another American guy who were manhos. I worked in the same office as those two did, but I left for greener pastures before they got stupider and would start a fight at the drop of a hat. I warned him a few times to stay away from those guys because though clean shaven and the life of the party, they had nothing to lose. Admittedly, I was kind of boring, but I knew my limits and made sure I could walk home or get out of a bad situation at least. Sure enough, he got into a fight with a couple of locals over a girl at one of the expat bars. Now local Chinese back then rarely went to those bars unless they had the cash to spend, and usually those guys were connected somehow. Well, he and the other two punched out the wrong bunch of guys, sent one guy to the hospital. They promptly got arrested and had the book, volumes 1 through 5, thrown at them. We did get them out a day later with a lot of connections getting used up. My old office boss who I liked called me up to ask if I could help by being in attendance and had me call up a few other people. It was bad. Before it became something that would require more financing, we made deals, otherwise they'd still be in there probably. Their visas were torn up and they were told to leave the country. Bye bye sweetest job. A kid at my school on heroin, but hold on, it gets deeper. I went middle school with this kid and played on the same baseball team as him for a while. He was always that kid that hung with the wrong crowd, but was a good guy, and he was incredibly good at baseball. So good that he had a few scholarship offers in his junior year. He was always trying to make people laugh and lend a helping hand to whoever needed it. Nobody that knew him had a bad thing to say about him. At some point he started getting into harder and harder drugs and eventually turned to heroin. I met his mom a handful of times and she was as nice as he was. I heard rumors of his stepdad being abusive, so this may explain why he turned to it. After about half a year on the drug, he decided to change his life around and get his shit together. He started dating a very nice girl that was nothing like his normal group of friends, and she helped him out tremendously. She was honestly heaven sent for him, and the only reason he got off it initially. Around the first week back from winter break, he got into an argument with a friend of his, and they almost fought. For some reason he decided to relapse and texted his old dealer for some H. The dealer called up the kid that he was arguing with and said, "Hey man, if you two are still arguing, I can give him something dirty." The kid replied, "Give him some dirty sheet." He died that night and died. The autopsy says that he had ingested 100% fentanyl. I used to work at a little diner in Constance Bay, Ontario. I imagine I could find an article about this. Didn't happen to me, but to a customer. I would estimate that it was about 10 years ago now. The customer, female, and her boyfriend were out drinking at the local watering hole. There was that bar in the Legion in the little town. Anyway, her and her boyfriend had driven to the bar, and when they left, they did the smart thing and left their car at the bar and decided to walk home. Constance Bay is quite small. Basically it's a main road that loops around the whole town and all side roads branch off of that. The main road has a really sharp turn at one spot. So her and her boyfriend are walking on the side of the road. No sidewalks since it's a little town. Everyone literally knows everyone. As they're walking, a guy hits them. The driver was drunk. He had been cut off at the Legion a while before the incident. Her and her boyfriend were hit so hard, they were thrown into the ditch. Her boyfriend was killed instantly, and she was severely hurt. She laid in the ditch for a few hours, unable to move until someone driving by noticed a hand sticking up. 911 was called. She had a couple of surgeries after. If I recall, they had to put a metal rod in her leg. So, after a drunk idiot hits them, he keeps driving and takes the sharp curve I mentioned too fast and ends up hitting the garage of a house on the corner. This wakes up the owners of the house, who didn't think too much of it, as apparently this was a common occurrence. Thing is, the owners of the house were the parents of the girl who had just gotten hit. I remember hearing how shaken up and guilty they felt when they found out what happened. So, the drunk guy was caught and charged, obviously. I guess he was known in the area. His stupid decision not only ruined his life, but the lives of the girl, her boyfriend and their friends and family. It was pretty sad. She would come into the diner for breakfast and I remember seeing the massive brace she had on her leg. Fact drunk drivers edit. I tried googling it, can't exactly remember the year, and I keep coming up with another article about another couple that were hit in 2012. In this one, the woman, a mother of 2, was killed. Edit 2, found it. I apologize, I misremembered some of the details. This article discussing the conviction and the fact that the driver got parole. I've watched a handful of people I went to school ruin their lives over time. First was a guy that grew up down the street from me. The day I got my driver's license, he asked if I wanted to hang out, but I declined because my mom required that I go look for a job to pay for car insurance, gas, etc. He and 2 other girls from school decided to see how fast their cars would go on rough back roads. They hit some gravel or something, lost control, went through metal cattle fencing, and ended up suspended in some trees. The girl in the backseat ended up with 2 broken wrists. The girl that was driving lost her left arm to just below her shoulder, and my friend's neck was broken, which killed him instantly. His life was gone. The driver's life was never the same. She never learned either. She kept wrecking car after car for years and faced no consequences because both parents were cops. His mom attempted suicide multiple times and was never the same. Second was another friend from school in the grade below me. He was always a big overweight dude, but we stopped hanging out after graduation because he started getting in with a shady crowd. Over the span of a couple of months, he turned into this super skinny stick person because he started screwing with a lot of drugs. He spent most of his time since his graduation working at Subway. We are in our mid to late 20s now, can't afford anything or maintain a job, and lost a lot of his upper teeth, so he now has dentures. Still like the guy, just wish he could get out of the harder drugs. He had a lot of potential and was incredibly smart, but it all went to waste. I hope he ends up doing better for himself. Third was a really awkward dude from high school. He always came off like a 70 years old man in a teen's body by how he acted and rest, even had orthopedic like old man shoes. Some of the girls I was friends with for a while in school talked him into asking one of my friends to a dance or prom, insisted that she liked him a lot and really wanted him to ask her out, even though they knew she had a boyfriend. He asked, she laughed in his face, all ashamed and embarrassed. Fast forward a few years, until about 10/2015, and I get this link, actually from the guy in the previous story, about this awkward guy getting arrested. He was arrested for having a 100 plus of kiddie born images, 5,500 internet searches for kiddie born, a list of kids he'd messed with ranging in ages from toddlers to teens, and keeping a detailed diary/log of what he did, and they were all from his church. I kept up with the case, which was finally settled a few months ago. If he serves his full sentence, he'll get out when we are in our mid-50s. Edit, corrected minor details in story 3 and to provide a couple of links. Link 1, link 22nd edit to add another story. Guy I hung out with for a few months in 2010 ended up killing his best friend's girlfriend, and sent several other people at a party to the hospital, and he wasn't even at the party. He and his best friend decided to buy this drug from a sketchy Chinese website. They thought they were getting something called TCE, but might have been sent something else called Bromo Dragonfly. Plan was to mix this stuff up in some water, sell it by the capful, think cap of a water bottle, for $20 each, make some money and let everyone have a good time. He ordered it, mixed it up, sent it with his best friend and his best friend's girlfriend to the party. Then he went to work. His friends went to the party, started selling it, then shit went south. Best friend's girlfriend started hallucinating and having seizures. The 911 call that was released had her screaming in the background and she ended up dying. His friend made it to the hospital, but ended up on life support, which was later removed after finding no brain activity. Several others ended up in the hospital for a while. He ended up in prison for a few years, then got out and struggles to support himself and family. Never found out for sure if he was sent the right or wrong drug, but it came down to either A, he mixed it wrong for the 2CE he got, or B, he mixed it right for 2CE, but the amount of added water wasn't sufficient for the other drug he might have received instead. Company to cut costs throws a Christmas party luncheon in the boardroom. Various people get annual awards for large bottles of scotch, vodka, etc. About 30 people were in attendance. At 4ish the manager leaves because of family obligations. The bottles come out. 1. Married. Guy goes nuclear on the booze. Hits on our staff lawyer, also married, groping her and whatnot. We stop that stuff as a group and walk him to the elevator with taxi money and off he goes. Our lawyer, a nice lady, says not to worry, she brushed it off. So we all just agree it didn't happen. The guy was away on vacation starting the next day. So we get midway through the week and management starts asking what really happened that night. We were all in the hot seat for not reporting it. Turns out the guy didn't get into a cab, he got into his car. Luckily he bottomed his car out on parking curbs after running the parking gate. Couldn't figure out how to use his parking pass to get the gate to lift. He wakes up in the drunk tank mid-morning. His wife and kids already left for Disney on the 5-hour flight. He lost his license, soon divorced his wife. I think it was the last straw. In my line of work you need to report things like criminal convictions etc within 24 hours to the regulator. So he lost his job. Wife kept the house and the dog. My ex-wife. We had a pretty good marriage overall, never fought, got along well, the bills were paid. I was happy if she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. But she was a lazy sloth who slept all day and was getting worse as she got older, and I was losing my patience. Rather than deal with my nagging to get off her, as while I worked like a dog, she hooked up with some ex-boyfriend from high school and left me. She took $100k with her ex-boyfriend, now new boyfriend, turned out to be a coke-sucking bum. She rented a massive country home, bought a boat, a new car, and sat around drinking and doing coke all day. We never did drugs when we were together. She blew the $100k in 5 months, gave me the kids full time, and moved 45 minutes away with a new loser boyfriend where they both collected welfare and lived in a trap house. One night, he blacks out, thinks she's a prostitute he hired, and gets enraged when she refuses sex with him. He beat her, threw darts into her back as she ran away, naked, into the streets. He gets in her, uninsured, car, drives off, and rolls it into a canal. Somehow he survived. She left because he was in jail and she couldn't support herself, and now she's with another unemployed welfare bum who left his pregnant girlfriend for her, wears biker patches, but has no bike, and likes to get drunk and send me rambling texts. So in the span of 1 year, she threw away her marriage, kids, all her friends, middle class life, 100k, and developed a wicked cocaine addiction. All because I wanted the house clean when I came home. I was privy to seeing a good friend's life implode due to some stupidity on her then husband's part. She and I worked in the same office suite and I stopped by her desk midday to say hello. She told me she couldn't get a hold of her husband and was a bit concerned. I told her it was probably fine. I stopped by again towards the end of the day to say goodbye, and she was very alarmed, telling me she got a voicemail from Detective so and so, and if she needed to reach her husband, to call the detective's number. I tried reassuring her, saying at worst it could be another DUI. By this time I had to clean up my desk and boogie out to get my son from daycare before it closed. As I'm walking out the office suite door, I see her in the foyer talking on the phone. I mouth goodbye to her and wave. As soon as my foot hits the first stair to head out the door I hear her shriek, "What do you mean? Solicitation of a minor." I ran back to her as she was still stammering into the phone. Her eyes were full of tears. I whisper to her I will go get my kid, run home to pack an overpass bag, and meet her at her house ASAP. When I got to her place, she was teary-eyed in the kitchen with a glass of wine. I got our kids settled and playing, and then went to talk to her. Long story short, hubby got busted to catch a predator style. He had been trolling chat rooms during traffic on his long daily commute looking for an affair while drinking in the car. Got to talking to a chick who said she was 15. He agreed to meet her, and the cops arrested him as he was buying condoms at the gas station across the street from the meeting place. For clarity, there never was a 15 years old, it was police the whole time. I drove her the next day to the major city an hour away to post his bail and pick him up from the holding facility. When he walked out of that building and saw me with his wife, the look on his face spoke volumes. It was so awkward I declined to drive home with them and just hung out in the city until a friend could pick me up. Husband had money, so he got off with really strict probation and had to register. They tried for a while to make the marriage work, but finally divorced. I guess it was just too hard to come back from something like that. Pretty surreal to watch my friend go through all that. I still see her ex's name pop up on such offender watch list sites. Guy I went to film school with and made several projects with ended up murdering his girlfriend. He joined the military after school, and I guess that changed him. He drove her to his storage unit and shot her 3 times in the car. She managed to run, but he chased her down and shot her 4 more times. Super surreal. Guy I went to church, grabbed his gun, told his wife he had to go defeat Satan, walked to his neighbor's house and killed him. A 40-year-old music pastor at the same church tried to get a 19 at the time guy drunk so that he could sleep with him. Note of interest, the 19-year-old ended up being the same guy from Story 2, 40-year-old youth pastor at the same church, charged for statutory slept with and attempted to sleep with the youths he was pastoring. I actually witnessed him getting a massage from one of the youths involved years before the story came out, and at the time I didn't say anything about it, but felt like it was really inappropriate. Really wish I had said something at the time. Now that I know that Eli don't go to that church anymore. Well, edit. I know this is super old now, but I just remembered another one that is definitely worthy of this list. 6. A deacon from the same church. What the fuck was I doing at this church? Why did I stay so long? Took out his business while he was driving and showed it to a woman in the car next to him. She called the cops. It was the day before Thanksgiving. Cut 2. He and his family have to spend Thanksgiving hiding out in their home from reporters. Story time. Co-worker I've known for 20 years. Had been with my current company for 17 years at a place where it's near impossible to get fired. This is important. Later he and his wife adopt a child because they were unable to have one of their own. The wife decides to quit her job making twice as much as he did to stay home and take care of said kid. Money problems ensue. They get involved with neighbors and end up divorcing. He has even less money then, so rents a shitty house, can barely pay child support. Gets involved with women on the internet that scam him and take even more money from him. Starts drinking heavily. Starts coming in late, smelling of alcohol all the time. Becomes a belligerent hateful person that cusses at coworkers, etc. Bosses feel bad for him and let him stay. Gets his first DUI, loses license and still drives without it. Gets pulled over for running a stop sign, then no license. Continues building up fines and citations he can't afford. Meets another chick online, marries her within 3 months. Claims she has a drinking problem after a few weeks of living together. He is still drinking a lot, yells at her kids over a holiday, and she has her brother come kick his ass and kick him out of his house. Divorce again, drinking even more. Starts having health probs caused by drinking all while insisting that he rarely drinks. Comes in late to work at least 3 days a week, sometimes 3 or 4 hours late. About this time last year I get a call from his first ex-wife, another DUI, totaled his truck, with his 6-year-old kid in the vehicle, resisting arrest, etc. Went to jail for a few weeks. Bosses let him come back until his sentencing. We all figured he's done going to prison for child endangerment. Somehow gets off with time served and 3 years probation. Swears he had his wake-up call and won't ever drink again while paying guys in the shop to go buy him alcohol at lunch. Posts pics of himself drinking at lunch on his Facebook, which we all see. Comes in drunk and sexually harasses a female co-worker, which was finally enough to get him fired. Now no money, no job options. His kid is scared of him and he's still drinking while claiming not to. Texted me drunk at 4 in the morning a few weeks ago still saying he doesn't do that, and we lied to fire him. He was so drunk he couldn't even type full sentences. That's how you ruin your life. I assume he'll go to prison for breaking probation, still driving without a license, not doing the stuff that he was ordered to by the judge. Sad story. He had it made at this job and threw it all away. My best friend from childhood came from a really poor family. His mom moved in with a different guy every month or so. He never really had a steady home all through his early childhood and teenage years. He told me once that he was abused, but I was way too young to know how to help him deal with it. I guess I should have told someone, but I was about 9 or 10. Anyways, I digress. He was super smart. Was always one of the brightest kids in the class. He knew everything. Eventually, he got a full scholarship to the engineering program at the same university as me. Student residence fees paid and everything. He had an awful roommate who did a lot of drugs and drank himself silly every night. He basically followed him everywhere. His marks were terrible. By Christmas, he was on academic probation. By February, he dropped out and moved back in with his mom, who, at this time, was a miserable alcoholic. He kept drinking and doing various forms of drugs and eventually got married to a real piece of work. He now works as a part-time receptionist at a vet clinic and posts really weird Instagram photos of himself in tights. He claims to be at one with the fairy folk and paints weird pictures. Lots of odd bathroom selfies. On Facebook, he posts weird rants about stuff that makes no sense. Sometimes I call him, and I can tell he's not with it at all. He's always drunk or stoned on something. I just feel bad. We are in our 40s now. He was always smarter than me, so I feel like he deserves to have ended up as successful as me, if not more so. I wish I could have helped him somehow. I think maybe he just didn't know how to deal with all the complete freedom that college gives you. I kinda miss the guy I knew growing up. Well, that was more depressing than I thought it would be. Happy Thursday. None of this was the fault of my friend, but his life changed drastically in a short amount of time. Our freshman year of HS, he tells me that he saw a bunch of emergency vehicles outside of his house while he was waiting for the bus that morning. We go to the school officer to ask what happened. Turns out his mom had died and died. My friend had been living in a duplex in a bad neighborhood at that time with his mom and stepdad. Now his mom's gone, so it's just him and his stepdad until his stepdad dies 3 months later from cancer. His real dad lived in another city and wanted nothing to do with him, so he's now homeless. My friend now hates the world, hates life, and no longer believes in God, but the only person he has to turn to is this buddy of his with these Jesus freak parents in the same bad neighborhood. So now he's living in a bunk bed with this other guy, Alan, with Alan's 2 younger siblings in the next room. Only 1 week later Alan decides to run away from home, never to return. So now it's just my buddy, the Jesus freaks, and their small children. He spent his entire HS career at that house. Amazing guy though. He was a respectful tenant, went to church with them despite hating it, helped around the house, and despite still having problems, had a real bad alcohol problem for a year or so after his parents died, got kicked out of NHS, and put on probation and stuff. He still graduated near the top of his class, got into a great university, became a lawyer, and is now living happily and working. Amazing perseverance from my friend there. No one is probably going to read this, but fact it. My best friend has always had a gambling problem. He's betting on sports and playing poker, and he's actually pretty good at it. I figure that's only making it harder to quit. But anyway, he had a decent life, got a job and a very sweet girlfriend he lived with, won about $10k a few times a year in poker and $500-1000 every few months. On sports. Pretty good if you ask me. The bad thing was, every time he won a big amount of money, he would lose it again in a few days on betting. Some years ago, just before Christmas, he wrote to me in the middle of the night, "Dude, I just won $10k on poker." And I was like, "Awesome, man. Now withdraw 90% of the money, and you still have $1,000 to play with." Next morning when I woke up, I had a message from him, and he faked up big time. He spent about $6,000 on his girlfriend's credit card to buy nice things, because he was going to withdraw it the next day. Problem is, he placed all the money he won on some very safe games, and lost it all. From that day, it's just been downhill. Needless to say, he lost his girlfriend, became homeless, no family, but of course he stayed with me a lot, lost his job, became a drug addict, and had a shitty life for years. I helped him all I could, but there's only so much you can do. Without giving him any money, he was just going to lose anyway. Point on the bright side, he is recovering now. Haven't gambled in a year or so, haven't taken any drugs the last months, and just generally recovered. But damn, that one stupid decision ruined a lot of years for him. My sister. We had never been close, too many years apart, but when I was younger I idolized her. She was an amazing dancer, she was a model, she was a manager at a makeup store. She did makeup for famous people, dated a few of them too. Then she met this girl, who was loaded, old money from the Middle East. She introduced my sister to high quality cocaine. My sister's looks started to go, got bloated, didn't dance anymore, her job went to shit. My sister became a lesbian for coke, claiming she only did it to keep getting the good stuff. The girl was a lesbian, and spent a couple years trying to ruin my life and my family's any chance she got. She beat the shit out of me a few times, broke my nose, threatened to burn me alive while I slept. I was much younger, so I didn't tell my parents. I made up excuses as to why I was bruised. Finally I couldn't take it anymore. My grades were shit because of lack of sleep, staying up in case she kept her word about killing me, and I told my parents. She had some in the house and I took it to my mom. She called my dad up. Dad tasted it with his finger and took it and flushed it down the toilet. He then grabbed the trash bags, went to her room, filled them full of her room and clothing, chucked them out the window, and sat down with my mom at the kitchen table. When my sister got home she went insane, denied it, denied hitting me, then said I deserved it for being so fat and ugly, that I was an awful little sister and she hoped I would die. Said more hurtful things to my parents about how they sucked. They didn't, they were amazing, and left. Few years later she got clean, found Jesus, got married, had kids, hates her life, is mean to anyone who doesn't have money, and made her children pray to George Bush when he was president, like you would Jesus, and called him the second coming of Christ. I've not spoken to her in 12 years. She is the sole reason I have never for self-esteem. My relationship with female friends goes sour, and I feel like throwing up every time I hear her name or someone has asked me about her. I still feel like that fat little 10-year-old being told they were worthless when she hit me, being told my parents didn't love me, that I was going to grow up and be nothing. I'm something, did well for myself, but smiles hide me wishing I had a real sister, and wishing I would have told my parents long before I did. There are a lot of drug stories here, so I thought I'd share mine. There was a girl I knew since year 4 that was really bright and intelligent. She was popular, cool and genuinely nice to people. I went to middle school with her, but we went to different high schools. Then she transferred and randomly appeared in my history class one day. Same thing happened in college. She appeared next to me in English, and then what do you know? She works at my favorite record store now. She was always popping up in places, and I was always bumping into her. She was really kind to me and wanted to help me get a part-time job. Helped me with homework in college etc. and talked to me about metal bands when I had no one else to talk to about them. I was in college one day with my art group and a message came round to let everyone know a student had died at the weekend. The name was read out, and I was shocked. She was celebrating her 18th birthday party and tried ecstasy for the first time. A drug a lot of people think of as a pretty safe party drug. She didn't feel good, went to bed, and they found her dead the next day. I don't know if her brain swelled, or if she choked on her tongue, or vomit or whatever, but that was 10 years ago, and she spookily popped into my head just a few days before the 10th year since she died. She had a lot of potential, and I bet there are people thinking about what she's achieved by now that don't know she died 10 years ago. 10 years seems crazy. She should be worrying about turning 30, maybe be married by now, and have a career. I often find it difficult to imagine someone I grew up with not experiencing the same things as I have. All because of one dodgy pill. I've never done drugs myself. I've not even smoked weed. I was always pretty anti-drugs, but my memory of this girl will always prevent me from even contemplating. I knew this kid who was incredibly intelligent, funny, and outgoing. A rare combo. Straight A's all throughout school. He was good looking too. I'm talking we'd be out, and girls would approach him constantly. I'm no slouch myself, but this guy was on a completely different level. I always thought to myself, I wonder what Scene will do when he gets older. He could have done anything. He started his own computer repair business at 16. The next year he started working for an even bigger operation that afforded him a company car at 17. After graduating high school he got really heavy into hood rat sheet. He loved to steal things and take advantage of people, get into general mischief and break things. Over time his behavior escalated into heavy drug use. He started with a lot of the lower tier stuff, but fast forward to where he became dependent on heroin. He started slinging it because he had good connections with some people that knew cartel members, and it paid for his habit. It was just any other day for him when he sold 7 grams of black to a customer. Well, that customer was an undercover police officer. Straight to prison for 2 years. While incarcerated he learned nothing other than how to be a criminal. He made pruno. He got into fights. He manipulated people. After 2 years, his time was up and he was released. I'd see him every now and then through mutual friends. But this guy had changed. I mean, even when he was getting bad into drugs he was still that same funny guy. You couldn't talk to him at all. He blew up on one of my friends and openly slapped him for jokingly calling him a beach. To be fair, if you're familiar with prison culture at all, this was a poor choice of words. But still. 2 short years later, Scene was doing meth and hanging out with some Nazis his brother had introduced him to. He was arrested for grand theft auto and eluding a peace officer when he stole an RV and tried to run from a US Marshal. He got 10 years for that. One point they let him out after 3 due to good behavior and prison crowding. But it was too late. He was now affiliated with a well-known nationwide criminal organization. They are actually responsible for a very famous murder involving a professional very high up in the prison system. He's out now, and I assume he's doing the same old hood rat sheet. It will only be a matter of time before he goes away again. This time for a really long stay, I'm sure. I know he didn't fuck up his life particularly quickly, but he faked up his life so profoundly from a place where he had so much potential. I felt it was somewhat relevant. My ex-girlfriend. We dated for just under 3 years. We broke up when I tried confronting her about her increasingly strange behavior. Wanted to get her help. She thought I was the one who needed help. Long story short, she ended up telling me she didn't love me. We broke up. Fast forward about 4 months. She was in and out of hospitals and eventually ended up in a group home to escape her drunk abusive mother. Literally a week after being there I got a call from her. She's all tweaked out and she's going on and on about how amazing everything is and how bad she wants me to take her back and everything will be better, especially if she has Molly to do. Well, turns out she didn't do Molly, she did coke. Fast forward another month. She's kicked out of the group home. She's addicted to crack and she's selling herself for crack. Doesn't end there. Because of these escapades she eventually ends up living with a dealer who was whoring her out and he'd pay her in crack. For whatever reason she left that situation to go live with her abusive father. Now this is where it gets good. She started faking her biological father in exchange for drugs and a place to live. The father took over her social media outlets and documented, in detail, the fact that they had a romantic relationship of sorts. People who don't even know her know about the situation because of how much attention it drew. The last picture I saw of her, she had the darkest black eyes I ever saw on someone, with a fake smile giving a peace sign, sitting next to her dad who's flipping off the camera with a smug smile. Needless to say, she went from a comfortable suburban life where all her needs were met to smoking crack and faking her dad. In high school I was in a band with an extremely talented guitarist. He could play solos from Hendrix to SRV, and his parents bought him like $20,000 worth of equipment. He had pedals, speakers, and amps for days. It was awesome. He was a straight edge guy, straight A's in school, and didn't even drink. He had a dirt bike, a lifted K5 Chevy Blazer, and all kinds of awesome shit. Well, senior year he decided to try some beers. When we had a party one night, his parents went to their beach house nearly every weekend. so we'd always hang out at his place. His mother would stock the fridge with drinks and frozen pizza, basically perfect high school weekend hangout. We'd smoke a little weed, drink some beers, eat, play video games, finger bang sheiks, and play music. He had an extremely addictive personality, and not long after trying booze he was crushing pills and snorting them with shady people. It took about 6 months for him to turn into an addict, and about a year and a half before he had alienated everyone who used to care about him. By then he was addicted to cocaine and alcohol really bad. All of his new friends were just around because there were drugs. His parents kicked him out shortly after because he had a mental breakdown, beat up his mom, took his dad's shotgun, blew holes in the walls, shot up his music equipment, walked into the middle of the street, put the shotty in his mouth, waited a few minutes, then walked back inside and went to bed. Cops were called. Guns were moved out of the house. He went to the doc who told him he was bipolar. He said he wasn't. Refused medication and got clean for a few days. Then he started doing those whipped things, coke too, and got back into old habits. Coke and whiskey. That was 10 years ago. Last I heard he was in and out of rehab and living with his grandmother. This was also my crash course in how manipulative and deceptive addicts can be. TLDR. Guy I was best friends with went from a very talented straight A student with an extremely bright future into a drug addicted piece of shit within 2 years. Here's a story that made the news big time in my area a decade or so ago. There was a super smart girl with a rich lawyer for a father. She attended a great high school. It was super competitive. She was in the running for valedictorian. She had articles in the local paper. Was offered a full ride from Harvard. Who could want more? Her, apparently. She, at least how the media spun it, wanted to cement her position as valedictorian. So she had her rich lawyer dad pull some strings to get her classified with a disability, to get her out of gym class, only worth 3 credits, with the extra free time she had, because she didn't take gym. She picked up an extra rap class, worth 5 credits. The other girl in the running for valedictorian didn't have a disability, so she had to take gym, so she didn't have the opportunity to pick up the other rap class. Since they both had straight A's, when it came time to pick valedictorian, the disabled girl was technically ahead. Because of the 2 extra credits, the principal, among many others, didn't think it was fair to the other girl. Principal decided the 2 would be co-valedictorians. Girl had a fit. Rich lawyer dad sued. School backed down and gave the rich girl her title. During her valedictorian speech, the entire assembly stood up and turned their backs on her. That made the news. In the shitstorm that ensued, it was found that some of the articles the girl wrote for the local paper, remember those from the first paragraph? Pay attention, were straight up plagiarized. I don't 100% recall the details, but I think they ended up finding some academic dishonesty in some of her schoolwork as well. Word got out to Harvard, who cancelled her scholarship and her acceptance. TLDR. Rich girl could have had everything if she just shared the spotlight. Got greedy, got caught, got her sheet ruined. Heroin is the absolute worst. Someone can ruin their life. My younger sister started smoking it nearly 2 years ago. Then she got pregnant, so she got clean, had a beautiful baby boy, and was doing really well. Then relapsed but went straight to injecting, all despite having a lot of support from workers. She has additional support from social workers due to issues when she was a young teen. She put herself in situations which made her alone, or gave an excuse to use again and again. Her son was taken off her, and she got 3 more chances over the last year. I offered support which was often refused, unless I was giving her something, clothes/money. Anyway, I get a message last week to say she had died and had to be resuscitated. She was admitted to a mental hospital, to which I was thinking, great, at least she'll get help. I spoke to the nurses on hand on the phone to say she had messaged me to say where she was and that she had indicated she wanted to take her life, but the nurses fobbed me off. She messages me to say her phone was nicked and that she is messaging me from someone else's phone. Can I get her a cheap pay? She had been messaging me from FB Messenger. So I go out and get stuff for a hospital stay and a phone. Drop it off out of visiting hours, and she's fixated with getting the phone on and practically ignores me, trying to score. Then throughout the week I message to check in. Then suddenly some guy on FB states they are engaged, complete junkie. And then my sister messages me again. This time she needs money as she says she hasn't eaten. I know this is a lie. I tell her so and say no. I give her food bank and soup kitchen details. She gets abusive, tells me she's going to prostitute herself, and it's my fault. She had a pretty tough childhood. She grew up with our mother, who is an awful human being. 5 kids to 5 men, never worked a day in her life, are some of her better qualities. I grew up with my gran. We lived in towns next to each other, so we only saw each other a few times a year growing up, maybe a month in total each year. I never got on with our mother. Now I might sound like an awful sister and people might think, how do I know when she's lying? You see, my sister knew all about how heroin can ruin someone, as our uncle was a heroin dealer turned addict who lived with me and gran over my teen years. I know how addicts lie and I know when it's happening. I spent my teen years watching my gran be conned into supporting someone's habit, watching as she felt too bad to say no, watched as anything I had of value was stolen, as people in my neighborhood crossed the road to avoid us, when drug dealers threatened us and came to our door, when I couldn't sleep in my bed as it became an addict's bed, and I had to sleep next to my gran, and even when he wasn't there no amount of cleaning could make sleeping there feel safe. My sister knew this. I spoke to her about my experiences and she went ahead. And I can get it. Shit happens and she had it bad and now has made some bad decisions. But I will not be her enabler. I will not do what my gran did. I'm now just waiting on a call to say she's dead and there is nothing I can do because she doesn't really want my help. Just realized this is hella long. Anyway, don't do heroin guys, it will fuck you up. Due to wheel call Scout, in my hometown around age of 14 got caught up with an older drug addict. Before I go further, you have to understand Scout was gifted in many ways. I think most people before this event thought he'd be insanely successful in life. Old guy thinks they should rob, burgle a veterinarian clinic for some puppy uppers and doggy downers. During the event in the clinic, the old guy shoots up with whatever you put dogs under or asleep and then talks Scout into trying it. While shooting up, the old guy tells him it will kill him because the old guy wanted to commit suicide. Before the whole dose is administered, Scout pulls a syringe out. As they pack up the loot and leave, the old guy is getting more and more incoherent and Scout has to carry the dude. But Scout himself is getting increasingly high and finally leaves the guy against a tree. Later that morning, there is a report of a found dead dude near a pet clinic that was burglarized. We all had a feeling Scout was involved, and as the day progressed, more and more friends converged at his house. After a few weeks, Scout turned himself in and was convicted and ultimately spent a good while in a juvenile detention center. Scout was never the same after this. What was once a vibrant young soul now had a dark cloud over him. There would be the occasional moments where the old Scout would shine, but this would quickly fade into darkness. Fast forward to today, we are all around 50, married with kids, etc. Scout is single, still living with the help of his parents, and has spent many years in jail for just dumb minor offenses. Guy just could never outrun this bad patch in his life. I dated a guy for 3 years, until he started becoming overly possessive and abusive. We were both in college, and he made 4.0s, and was there on a scholarship. He had his own apartment and an excellent high-paying job on the weekends. Once he started becoming really abusive, I realized something was up. He had started smoking pot again, which he experimented a bit in high school with. I had caught on to him and found out he was doing much more than just smoking pot. I tried to help. I tried to talk to him about it and get him support. I gave up because it just became too much, and he was cheating on me with another girl because she would do drugs with him. I asked him to go get help, and I was here if he needed to talk, but I was done with our relationship. What followed were the most terrifying experiences of my life. He showed up to my family Christmas on some sort of drugged rage, told my family to all fuck off, started hitting me in front of my family, smashed his phone onto the tile floor, and left. He hasn't been seen since by anyone. He has charges against him for not paying his rent, and last I heard he quit school and his job. His family blames me for his disappearance. I don't know if he is alive or dead. It's been a terrible experience witnessing this firsthand and being blamed for it. It's just sad to see how he wasted everything. I'm late, but alcohol. Had a long-time friend through my childhood. He was always the funny guy. Dude could have you in tears of laughter constantly. As he got older he had this girlfriend, and they fought like cats and dogs. Ultimately they broke up, after they had a kid. Through this time we had stopped talking cause I moved away. Well, I came back years later, and he was just a wreck. I worked at a gas station, where he came into constantly buying pints and fifths of liquor. He looked awful. Apparently his breakfast, lunch, and dinner was liquor for years. Doctors started warning him, he had to stop his liver from shutting down. He was well known around our town, so a lot of stores refused him service for his own good. He still managed to get it. Ultimately died when his liver shut down. The last time I saw him was after the doc told him he was gonna die if he didn't stop. I ran into him at a small town concert at the fairgrounds. I was drinking a beer and he came up begging for a drink cause they wouldn't sell to him. I explained I was sorry, but I couldn't contribute to it. He was dying from the shit I couldn't do. Well, he proceeded to cuss me out and call me a piece of shit friend, worthless, this and that. Tried to fight me. I just shook my head and walked off. He was literally a skeleton with skin. I for sure miss the old childhood and will never forget that. All that liquor and pain for a faking woman. TDLR. Childhood friend drank himself to death over a breakup that needed to happen cause the relationship was cancer. I'm sure I'm too late to get any notice. Started working with a young kid who was maybe 22 years old. He had no criminal record at the time. Had a decent job. Had good credit, and a pretty nice truck. He and his girlfriend with whom he shared 2 children were having some troubles. We all warned him to maintain his composure when he left work. He assured us he'd never been to jail and would never go. He was arrested for hitting her. She actually kicked his ass and outweighed him by 80 pounds. He has to start paying legal fees and anger management classes. Stops paying for his truck. Gets repossessed with company equipment in it. Without a truck, he can't choose which jobs to work, so he's stuck going on the road with us. He develops a drinking habit and starts picking up random dudes in these small towns. We come home for a job working at night. He takes his baby mama to work while drinking and is driving the kids home with a .26 barrel. He was driving on the wrong side of the road. Luckily, nobody got hurt. He somehow manages to escape real jail time and just gets work release. Between the date of the crime, felony child endangerment, and his sentencing, he's at home, fostering an online relationship with what he thinks is a 14-year-old boy. Turns out, it was a police sting. He gets sentenced for work release and continues to text the young boy, even sending dick pics. After getting arrested for transmitting harmful info to minors, they start digging into his phone and his past. He ends up being investigated for sexual assault. He takes a plea deal for 8 years prison time and registering as a sex offender. I liked the kid and often tried to help, but he never did listen. The day I left for college was the same day my sister first went to rehab. She was in and out of rehab and jail for a couple of years. My parents had kicked her out of the house. It finally seemed like she had gotten clean, had a steady job, and had moved back in with my parents. One morning my dad found her sitting on her bed, stiff as a board. She had relapsed and overdosed in the night. My brother-in-law usually kept to himself. He had a shitty girlfriend who was using. After a day or so of not hearing from him in his locked room, which wasn't unusual, his brother went through his window to find him dead from an overdose. This was about a year after my sister. Not long after that his girlfriend died of an overdose while in police custody. Now my other brother-in-law had knocked up his girlfriend and they were both using. The kid was born while the mother was supposed to be in prison. This girl's mother has been in and out of prison for most of her daughter's life. The kid thinks she's been away at school. She is 8 now and starting to figure it out. The little girl's parents on her mother's side have custody, but her grandmother on her father's side takes her on the weekends. Her father died of an overdose 2 days before her last birthday, in the same chair as his brother. Don't do heroin. So this probably only temporarily screwed up this guy's life, but here goes. Back in college I was in a bar and my friend was the manager/owner's son, so I would chill at the bar on random Wednesday nights and hang out with him. Well, this one night one of the guys who worked at the bar, a bouncer I believe, came in with his friend and a couple of girls. Everything is fine, and they are having a great time. In walks the guy's girlfriend. She freaks out, because he said he was sick at home. She breaks up with him in spectacular fashion with the whole bar full of people watching. The other girls and the guy's friend end up leaving shortly after. So at this point my friend pours the poor guy a huge ridiculously strong drink, so he can drink his sorrows away, and the guy ends up getting hammered. He ended up being asked to leave numerous times, and one of the cooks even gave him a ride home, and he jumped out of the truck and ran back to the bar. When he returned we told him to leave again, and he got defensive. The police happened to be out on the street and could hear the yelling. They came over to see what was going on and my bar manager friend explained what happened and asked them to get him to leave. He even said, I don't want him arrested, but just can you help telling him to leave? They were great and nice to the guy. Everyone felt bad, but when he got wind of what was happening he swung at my friend and tried to punch him right in the face. My friend ducked it and stepped back and looked at the cops and said, he's all yours. The cops try to get him in a police car and he starts trying to fight them. He ends up getting sprayed with pepper spray and pushed in the car and arrested. He was fired from his job. 2.TLDR. Saw a guy get dumped by his girlfriend, fired from his job, pepper sprayed and arrested for trying to fight. Cops all in the span of about 2 hours. TLDR. HS acquaintance burnt down a church, tried to have his best friend killed for turning him in. Point grew up in a fairly affluent suburb. A friend of a friend from high school, let's call him P, thought he was a sort of untouchable criminal mastermind, pulling petty scams here and there. One day, when we were about 20, he was walking home drunk late at night and found himself passing a church he had gone to growing up, affixed to his former Catholic elementary school. He waltzed in and putzed around a bit before deciding to burn the place down. Oh yeah, and this was just a couple months after he had attempted to burn his neighbor's house down, just for the hell of it. Point a couple days later, P bragged on the phone to my friend, call him Jay, that he had burnt down the church and was laughing about the uproar in the community it had caused. Jay was absolutely grief-struck and after a few days of consideration, felt it was his duty to report it to the police. The police sent over detectives to his house and arranged for Jay to call P and go over the story again. P walked right into the trap and enthusiastically copped to the entire thing. Point he was arrested and was in prison awaiting trial. I don't remember if he wasn't eligible for bail or what, but he was in there for several months before another inmate ratted him out, saying this guy P is running off his mouth to anyone that will listen, that somebody needs to take care of the witness. They actually sent in an undercover agent posing as another inmate to facilitate the hit, which P was under the impression that he was arranging for about $1,200. To make matters worse, he was recorded telling the agent, you know, if you want, you can kill two birds with one stone, because I happen to know the state prosecutor lives on the same block as J. The real kicker is that at trial, his convictions netted him only 8 years for the arson, but an additional 32 years for the murder solicitation. Edit. Spelling. I think this qualifies. So a guy I was good friends with all through elementary and middle school recently reached out to me on Facebook. After middle school I went to a private high school and lost contact with him until about 3 years ago. He never finished high school and was just coasting through life with no job, posting random stupid crap on Facebook about his life with his fiancée and kid. Well, it was almost overpass, but it went downhill quickly. He cheated on his beautiful fiancée, she was stunning, and he definitely didn't look like the type of guy that would get a girl like her, and then lost the right to see his kid. He then began drinking even more heavily, doing drugs, etc. until he was arrested for supplying booze to an underage person, who I believe was 19 or 20. He goes to jail for a year. Fast forward to when he gets out of jail. He goes and gets his JED, decides to apply for online schooling, then meets a new girl, they start dating, and his life is going well. Gives up drinking and smoking, gets a job, and is trying to turn around his downward life. Then he gets the new girl pregnant, they have a kid, and he decides that he is going to be the best dad ever, and get a better job, provide for his new daughter, and try to get back involved in his son's life. He hasn't seen his son since he went to prison. Welp, he then decides to cheat on his current girlfriend with another girl, because I just wanted sex, and then starts the downward spiral. He basically turns into a stalker, scares his current girlfriend till she left him, starts posting on Facebook about being suicidal. He gets 302'D. Someone reported him to the police about the terrible shit he was posting on Facebook, and is no longer allowed to see any of his kids till he gets professional help. He starts drinking again hardcore and drugs, while posting shit about how he loves his ex and all this crap, and now it looks like he is going to jail for a long time due to not paying fines and stalking his ex. She has a PFA against him, so yeah, it was looking really good for him, and he was really turning it all around, but then he wanted to get his dick wet and threw it all away. Sad really. This might get buried now that this post has 22k comments, but I have an insanely relevant story. One of my friends from law school, let's call him Jack, decided to study abroad in South Africa for a semester. Everything was fine until one night when Jack decided to take the train back with this girl he was seeing at the time. When he went aboard the platform, some locals grabbed his bag in order to mug Jack. Jack pulled back and was caught off guard, so he tripped. He fell and hit the back of his head on the edge of the platform, and nothing had been the same since then. He was rushed to the hospital, but was in a comatose state. Doctors said they had no idea whether he would recover. Miraculously, he came out of the coma 2 weeks later, but he wasn't the same. His brain function is so limited, and he's entirely dependent on his father and younger brother. What's shocking to me is that he feels suicidal, but he can't even remember simple day-to-day things. He had 1 semester left at law school, and he keeps thinking he's going to go back next semester, but there's just no way. He was one of my close friends in law school, and I'm torn up about it. I mean, his whole life is now gone. He was this charismatic, attractive, smart, nice guy who had his whole future ahead of him, and it was taken away by some idiot mugger who just wanted some money. Truly awful. This whole thing has really shaped my perspective on life. Another one was my senior year of high school, involving 2 guys who graduated the year prior. The driver had been drinking and crashed into a pole at a high speed. The car started smoking, and the other guy, passenger, couldn't get out because the sub they were in had some type of recall because the doors would jam in an accident. Something along those lines. Unfortunately, the kid/his family never took the car in to get fixed. The car burst into flames and the passenger had to be identified through dental records. I totally forget the verdict in the case, but I know he did some time, though it was not a life sentence or anything. I'm sure it faked with his head. One other one was the VP of discipline, lol, at my high school. He was faking around with my sister's, at the time, best friend. Started when the girl was 16. The guy was married with kids too. Anyway, he catches on that my sister knows and is acting really hostile towards her. He knew she smoked weed, I'm guessing through my sister's friend he was molesting, and had cops search my sister's car one day, claiming she was selling drugs. After that incident, my sister went to the principal and told her everything she knew. The principal and the administration did nothing, however. So, my sister goes to her art teacher, tells her everything, and she is the one who ends up going to the police. All this information comes out that he's been doing this for a while. A girl from my grade, who was 18, admitted to having a relationship with him, and so did other girls. The guy is arrested, tried, and convicted. He can't work with kids, and he is a registered sex offender. Also, the principal was asked to step down. I think she retired. It was unbelievable how the administration tried to cover for this guy. Bonus story. The girl and my sister weren't friends after that. Understandable. Months later, on a hot summer morning, my sister finds the car she and I share covered in ice cream, tomato sauce, with anchovies stuffed in the front grille. We clean it as best we can, but it ends up being totaled from all the paint damage. Call the cops. They say it's unlikely we'll find the person, but they'll look into it. My mom goes into Safeway, asks them to look at tapes from that night. A couple days later, the police calls and says Safeway contacted them, and the tapes show the girl and her new boyfriend buying all the items used to total the car. Plus, they used her mom's Safeway card club number. The girl has to pay restitution. It takes her almost 3 years, though, because she had a baby with that guy. Edit. Wording. A girl I knew growing up is mine. We met in sophomore year of high school and became good friends. Never dated or anything like that. Strictly friends. She had a rough childhood, divorced parents and a drug addict mother. So she ended up in the state's custody for a little while and then was adopted by her aunt and uncle she was living with when I met her. Her aunt and uncle lived in my school district. The reason we became good friends is because she was super shy and kind of socially awkward. Even though she was very pretty, she had a hard time making friends. I was kind of a loner too, so we just clicked. Anyway, everything was fine, and by the time we graduated high school she was fairly normal and pretty popular. Actually, her popularity kind of made me more popular too, since we were still good friends. I left for college, and we kept in touch for a while. She ended up marrying some guy at 19 and having a kid with him. I knew that wasn't great, but I didn't expect it would all turn out like it has. That guy ended up being abusive and a drunk. She ended up killing him one night with a shotgun after he had beat the crap out of her. She was in the hospital for a while because of her injuries as well. It was ruled self-defense, and I thought her life would get better after that, even though she was now alone with 2 kids at the age of 22. Shortly thereafter she ended up getting into drugs and going to jail. Her kids were obviously taken away and were in the state's custody for a while until family members adopted them. She found Jesus in jail. Cliché, I know, but it's true, and when she got out seemed to be doing better. I really hoped that this would be when she got her life back on track. She even went back to college and got a degree. Despite her drug issues in the past, she even found a decent job after graduation. She was clean and everything was good for a couple of years. She even got custody of her kids back. All that was just background to how she messed up her life the quickest I've ever witnessed. Fast forward a few years and she's now 30. Her daughter is now 11 and her son 9. She's had full custody of them back for 2 or 3 years now. Had a good job, active in her church etc etc. She even bought a nice house in a great school district for the kids. She runs into an old friend of hers from when she was using and for some reason starts hanging out with her again. This woman still uses occasionally and is able to hold her life together for the most part, and I guess that made my friend think she could too. My friend started using it again. Not 100% sure how long that went on, but it ended badly one night. My friend had some people over one Saturday night. Her kids were over at their grandparents, ex-husband's parents. When the grandparents dropped the kids off, they found her and another girl and a guy dead and naked with drugs all around. The drugs they had gotten a hold of had something in them that killed them all. Her kids saw this scene too as they were walking in right with the grandparents when they opened the door. I know it'll be lost in here, but I know this girl. She's really nice and sweet. You wouldn't really know from looking at her. She has that emo look. Since I've known her, she has been smoking weed every once in a while. She even finally got me to try it. Not saying her peer pressured me. I had always wanted to try it at some point. Didn't matter. I didn't like it, haven't done it since. Anyway, she had a boyfriend that always ended up breaking up with her over some other girl all the time. Real POS. I hated him for the way he made her feel, but hey, she kept accepting him back, so whatever. Finally she decided to cut the cord and not accept him back. Couple weeks later she starts dating the guy who had been dating the girl her boyfriend left her for. Ridiculous cheat. All of us liked the guy, really nice and stuff. We knew he smoked too, but it was fine. Later into their relationship they started to do more drugs, LSD and other stuff. As far as I know that's the hardest drug they've done. So they've basically been propelling each other's drug use. Come to find out he's basically the same as her last boyfriend, only he is okay with her doing drugs. The other one didn't like it, which is the only good part about that ex. He tells her like 5 months in that he cheated on her with his ex like a few weeks after they started dating. Anyway, she's basically reliving her past relationship, only now she does more drugs. I know she hasn't necessarily faked her life up, but I feel like I'm witnessing the fuck up as we speak. Worst part is I really liked hanging out with her, and now I barely talk to her because it upsets me to see her. Good friend of mine. Problem child. Parents separated. His father had a somewhat loose hand on drugs and drinks and the bad habit of being quiet about problems for too long. First came the booze, then the weed, then the speed, then the LSD, then opium, then the heroin, and then the rest. He was 15 when I found him in his garage, almost passed out. I took care of him tonight, and he asked me to help him get clean. I, 15-year-old idiot, agreed, and locked him into my attic, where he would sober up, and get food, water and his toilet bucket replaced. He never really asked to leave, he just cried in pain because of it. After a week, he was done crying, and everything and I let him out. You'll think he immediately fell back into drugs, and so on, but no. He went back to school, got better every day, looked up to me, started to get better and better. I was proud. Then I left on the 18th January 2017 for New Zealand where I wanted to spend a year. After 2 weeks his father told me he had died. 1 week after I was gone, he took drugs with old friends of his and a girl he had a crush on, fell into shock, and vomited into her mouth and fell unconscious. On heroin they ran out and left her behind. She died in this room 5 days later. He put a plastic bag on his head and died. I think I was never so sad in my life. A friend of mine went from productive manager for an oil change to dead in 2 years. He hurt himself and went on disability and was rushed back because the company did not have a limited work role for a manager. This caused him anxiety about possibly losing his job. He took a second job to supplement his income while being on disability. This caused him to lose his first job. He was treated for anxiety with Klonopin, SP, which amplifies the effect of alcohol. Important. Lost second job when they found out about his injury. Liquor store required heavy lifting and working alone. He continued drinking regularly and became more and more of an alcoholic. First DUI tore up his truck when he was attempting to leave town after his wife telling him to choose family or alcohol, surrendered his house, and convinced family to help him buy an RV to live in with wife, 2 daughters, and 2 dogs. Second DUI totaled his truck. Eventually spiraled into abuse of wife and children, physically and psychologically, abandoned RV, family has to keep making payments, and his wife moved into an apartment and let him move in. Kicked out by wife, wound up staying with old man that lived across the street from grandma's home when he was a kid. Continued drinking and stealing from near destitute old man, but not allowed to drink in the house. Walking back and forth to the city park. Fell off of a high bridge onto pavement. Dead. This guy I used to know. We went to high school together, and he was a couple of years older than me. The guy was really into cycling and would participate in every cycling related event in the area. I was sure he was going places as I've never seen anyone as passionate as he was. This was back in the day when the game League of Legends was just getting big, and since we were good friends, he invited me to play with him. I played the game on and off as it wasn't my type of game, but he got hooked. Fast forward 2 years, he became addicted to the game. He convinced himself he was going to become a professional esports player and trained all the time, causing him to miss out on education and sleep. He disregarded everyone's advice against the game and continued to play, and the effects were showing. He became aggressive and would often snap at people. He also became very unfit as he dropped going to bicycling events in favor of playing the game. Nearing the end of his school years he ended up dropping from the school and got in a really bad argument with his guardian to the point where they, allegedly, wouldn't even talk to each other. At this point I stopped keeping in contact with him as I was moving on to further education, but he would still message me on Skype and that's how I kept up with him. After a long period of no contact he messaged me that he was going to join a professional team, but needed tickets to fly out to meet their coach and hoped that I would have helped him. However, me still being a student meant that I had no real cash on me and I was not able to help him in any way, so I messaged him back and he swore at me for not being a good friend. At this point I completely lost contact with him, but recently I managed to find his social media and I've been able to contact his guardian to discuss the events that occurred afterwards. He never flew out to meet the team and, according to his guardian, the team didn't even contact him in the first place. Sometime after that his arguments with the guardian got so out of hand he left to live with his father who lived on the other side of the country. Apparently the father was very strict and had no internet in his household as he would work all day and had no need for it. This broke the guy, and according to The Guardian, made him show signs of MDD as at that point he played the game almost 24/7, and with no internet access he had no way of playing. After some time passed, his father got him a place at his construction company and everything was looking up for the guy. However, during the time when he didn't work he would disappear for a couple of hours a day. This didn't bother the father until he got a call from the hospital saying that his son was severely injured after crashing into a car on his bicycle under the influence of alcohol. This was strange as the guy didn't own a bicycle. It soon came out that the guy bought a bicycle with the money he has earned and has been keeping it hidden from the father as he wanted to get back into bicycling. He is now in a wheelchair and may never be able to cycle or even walk again. It's a great shame because the guy really had potential back in the day when we used to hang out. I tried to contact him, but he wouldn't respond, so I'm guessing he has forgotten about me. However, his story will stay with me forever as he may never be able to experience his life to the fullest. TLDR, talented guy dropped out of school to play a video game he became addicted to, tried to join a pro team, and got in a lot of arguments with his guardian. Moved to his father, where there was no internet access, became depressed but eventually got a job at his dad's company, bought a bike to get into cycling again, but crashed whilst under the influence of alcohol. He is now paralyzed and has no real education. TLDR, in college don't do drugs, drink every day, skip all your classes, and date a drug dealer. My girlfriend's old roommates. Last semester was our first year in college and things were going well. My girlfriend's roommate, let's call her Lucy, was a very nice person, good student, responsible, and had a great boyfriend, army rock, a little religious, but not to the point that it's annoying, responsible and dedicated. We all got along very well, none of us drank, did drugs, all studious, etc., etc. Well, one weekend he had a rotting thing going on a few towns over and was gone for the weekend. One of Lucy's friends convinced her to go out to a party. She proceeded to get very drunk and sleep with some guy. The next time Lucy saw her boyfriend she told him and broke up with her. The next weekend she went out to a party, got drunk, slept with another guy. This happened almost every weekend, sometimes even twice, for the next half of a semester. Then one day this guy, Richard, who was in our friend group, asks my girlfriend if she thinks Lucy is ready for a relationship. She says no, so Richard proceeds to get Lucy drunk, pouring more ALC into her drink while she's not looking, then separates her from everyone else. We finally get her back and put her to bed, then we leave. Richard later that night goes over and they end up screwing, and a few days later start going out. They break up and get back together about 8 times in the next 2 months. One of which she cheated on him after getting drunk again, and a couple of times because he cheated on her. Well, we find out that she started doing coke because her boyfriend is a dealer. She skips almost all her classes. My girlfriend moves out because there's drugs in the room almost every day. She's still not going to classes. She's gotten 5 mix, lost her financial aid, has to take weekly drug tests, pay thousands of dollars in fines, and still blames my girlfriend for it because she was concerned and told the R.0 and her boyfriend is cheating on her again with someone a few doors down from me. When I went to college, I lived in the party town, off campus. Senior year we met a new friend in the hood. Partied with the guy for the entire semester, and he was at our house every day. He was an African immigrant and his take on things was fucking hilarious. He fit right in. He had been staying at a childhood friend's house down the road, sleeping on a couch, and was eager to rent a room. Second semester a room opened up in our house. He moved in and started doing oxycontin immediately. I never did fuck with painkillers because I would get so faked up from booze and pot, but the stuff was everywhere at the time. 2 weeks after he moved in, he was late for work and a coworker walked over to the house to wake him up. We found him dead in his room. It had only been 2 weeks since he moved out of his childhood friend's house. It turns out that dude was keeping him straight and the leash was off once he moved into our place. I still think about him and some of the people that got him into Roxy. I think about the dealer that saw him so faked up that night and still sold him Xanax. Roxy, 6 beers and is an ex. Kids. That's all it takes. I went from having a good friend move into explaining to his African parents why their son was taking medication, even though he was perfectly healthy. They really didn't understand. Let's see, I've got a couple. One guy that works with my mom has a serious drug problem. He got arrested about 6 years ago for robbery in the most idiotic way. His partner got caught and he took the stolen car he had all his stolen stuff in and parked outside the police station to wait for them to let him go. He got 4 or 5 years in jail but was out after 2 on probation. He did great and didn't do any more drugs until the last week of his probation and went back in for a year. After that he was on work release for a year or 2 but managed to get drugs again and was locked back up full time for a year. He got out on probation again about a year ago and did drugs again about the last week of his probation once again. Now he's on house arrest for the foreseeable future. One other girl that used to frequent my mom's work, it's a flea market, wonderful place for trashy stories, is a nurse who worked at a federal prison with great benefits, salary and everything else she could need. Her boyfriend of 2 months got arrested and sent to the prison where she works, which would be a conflict of interests for her. So she got engaged to him and quit her job. Pretty sure she's homeless now. Not really quick because it took like 5 years, but I used to live by a little corner store place. It was notorious for being again, trashy. Most of the customers were on food stamps or disability solely because they didn't want to work, not that they couldn't. A lot of the workers were too. One of them was particularly awful. She'd worked there for about 15 years and had somehow gotten the owner convinced that her manning the register was the only thing keeping the store together, so she could get away with anything she wanted. Things she did included, but are not limited to, no change days. On some days, no one got change for whatever they purchased, no matter what it cost and what they paid with. Food stamp fraud. She'd frequently pay with her food stamps for customers who paid in cash and pocket the difference for booze. This is what eventually got her fired, arrested. Straight up telling customers to give her money, just cause. Violating basically every health code rule I can think of, and more. I put this in another comment, but it fits here too. My mom got a car title loan one time. It's a wonderful little system. $800 loan and you're immediately $2,000 in debt the second cash touches your hand. $400-ish payments every month a year, just to cover most of the interest, so that you only owe $3,000 by the end of that year. Then they tell you to start paying something like $750 a month, so you can actually barely scratch your balance or they'll take your car. Didn't witness this one personally, but in my high school the year before I started going, someone called in a bomb threat to get out of a test or something like that. The story always varied and immediately got arrested. Right out of high school, the weekend I was set to move in with a friend and my boyfriend. They threw a party to celebrate. Only I didn't make it that night because I was sick, so I slept over at my sister's place. Arrived the next morning just in time to see several cop cars driving away while my friend and some other people I knew from high school were sitting around crying. Apparently one of the people at the party, a guy I sort of knew from high school but had never hung out with much, had shown up to said party with a handgun he'd just purchased. At some point in the evening he thought it would be fun to scare the girls, so he emptied the clip, then stood up and announced Russian roulette everybody and pulled the trigger and shot himself in the head because he hadn't cleared the round that was still in the chamber. I'm told he looked at everyone for a heartbeat, said, "I faked up, man." Then dropped to the floor. We were told he was gone before he even hit the floor. 18 years old. Dude was set to go to college. Everyone in our crowd was happy we had survived high school and made it. We were all going to set the world on fire, including him. And then he lost it all. I have never taken life for granted, and I always think twice before I do something potentially stupid/dangerous. He was my lesson about that. My friend's younger brother used to live in the apartment next door to me, and we worked at the same company, different departments, but he had a pretty good job as a senior Windows support tech, making probably 60-70k/year. The guy, God love him, was kind of a dumbass. He got the feeling through the winds that he was going to get fired. But rather than trying to improve his work or preemptively looking for a job and waiting to get fired so that he could at least collect unemployment, he just took lunch one day and never came back. That said week, he moved out of the apartment and into his girlfriend's mom's house, except he had 10 months left on his lease and apparently left major damages in the apartment. I don't know all the details, but I heard that the landlord had to completely replace the bathtub and he did a bunch of electrical work that the lines needed to have a professional come in and fix or at least certify, not having bought any goodwill with the landlord. The landlord kept his security deposit and took him to court over rent due for the months left in his lease, where it was ruled that the brother was liable for all rent due while the apartment was being repaired, and all rent due while it was unoccupied, as long as the landlord was actively looking for a new tenant. By this point, the only job he'd been able to land was making minimum wage at Staples, so he ended up declaring bankruptcy. He and the girlfriend ended up moving in with his family out in rural PA, where today he works as a short order cook and the girlfriend works part-time at a retail store. A girl I know was really pretty and fairly intelligent. She went off to a good school and traveled/studied abroad, lived a fairly good life, met a guy in college, and fell in love, marrying what seemed to be the love of her life, and all seemed great for her, albeit she'd happened for her fairly young. She's younger than me, so she must have gotten married around age 24 over 25, and she's probably 28 over 29 now. Her mom died, and it seemed to ruin it greatly. But then something happened between her and her husband and shit got real. She started really opening up about her personal struggles with him on social media and blasting him about cheating or leaving her for another woman. Then she got into what I think is meth or heroin and shit went downhill fast. Today she's no longer with him and clearly did heavy drugs and possibly still does. She looks much better physically now from the little she posts on social media, but at one point could have been on the faces of meth posters. She looks like she's had a rough life and people sort of just mock her ridiculous social media posts. She thinks aliens come into her home at night and rape/attack her, and posts pictures of various scratches, bruises, and random stories. She often posts in the middle of the night about grey aliens and how we are so ignorant of their existence. To be honest, she hasn't posted in a while and could very well be dead for all we know. I feel guilty being friends with her on social media because a lot of her feedback is negative and bullyish, but I think I'm hoping to see her turn her life around and feel happy for her. Unfortunately, she's a wreck and I would be shocked if she lived well into her mid-30s at this point. My brother. He is a few weeks younger than me, adopted. When he turned 18 he contacted his crackhead alcoholic biological mother and moved out of my parents' house. He spent a lot of time with her and some other BO family members because they let him smoke weed and drink/party when my parents wouldn't. He pulled back from everyone in our family except my dad and didn't really see any of us for a long time, even though he lived in the same city as everyone. My brother had his own house, 2 jobs, a car, and was making decent money. Around August of last year we found out he had started smoking crack with his BO father. By Christmas, his house had been taken over by crack dealers. He didn't even live there anymore. He was homeless, jobless, broke, and living on a couch in some other crack den, only eating a few times a week from the soup kitchen. Thankfully he broke down and agreed to go to rehab after speaking with our dad. It took a few weeks, but he went and stayed, got sober, moved into a halfway house at 30 days sober. At 60 days he moved into a friend's house. The friends drank, so my brother did too, but said he was committed to sobriety. He got his job back at a previous company and was making good money. Even had our dad keep track of his money for him, and he only got an allowance every week for food and gas. About 3 weeks ago my mom tells me no one has heard from my brother in a week or two. Everyone tried to get in touch with him, no one could. Finally my brother calls my dad, says he screwed up, blew his thousands of dollars on hookers and crack/meth, and is at the airport because he's moving to Denver to live with his biological mom, which didn't end up happening. Of course everyone is done I guess. He's living on the streets and has nowhere to go. Last I heard he went back to his BO father's house, to start selling crack. TLDR brother got sober and blew all saved money on hookers and drugs, is now a crack dealer. He decided to jump from a small bridge over the train tracks into a 1,000-ton moving coal train. In one long honk he faked it all up. He was a bit of a stud on campus, getting pretty good grades in engineering and getting his fair share of ladies. Friendly and agreeable with everyone. No one had a bad thing to say. Ahoy the guy. It was college. He fell in with the kind of guys that tape up their fire alarm so they can smoke pot. They weren't bad guys, just your classic potheads. Fast forward a year and he's the likable, peas get degree, stoner, but he was still the best of the bunch. Used to see him at parties. By this time he moved off campus and in with his stoner mates. He was high most of the time, but cheated was at the party. We were all high and drunk. The party that changed it all was 3 nights after the last party I saw him at. He was on edge, eyes sunken, blue-hued. He hadn't slept since I last saw him. Speed, weed and beer and a few kebabs and macas here and there had sustained him this far. He'd taken trips to sea that night. I don't know why he was even there. By then he was just going through the motions of a party and wasn't even able to enjoy it. He got into an argument with a friend. Let's be honest, with the chemical cocktail in his brain and the lack of sleep, you can see the argument was over nothing. He backed off home and that's where it happened. That's when he jumped 15 feet to take on a speeding coal train. He woke weeks late. He had no memory of anything except the first party and a few days here and there, nothing of the argument or his decision. Doctors said he was probably suppressing it. Fact that, but the idea of what he woke up to puts knots to my stomach. To get drunk and high one night and wake weeks late without a leg, a surgically reattached foot, a reattached forearm and a fuck up misaligned face and skull that cheats straight out of a drug sack from the 90s. He been wheelchair bound ever since. Months after the accident a friend saw him. He still lived with the stoners but didn't touch any drugs. He was optimistic that he was going to get his uni degree on course. Make the best of the worst situation. He may have lost the looks, the girls, but maybe he could get the grades. It didn't last. He soon fell back into the weed and I don't know if he ever did finish uni or where he is now. I just know he was still deferring uni 4 years after he should have completed his 4-year degree. He's probably in a wheelchair with a bong in that small town, thinking about how if he just went to bed that first night things might have been different. I wonder if he still tells himself next semester he'll quit smoking and sort his degree out, or if that hope has even died. My total faking idiot self massively ruined my own life in literally under a second. I had it all together. I was in my early 20s, doing very well in graduate school, had gotten an internship at a place that was extremely big in its field, was 6 months away from getting my master's degree, was already applying for jobs. The program gave us an opportunity to start attending a few seminars normally meant for SUs and stuff, and I had started successfully finding smart, sweet nerdy guys online through OkCupid. If you ask me where I was going to be a year or so from then, I would've said making in the neighborhood of $70k with my own apartment, while I saved up for a house that I would hopefully be able to buy by the time I was 25, after which I'd adopt a couple more cats, a reptile or two, go to Comic Con every year, and continue with the happiest life that a geeky scientist with a soft spot for SQ animals see old like and live to be old enough to see the 22nd century. But then I was going to go to Target one year in October or November, and after I'd parked and turned the car off, I decided to see if I parked straight, and next thing I know I'm on the ground with a massive headache. I got into the store, started shopping, noticed I was having trouble walking straight, and was becoming extremely nauseous, went into the bathroom, and noticed a bruise on my forehead, and somehow ended up in the nearest emergency room getting treated for a concussion point. But it got worse. I started blacking out for a few seconds at a time, and then it got more and more frequent, and then shifted into grand mal seizures. I went on medical leave from graduate school, and then in September, 10 months after I hit my head, I was diagnosed with epilepsy and my license was suspended, so I could kiss that sweet $70k job that I was breezing through the application process for goodbye, because that required a driver's license, no way around it point, so I somehow landed a clerical job. but I don't make enough money to pay for an apartment where I have my own bathroom in any kind of vicinity of public transit. Haven't been able to coordinate my work schedule to let me finish up the final 3 credits of graduate school. I can't start any sort of education to try to get a career in other fields because I'm still technically enrolled in one graduate program. I had my driver's license suspended several other times for having seizures, made the very bad life choice to trust my incompetent neurologist about a medication, and ended up rear-ending someone on the freeway due to an undiagnosed sleep disorder, was too faking stupid at the car accident scene to lie to the police that I was drunk/high/whatever and accidentally told them the truth, got my license suspended again. I'm automatically ineligible for any job in the field I trained for because of the string of driver's license suspensions. Haven't been able to get a job in the other field I have a background for because they all want higher degrees than me. Made another extremely stupid life choice about trusting doctors about medications. And now have 8 tumors on my liver and non-stop ovarian cysts that are too painful for me to work but can't be controlled because the medication that's usually used to stop them would cause the tumors on my liver to become cancerous. So now I'm in my late 20s, missing an entire year's worth of memories including my little brother's wedding. I'm on medical leave from school and work, on opiate painkillers some days and questionable amounts of NSAIDs other days. Have taken to drinking a little too because the painkillers alone won't take care of it, so I have to find some way to stop the worst of the pain. I'm generally probably headed for an early death at the hands of my liver, live in utter terror of anything happening to my health insurance coverage, and have generally impressively ruined my life, especially compared to my younger brother who's got a high-paying job and is getting his master's degree. And my little sister who's getting a PhD that's entirely paid for by a company that's already offered her a job upon graduation. All because I was a faking dumbass who just had to be a stupid goody two-shoes who cared about whether or not she parked inside the lines in a nearly empty parking lot point every single day. I hate myself so much for ruining my own life like this, and I'm surprised that the massive string of self-destructive impulses and rampant disregard for my own health and safety I've shown haven't escalated into being actually suicidal yet. Or maybe that's the mood stabilizer side effect of my seizure medications that's keeping me safe. In any case, don't panic. I'm particularly not at risk of hurting myself when there's still 2 more Star Wars movies I need to see. Because I feel like this needs to be shared, so young girls don't do this. Sheet point. It's been 9 years, and I'm still so embarrassed about all of this. Right out of high school I had a boyfriend who I moved in with, got a great job at a local supermarket. Few months after we break up I go back home to my parents. I meet this guy Jay who seems nice enough. He's 22, I'm 19. Okay, we get to talking, and we're hitting it off. I don't remember exactly what he did, but he texted me something one night that I remember. I was like, fuck no, I'm out. So I stopped talking to him. I texted this guy I was into, but we were just friends at the time. She ended up marrying him years later. He's awesome, totally happy, and I mentioned I'm done with this dude because of what he said. He made a point to tell me I wasn't crazy and that was a good choice. Just keeps texting though. Curiosity gets the better of me, and I agree to meet up. We hang out. I've got a crush. I'm lonely, whatever. I ask if he'd go with me to sell a phone. He suggests I sell it to him. Only he doesn't have the cash. But he has a great job. He's making good money. He's got a car. He's set. I say whatever, pays me later. Later never comes. Eventually he tried ghosting me. I showed up and demanded my phone back. We got back together. To make a very long story short, in 3 months he stole my car, stole my paychecks, smoked crack and meth in my vehicle, tried to tell me it was pot, took me to drug deals. I was super naive, used me as a getaway driver for his jail escapes, used my bank account to deposit checks in felony amounts, treated me like shit. It was the worst 3 months of my life. I started out with this whole I can help him mindset. Instead he tried to take me down with him, convinced me to buy him a truck that he ruined and cost me 3x the amount. It was so bad that my parents were calling C and begging him to talk me out of it. C was in Afghanistan on a deployment. He tried so hard. My managers I worked under were grasping at straws. to convince me to walk away. They offered me so many outs. One manager straight up said he'd be my bodyguard if I needed him to be. They were just worried. My best friend had heart-to-hearts with my parents to promise she'd look out for me, that she'd get me away. C's parents were calling and helping me. J's drug dealers who he had faked were calling me and begging me to leave him, that I was better than this, and they needed me to be gone because I didn't need my life faked. Let me put that in perspective. Drug dealers who were in and out of jail, one in particular. J lied about going somewhere, ended up trying to scam S. He had just scammed her cousins. She took my car keys, he was driving, grabbed a baseball bat, and yanked him out of the car. Her cousins held him down, sat in the car and straight asked me, is he faking with me? I said yes. She said, are you doing drugs? I said no. She asked, do you want out? I said yes. She said, I'm begging you to leave him, drive away now, or after he's caught. If you bailed him out, it's just money, forget about it, forget about him. He will ruin your life. You are young and smart and beautiful, and he deserves none of it. Do not become what he's trying to make him. You become point. I don't wanna see you ever again. I don't wanna hear your name or hear you're with him ever again. I'll let him go today, but that's it. I'm doing it for you. Get out. I listened. Point. He was arrested. She called me and told me she was proud of me. Point. He tried to fuck with me a few more times after this. I had realized my mistakes and avoided it at all costs. All in all, in 3 months he cost me $15k. Point. I got out of it alive and still never going against my morals. But there was a team of people who were keeping me above water. It was so close to going bad. So close. My best friend in high school. She had a really good thing going. Got herself a free ride to college. Ruined it all by rushing off to start her life. Point. Here is a timeline. January 2016. 18-year-old girl still in high school got married to a 19-year-old soldier. She had known him for about 4 months. February 2016. She gets pregnant. He gets shipped off to Kuwait. May 2016. He gets some 14-year-old Kuwaiti girl pregnant. Almost instantly he got discharged. Comes home, lies to his wife for about a year as to why he came home early. April 2, 2017. A 15-year-old Kuwaiti girl shows up at the soldier's doorstep with her parents and 1-month-old son. April 3, 2017. All hell breaks loose. Fights, broken windows, crying babies, Arabic yelling, and police. I spent the night laughing in my living room. April 17, 2017. The soldier moved off to Oregon. Kuwaiti girl and family moved into the apartment above mine. And the 19-year-old has found herself in the county lockup enough to have her child taken by CPS. She now lives in a shitty trailer park next to a meth lab. I told her it was a bad idea to rush off and get married, so eager to start a life for herself. It ended up being her downfall. Such a perfect life ruined. Point. Oddly enough, her life was perfect. Mine was shit. Now she has a shit life and mine is perfect. I even got 4 new Kuwaiti friends out of the whole thing. So a few years ago I had a very close friend who had been getting emotionally abused by her mother. Things got especially ugly one night, and she ended up calling the cops and getting a restraining order against her mother. So she started living with me and my parents. My mom brought her to church, brought her to and from school and work, fed her, made sure she could hold herself up emotionally, spent money on her getting her new clothes. After a few months my mom even put together a plan to get my eldest brother a new car and pass the old one down to her for faking free. Basically mom was trying to really help this girl become self-sufficient. Point. This also included dealing with her bullshit too. My friend would call my mom and try getting taken home from school because she felt sick at least 3 to 4 times a week. My mom wised up after taking her home the first time and basically told her to go to the school nurse and have them call her. They never did. I don't remember how we learned this, but before she moved out of her mom's, she only made it through a full day of school 1 to 2 times a week. Mom stood her ground though and tried setting her right. A few months down the road, a week or 2 before mom was gonna start looking for cars with my bro, my friend did the usual where she called my mom and asked to be brought home, but my mom was busy at work and the call pissed her off, so she hung up on her for the first time. My friend then texted my mom, saying that she called her mom to pick her up and she did, and not to worry about it. That was the last straw for my mom. Mom kicked her out with a week's notice. Kicker is she chose to go back to her mother's rather than emancipating herself like she wanted to before mom took her under her wing. Fast forward to now. She only talks to me when she needs something or wants to vent. Recently she dropped out of an out-of-state college 2 to 3 weeks into the semester, saying I just don't know anyone. She can't keep any jobs for what seems like more than a month, and I hear I didn't like it just as much as mom made me have to quit all this because she called her mom to bring her home on a day that she wasn't actually sick. I feel it's worth noting that she was becoming a genuinely happy person living with us, and my mom was changing her for the better by helping her become more responsible. But when she left, all of that faded away over the following years. She would have been a great friend if things kept going in that direction. I miss who she was. Back in 2011 I started smoking crack at the end of May. By the time I went to rehab at the end of August, I was about to be evicted from my trailer park because I hadn't paid the rent. I had stopped going to work not once but twice. The first time they were nice enough to hire me back because I made up some story, and I guess they were too naive to realize I was on drugs. I had faked up my car pretty bad and used the insurance money to buy more crack instead of fixing it. And I was in a very unhealthy relationship with another crackhead. The real kicker was the fact that I was in trouble with the law for 2 separate incidents, and before that I barely had a traffic ticket, let alone any charges. It's funny because people warned me about all of those things. One person predicted, in the correct order, every single thing that happened to me. Sadly I didn't care, as long as I had my little crack rocks. Almost 6 years later everything is a million times better. I'm married to a wonderful man, I'm clean and sober, all of our bills are paid, and we even have a little extra money to do the things we want to do. The only thing that sucks is the 2 misdemeanors on my record. I have an AA in accounting, and I used to work in banks, cashier's offices, etc. Of course employers won't hire me to do those jobs now. My dad said he would eventually help get my record expunged, so that's a plus. I'm like the perfect just say no advertisement. But late to the party, I have faked my life up multiple times. I'll go with the first point. So it was the night of my graduation, and I was celebrating with them and my ex-best friend Tequila. Tequila and I haven't seen each other since that night because of this. At about 4 AM, after getting some late night munches, my 3 amigos and I got back to the 3rd story apartment we had turned into our trap house. We twist the knob, locked. Me being drunk and not being able to fathom being locked out with a bunch of drunks, and a couple drunks passed out inside, decided to amend the situation. I climbed the railing and committed to a ledge that was no bigger than my fingertips to scale around. I made it a good distance and my grip gave and I plummeted. You get a lot of time to think when you fall 30 feet and the sound of the wind is quite peaceful, something like driving down the highway with the windows down. Meanwhile, I concluded that my best hope is to stay limp and try to roll off the energy. I also had to get prepared to die if it didn't go in my favor. I hit the concrete feet first, and then my second rolled a little but not enough. The fall felt like I had been hit in the face with a bat and had knocked the wind out of me. My whole body was numb with pain. I wiggled my toes and figured I wasn't paralyzed and could hear my friends drinking running down the stairs. I had regained my breath and tried to walk off the broken back and calcaneus I had acquired. I looked like a deer on new legs and my friends helped me to their car. I went to the hospital the next day and set my life back. For 3 months I was on crutches with a boot and had an equally stylish back brace for my lumbar. I was fresh out of high school with a broken back to complement my degree. I don't have any regrets, but that night definitely set me back in life. TL. I broke my back and foot after a drunken night of stupidity. Friend of mine at 25 was a high-level manager for a call center. He was making quite a lot for this country, something like 4.5k a month. Well, for some reason he got into a competition with one of the other managers, and he decided he needed to win, so he started inflating his group's numbers. His inflated numbers reached HQ, and he got a lot more funding. So much in fact that he decided he would just keep the extra money in a separate account. At this point he could have just come clean or even just said I don't need this money and just sent it back. Hell, he could have just left it in the original account. This walnut decides that it was a good starting seed to start an incentive program that was suspiciously similar to a pyramid scheme. It only took one person to send a report for him to get caught and fired. Somehow they couldn't find enough evidence to actually charge him with anything. So yeah, I guess you could say he got away with it, but no. This guy, after wandering around in shitty jobs and sending out creative resumes, manages to get another job as manager, this time site director, now making $6K a month. He figures he could use more funding, maybe if I just inflate my numbers just a little. And of course, it works. They send him more money he knows what to do with. So of course this time he isn't stupid, he doesn't touch the money. But he keeps getting more and more. He just starts getting amenities for the office, like a coffee machine and things like that, which earn him excellent reviews from coworkers. He is doing such a good job in fact, that they send a guy down from HQ to just run by the possibility of getting him promoted to VP or something like that. He is so excited he even throws a party and invites HQ guy of course to kiss his ass. During the party some drunken friend, not me, tells this HQ guy that he had gone to school with the host and that he was so surprised that he had done so well even when he had dropped out during his second year. This surprised HQ guy because he recalled seeing a degree listed in his resume. So this turned into an investigation which resulted in the inflated numbers being discovered. He was fired on the spot and is now blacklisted by a shit ton of places that had received his resume with the fake degree on it. Point, I guess that wasn't quick at all. My bad. This isn't exactly life ruining, but I have a friend who just graduated from uni with 2:2 in biology. I think it was definitely science related and had BO in the name. Anyway, she moves back in with her parents and starts looking for a job, but all the jobs related to her degree require a 2:1 or higher, so no luck. Another thing about my friend, she has a very defeatist attitude, so she won't even try to apply for these science jobs anyway. A couple months of job searching later, she tells me she's had 2 interviews and has been offered both jobs. One of them was something in an insurance company where you have to dress smart, 9 to 5, something like $18K a year. Very cushy. And the other one was a part-time 0-hour contract at a bowling alley. Point, she chose the bowling alley. Point, I asked how come. Hiding the disbelief in my voice, she said I think it'd be cool to work at a bowling alley, plus I get more free time. Now, this was the first time she's been hella excited about life since leaving uni. She was getting sadder and sadder as each day passed by, until today, where she was offered 2 separate jobs. I didn't want to put a damper on her good mood, and I never want to tell my friends what to do with themselves. But I thought it was the worst idea ever. But she goes through with it. Point, it's been 2 years. She's currently still at her parents' house, her dad is never at home, and her mum is the most passive-aggressive person I've heard of. She hates living at home and is constantly looking for a different job. She keeps getting sadder and complains about everything now. I'm worried that she'll do something stupid soon if she doesn't seek help / get a new job. Point, but I can't help but think about how different things would be if she accepted that job with the insurance company. TLDR, took a 0-hour contract at a bowling alley instead of an $18K a year job at an insurance company. Not massively life ruining, but still the biggest example that I've ever seen. By partaking in the brutal, senseless killing of a homeless man, a few years after my parents divorced, my mom moved to the US from where we were living in South America. So for my freshman year of high school, I thought it would be great to spend it with her and indulge a bit in some American culture. Over the summer before classes started, I met the 2 guys that would quickly become my best friends for that year at a BMX track on the outskirts of the seaside town we lived in, Tim and Jess. It was idyllic, to say the least. We spent our days riding our bikes around town, listening to 311 and Incubus, drinking Slurpees from Circle K, chasing girls and hanging out at the beach. Tim was entering his sophomore year, while Jess was a freshman like me. Tim lived in the rough part of town and didn't have it quite as easy as Jess, and I did on the home front, but despite all that he was a good kid and one of the kindest people I had ever met. So it came as quite a shocker when I found out that Tim was involved in the brutal murder of a homeless man. By this point, it had been almost 3 years since I had moved back to South America when I received the phone call from my mom. She went on to describe the tragic events that transpired that fateful evening, as told to her by the account given to Tim's dad by Tim himself. As the story goes, Tim was riding around town on his bike, as he always did, when he met what would become his literal partners in crime. They spent the afternoon together and headed down to the beach for a party. This is where things take a tragic turn. They apparently stumbled over a homeless man sleeping, a scuffle ensued, and they jumped and robbed him. The man later succumbed to his injuries. I just couldn't bring myself to believe it. There had to be a logical explanation as to how the kind boy I knew could end up involved in such a heinous crime, but there isn't, other than he was young, at the wrong place, at the wrong time, with the wrong crowd. For more, read this LA Times article. I'm not sure if this is a case of someone faking up their life quickly or someone else faking it up for them over a long period of time. However, a girl from a family in one of my wife's social clubs was an utter spoiled brat and completely entitled. She had everything she ever wanted. She was a single child and the parents were absolutely loaded. This always caused friction, as if there was something that money could not buy and she wanted it. The general expectation was that she would have it. I have many examples of what I consider utter self-entitlement from her, supported by her parents, and to the point this became normal and further reinforced the situation. However, she had a top education, good financial backing, and contacts to get her any job she wanted. She had a lot going for her. Spring forward a few years, when she is now a fully fledged adult and responsible for herself, and unlike how she thought life went, people started to say no to quite a lot of things. And then there was a fateful day when her neighbor of her new house given to her for her 21st birthday refused to allow her to use his driveway for a skip during some refurbishment works she was having done. So she smashed all his house windows with her builder's sledgehammer. Her reasoning for this was that the skip looked ugly outside her own window and he did not have a car, so had no reason to refuse. Naturally, with a lot of funds in the family, the court date came and went and she got a slight slap on the wrist. However, the behavior continued. She did not get a promotion at work. She attacked her boss. Fortunately, being a female in science, they were very worried about any claim of sexism, so this was also brushed under the carpet. However, over the space of a year, her retaliation to not getting her own way started to attract antisocial behavior orders, restraining orders, and eventually jail time after attacking a policeman. She lost her job and is unemployable in her field due to it. She had remortgaged her house to fund the house refurbishment, but stopped paying her mortgage when she decided to holiday in America for 6 months. When she returned, it had been repossessed. She is now homeless and jobless, living back with her parents. I'm convinced she is an alcoholic. Over the space of 2 years she went from having everything to nothing, but I'm not sure if she faked her life up or if it was her parents over the previous 21 years. One of my dad's friends has a son who went from being admitted to MIT to being under house arrest, awaiting trial, no college, and no future overnight. This kid is in his senior year of high school. A month ago, he got the acceptance letter from MIT. He was over the moon. He and girlfriend are celebrating. The senior ball is coming up, and the future looks bright. 2 weeks ago, he got pulled over on his way home from school. Cops noticed a prescription pill bottle in his backpack, sitting in plain view in the front seat. 5 minutes later, they've discovered the backpack contains 4 bottles of Ritalin, 3 bottles of Oxy, and a variety of other illegal prescription drugs, plus a massive wad of cash and a scale. He had no chance. It was plainly obvious he was dealing. Turns out he was buying up spare prescriptions from other students and selling them. MIT got back to him 3 days ago, rescinding their offer of admission after the police records became public. He's facing possible expulsion from school. Definitely no senior ball. Girlfriend has already left him, and he's under house arrest while he waits for trial. He was 18 when caught and will be tried as an adult. There's a lesson here, kids. If you're smart enough to get into MIT, don't be an idiot and throw it away dealing drugs to make a buck. It's not worth it. Learn this the easy way please. This past Sunday my so was enjoying a drive around her neighborhood with her mom. They passed a street and noticed something in the middle of the road. They backtracked and came across an injured pit bull with its German Shepherd companion standing over it trying to protect it. They pulled over to find the injured dog had been hit, and when they tried to assist it, another car passed by without warning and clipped the injured dog. My so lays down her car horn, but the car continues onward. She goes back, and the German Shepherd is now pulling the now twice injured dog onto a driveway, still standing over it. My so is a huge dog rescue advocate, understatement, and is at this point frantically calling all her contacts to get help. Suddenly a neighbor across the street came over. She had heard the horn and wanted to know what all the commotion was about. She sees the dog and states her husband can help. My so and mom feel some relief thinking everything is going to be resolved and the dog will receive some aid. The husband crosses the street with a 3-foot sledgehammer. Confusion fills the atmosphere and he exclaims that this is the only way. My so attempts to redirect him, that she'd be more than happy to take the dog to the 24/7 vet herself, to just please back away. But he's persistent and wants the injured animal to stop suffering. He steps forward and gestures a swing, so my so, crying and yelling at him at this point, jumps out of the way. The German Shepherd growls and steps back also, the injured pit bull fighting the hit. With his position clear, the husband swings again and lands a hit on the pit bull's head. He picks momentum up once more and kills the injured pit bull. My so and her mom are hysterical, in disbelief at what was witnessed. The husband proceeded to go back home, locking doors, turning off lights. 10 minutes later 2 cars pulled into the driveway where this all occurred. The owner of both dogs present themselves along with their 6 other children. My so explains the situation, still not understanding it. The police had been contacted and arrived, reporting the incident, but were unable to get a statement from the husband. My so goes home and posts the incident on social media and the shares begin. The next morning, Monday, she's contacted by the dog's owner stating the police spoke with the man and stated his intent was to end the dog's suffering. No charges were pressed. But that same day, the shares had spread enough to reach our local news station. My so is then interviewed on live TV that evening and the story spreads like wildfire. The next day, Tuesday, she does another interview through a local radio station. That afternoon she's contacted by a detective now investigating the situation and schedules a lineup for the next day, Wednesday. My so and her mom pointed out the husband out of 12 pictures as did the neighbors that had arrived. The local radio station is still discussing the story on Wednesday, and while we listen to their thoughts and opinions live, my so gets a call from dog owners. The investigation has led to an arrest with felony charges against the husband. My so will be going to court as an eyewitness. She is being interviewed once more today, Thursday, by another local station. An aunt's family spiraled out of control. Her and my uncle were dealing coke with my high school friend's dad, buying expensive things and attracting too much attention for just living in some trailer park. They most likely worked with some Sinaloa cartel. The more I think about they both were eventually busted and did a small amount of jail time and then were deported to Mexico. Their 3 kids get split up in some weird way, with the youngest going to Mexico with one parent. The other 2 stay and have to learn to survive on their own here in the States, so one cousin bounces around 6 different high schools. He is incredibly bright and finishes early despite having to start working full time at 16. At 17 joins the reserves and did very well. I'm talking to him about college and even getting him an iced tea 184 plus. Bastard never used it. He then decides to visit Mexico and falls in love with some money hungry drunk. He gets her pregnant and then decides to either get discharged from the reserves or to just leave and go to Mexico, breaking his contract. I still wonder how he left, but yeah, he's in Mexico with some sheik who doesn't give 2 sheets about him, and he has to just be there for the kid. My other cousin then goes on to get deported because, yep, you guessed it, she was dealing drugs while going to college. Meth specifically, as I believe she got hooked on it big time. Last time I heard from her she was trying to get me involved in some super shady trading through FB. I'm an air traffic controller in the United States Air Force. A guy I worked with totally ruined everything he had going on in about a month. It all started when he was struggling with getting rated ACA qualified in a certain radar position. We work in a dark room and stare at computer screens. Basically the opposite of the tower controllers. Anyways, he is about to wash out and be removed from the career field when he fails a drug test and fails a physical fitness test within a week. Dude had been popping painkillers without a subscription plus got fat as she'd point at first glance, not necessarily a career ender. The next week, his wife decides to leave him and all hell breaks loose. This dude gets caught by undercover military cops selling those painkillers with his 3-month-old daughter in the car. So with all of that happening, the next weekend, he picks up a lady of the night and stops at a gas station to get money from an ATM. Said harlot steals his car and crashes it, leaving him stranded. Wife expedites the divorce papers. The guy's demoted to ranks, dishonorable discharge, and can never be ATC again, either FAA or contracted. He went from having multiple options/opportunities at making over 100k a year, and now he's trying to find a job as he was just laid off from an online hotel booking website. Sad story. I finished a Masters of Education program last year, and on the night we had our final class of the program, one of our cohort members threw a huge party at our house. Our advisor/professor told us that we deserved to celebrate and was proud of us all, but she just said celebrate however you want, but whatever you do, don't be stupid and get arrested. Please. Apparently this had happened to somebody in a previous cohort, and she was just warning us at the party later. The girl who was hosting pulled out some acid and asked everyone if they wanted to do it with her and her boyfriend. Most of us, myself included, declined. By this time it was like 3 AM. Our cohort was only 20 people and most had already gone home, and it was just me and 4 others who remained. So I decided to leave with my group. We called an Uber home and went to bed. Next morning I wake up to an email from our advisor saying she needs us all to meet with her later that day to discuss an incident. Later at the meeting, she tells us that the girl who had held the party was in prison. Evidently while they were blackout drunk and tripping on acid, she decided to drive with her boyfriend to go get food. She swerved trying to avoid hitting somebody right into oncoming traffic. Her boyfriend was killed, and so was the driver in the other car, and the girl broke her ribs and her neck. She was arrested for manslaughter, DUI, and some other charges. In one night she ruined her entire life. Her teaching license was immediately revoked, and she's still in prison, and she's partially paralyzed as a result of the broken neck. Moral of the story: don't faking drive if you are drunk or impaired in any way. Distant cousin of mine went into a downward spiral shortly after having her son. She was shadowing a doctor at the time, was making good secretarial pay, loved her job, had great coworkers, and took fantastic care of her son. She later stole the doctor's prescription pad at the request of some friends and started forging prescriptions for herself and others. She got caught, and when she was sent to jail, her dad bailed her out because he was determined she could turn her life around. He blew his retirement on her bail, and she completely abused his hospitality before leaving town. I'm the only person she hasn't blocked on social media, and I follow her activity for the sake of her father's sanity, since she won't talk to him anymore. We are convinced she's a meth addict. She isn't allowed to see her son, and she's constantly making claims that the father is abusive and keeps him away from her because he has a personal grudge. A few months ago she asked me out to lunch. I was surprised, since I hadn't seen her in person for nearly 2 years, but I told her I'd go to lunch. When she finally showed up 40 minutes late, she not so subtly begged me for money. It's fucking upsetting seeing her this way. She was such a bright person when I was younger. Her son is nearly 10 years old and seems to recognize that his mother has a problem, yet still insists on seeing her from time to time because it makes her happy. He's a total sweetheart. I can only hope that he won't end up on the same road she did. Guy about 35 that I shared a flat with for a while was taking a degree in social care. He'd not long split up with his long-term girlfriend, and for some stupid reason he decided out of the blue to drive round to see her. According to him, as he pulled into her drive he clipped the garden wall and knocked it over. Finding she wasn't in, he wandered into the back garden, pulled up a seat, and started having a drink while he waited for her. In the meantime, the neighbors had seen his little accident and called the police. Whether he was drunk or not when he drove there I wouldn't like to say, but the police charged him with drink driving, and that caused a total life meltdown. He claimed it would finish his social care career before it even started, so he dropped out of the course and proceeded to become an alcoholic. I've never seen anyone destroy their life so fast. He went from a reasonable guy to a total mess you wouldn't want to be near in about a week. Looking back, I suspect he had PTSD. He'd been a fireman before taking up the social care course, and in his drunken stupors he'd occasionally tell stories of jobs he'd attended. Some of them still haunt me. I hate to think what they would be like to see for real. I don't know what happened to him. I moved out a couple of months later, but I hope he sorted his life out. Edit. I didn't realize I wrote as much as I did, but I never really put it down in words, so I guess this post was part of the healing process. TLDR. Got accepted to one of the top 10 design schools with a hefty scholarship. Blew it all away due to my addiction to cocaine. Coped with the fuck up with research chemicals. Nearly died totaling my car. Can't really remember much from that period of my life. I learned a lot of lessons the hard way, but I think I'm finally getting my shit together. I faked up the beginning of my adulating life quicker than I could ever imagine. Shortly after completing my final run of the act my senior year, that weekend my friends and I figured a good way to celebrate would be to go see Tron in 3D. What I didn't expect was to simultaneously be introduced to cocaine and MDMA. The new addition to my life started off slowly, sometimes on the weekends, then more frequently. Mid-year the individual we got the MDMA from got kicked out, without really noticing. At the time, I just substituted the lack of MDMA with more cocaine. Spring came around, and I started hearing from colleges. I was floored when I learned I managed to be accepted to one of the top 10 design schools in the world, with a hefty scholarship. That obviously meant celebration time, and with that said my senioritis kicked in full time. I went from being 10 minutes late to first period to just going directly to third period. When summer arrives my friends and I made it a goal to go to as many music festivals and concerts before we all parted our own ways. That just added fuel to the fire. I began selling just about everything I didn't deem necessary, so I could afford to go to as many shows as possible. I started off college with 2 weeks of sobriety, not out of choice. When I was finally able to find coke I bought lots of it, and without realizing it prioritized obtaining more over anything else. I also started taking Klonopin to cope with the come down. It wasn't strange for me to stay up for 2 to 3 days straight and then go to bed Friday night and wake up Sunday afternoon. Towards the end I made it a game to see how long I could go without sleep and still attend classes. 102 hours was my record. I ended the semester with a 1.20 GPA and my school told me due to the architecture program structure I would need to come back next fall if I intended to continue. I went home for winter break and honestly don't remember much, except for when I told my parents about my grades they insisted I follow up with the school and go take some related classes at the local community college. I didn't follow up with the school, which in turn led to them banning me from applying to them in the future because I avoided paying for something related to housing. The combo of coke and benzos make it hard to remember, but the highlights. Weekly I'd drive 120 miles to pick up a bottle. I crashed my car because of benzos. I developed a drinking problem. I gave up all my hobbies and got a number of speeding tickets. I somehow managed to go through with community college classes, more so to keep my parents off my case. Shortly after starting classes I got news that one of my best friends had taken their life. A friend who really inspired me and believed in me in terms of my creative skills. That got me into the college of my dreams. This was the moment I swore to myself I was done with cocaine and benzo, and holy hell was it the ride of my life with such a mix of emotions. Summer came around, and one of my close friends was home from school. He too developed drug problems but his were with opiates. We swore to each other we'd make sure to keep each other from our addictions. And we did a great job of it, except we just replaced those with RCs, nitrous and ketamine. One night we got the bright idea to follow a car and play Beethoven's Sympathy over a megaphone. That person we were following called her boyfriend, who then started following us. In the moment we thought it was pretty hilarious. It was like we started a train. Who then called the police, and as we were making our way onto the parkway we were surrounded by a swarm of police cars. I was incredibly lucky, because I was totally sober. However, my friends had been drinking and doing whippets in the back. The police officer was honestly very kind considering everything they could have charged us with. We got off with court summons for breach of peace after they let us go. My friends insisted I drop them off, and we end the night. After I dropped my friends off at their houses, I decided to take a shortcut through these back roads. As I came around the bend, the rear of my car slid out. It had been raining. I overcorrected my slide, and before I knew it hit the guardrail. The next thing I knew, I was seeing the night sky, and in a flash I knew I was in the lake. Time stood still. All I could think of is, fuck, I need to get that safety tool out of my glove box. Adrenaline took over. My passenger door hit the side of the bridge barrier, which broke the window, providing me with a means of escape. The next thing I know, I'm climbing to the shore and trying to get my head on straight. I flagged down a car and explained the situation and called the police. The end result was I had to go to a driving retraining program because an accident gave me one more ticket to my stack. I came clean to my parents about my problems. I also mentioned the court summons, and with the help of a lawyer reduced it to just community service and no record. I started seeing a psychologist and found myself not yearning to self-medicate my problems away. I applied to a design school nearby and graduated this past spring with a BS. I'm now in a 1-year program studying abroad with hopes of continuing on to a master's in a career I dreamt of as a kid. Drugs. This wasn't that quick. Happened over a few years, but it was the hardest and quickest I'd seen personally. Growing up, my childhood best friends were two brothers who I hung out with every day. Brother A was a year older and brother B was a year younger. My parents divorced when I was young, and I was an only child. I lived with my mom, and their mom had never been in the picture, and they lived with their dad. And it felt like I had brothers, which was nice. Their dad would take us to do all the guy stuff and my mom would take us to the movies and such. Eventually my mom got remarried, and we moved an hour north from my old town. It was difficult, and I didn't get to see them much anymore, but we'd stay in contact when we could, until eventually I lost contact with them altogether for a few years. The very last time I'd actually seen them, I'd discovered that both brothers had started doing drugs. Their dad was strict, but they were good kids, and even though he was strict, he let them do basically whatever they wanted, as long as they followed the rules. I'd learned that the older brother had been expelled for being caught with weed, and his dad sent him to a military school to try and straighten him out, I guess, and then rehab, and when he'd finished, his dad gave him his prized first generation Camaro that they'd restored together. Beautiful car, but they were both still into drugs. They'd said it was just pot, but I was never sure. Needless to say, I remember driving down south to see them, and their dad just seemed like a shell of the guy he used to be at this point. It was heartbreaking, because he was like a father to me growing up. Fast forward to late 2010/early 2011, I'm home, 16 or 17 at the time, and I randomly get a text from who I learned was my childhood friend, the older brother. He says, "It's me, friend A." I was astonished and excited that I'd finally gotten contact back. I asked him how he was doing and such, only to receive the immediate text, "Dad's dead." I immediately called him, only and discovered that their father had become a bad alcoholic, and to my knowledge, showered drunk and slipped, hit his head, and went brain dead, and died shortly after. The boys got everything, but quickly squandered all their money and possessions away. Brother A wrecked his dad's newer truck. They lost the house. I don't even know if they have the car anymore. We stayed in contact for a few, and he moved around a bunch, worked for a docking company, and lived in a trailer with a roommate who had uns bucks, and we'd play zombies together. We fell out of contact again, and one day I get a call asking if I know what happened to Brother A, because their mom just died. I had no idea, and tried to stay in touch with that number to see if they ever got a hold of him, but they didn't. They'd heard someone did, but I don't know. I tried looking him up by his criminal record a few months back to see if there was an address or phone number, and I believe he's currently in jail, and that he was homeless living out of his truck, and had a warrant for his arrest for illegal dumping of some kind. I don't know whatever happened to his younger brother. Myself and gambling. Thousands of pounds blown in the past 2 years. I really don't want to think of how much I'm down, but I think it's borderline 6 figures. I'm an unemployed male approaching my late 20s. Before I started gambling a few years ago, I had saved the money to go back to uni and finish off my last year of my degree, had an okay job, a girlfriend, plans. Now, I just think about when I'm going to gamble next and who I'm going to rip off or steal from to play some slots. I'm trying and somewhat succeeding in cutting back. I've got £10,000 coming my way soon from the last wise decision I made and threw some cash into a year-long bond last year. I have 1 week till I get that money and I need to commit to quitting before I destroy that as well. It's such a vicious circle. I really just can't see a way out of my situation without a lot of money, and realistically the only way to get a lot of money is via gambling/crime. Never get into gambling. A heroin addict will quit when they have nothing left. An alcoholic will quit when they start having a faked up liver, but a gambler never quits. A gambler is always at the bottom. Even when they raise themselves up, they generally find themselves at the bottom again within a few days. I have never seen people lose more than gamblers. No other addiction destroys people so fast. I know some people who blew £5-10,000 a night for a few weeks, make a few big withdrawals, but ultimately you can't outrun the losses. It's faked. Some months I'm up like £10k 20k and can generally live a fairly luxurious lifestyle, then boom, in £10k in the hole. If people who gambled had self-discipline, they could actually live comfortably, making a few grand profits a month. If I was wise and cashed out even the small wins, I wouldn't be in debt, but anything less than big wins means I just raise my stakes and ultimately walk away with nothing. A kid I grew up with lived with his father for his entire childhood. His father did everything to ensure that his son had a good life growing up. He coached his son and supported him in all of his ideas. Eventually, the kid started doing drugs. His father did everything he could, including sending the kid to a nice rehab place in Florida. When he returned, he went right back to doing heroin. He cooked up schemes to make money all the time until he came up with his most devious plan. One night, he needed to get a fix and his father had a safe full of money. The only problem was that his father had the key to the safe on him. The kid grabbed his father's pistol, which he kept in case his son's drug dealers came to the house looking to kill his son, and hid the gun as he went to the kitchen. He struck up a conversation with his father about golf as his father washed the dishes. At some point, he pulls out the gun and shoots his father in the back of the head. He then proceeds to gather the keys and goes to the safe, only to find that the safe was already unlocked. Regardless, for 2 days he moved in and out of the house high as a kite with his father's dead body on the kitchen floor. Eventually the police found him in the woods near his home, ironically near a closed down mental institution. Not only did the drugs mess up his life, he needlessly killed his caring father in the process. Being Puerto Rican myself, I've met other Puerto Ricans come to the States in hopes of a better life. A common theme among Puerto Ricans is that they come here and bring PR with them, basically using trickery and selling drugs to survive, and a lot of them are actually being hunted down on the island for their actions. Since flights to and from the island is cheap, a lot of ghetto Puerto Ricans are coming here in droves to fuck up Florida, only to get either arrested or ending up flying back to the island. Therefore, I can chalk up a list of people from PR who faked up in Florida, either moving out of the States or just not getting anywhere in general. When I was sleeping in my car, this dude gave me a place to stay and offered me a room to live in as soon as another roommate moved out. In the 2-week time span I got 2 jobs just to show them that I'm trying to get back on my feet. Then the guy went to vacation in Connecticut and his PR roommates kicked me out to put his best friend in. It was a setup. After 2 weeks on the streets again, I found a nice house where I currently live. As for him, he got fired from his chef job and his best friend moved back to his mama in Miami, forcing the guy to live in a ghetto in Kissimmee. He still feels bad for being a rat and a fuck up too. An extremely obnoxious girl with issues started working at a fast food restaurant with her extremely manipulative mom, and the first thing she did was play mind games with everyone. sending women to harass my best friend, cause she and her mom wanted to fuck him, and would engage in a lot of confrontations and arguments with her boss. My best friend, being 44, did not fall for her shit, and after that she got really angry and started bouncing all over the place, even sending her boyfriend, who often steals her car because he doesn't trust her, to beat up this dude while she had a razor blade in her pocket. The boyfriend was a bussy and sent a huge group of guys to beat him up, but the dude stayed inside. Later on she clashed with her manager and got fired. She never came back. 3. This next dude is a mama's boy straight from the ghetto. He was extremely childish, annoying and stupid for his age, but he was my only friend at this restaurant we used to work at. He always acted like he was the boss, but he didn't have the right attitude for the job. He would get emotional, argumentative, clock out in frustration, got caught by the cops with weed, begged not to get shot, lol, and after I left he switched jobs for a bit, tried to live alone for a while, lost all his friends, had some really bad family issues. I think his family was hiding something from him, and went back to his mama. He went back to that restaurant, and after getting his pay lowered and demoted he tried to pick a fight with his boss, only to get fired and blacklisted. Recently he got in a fight with this dude, and he got jumped by 7 people after he beat him up. He almost got shot that day. Well, that's a quick list of people from PR who faked up. I can't believe I'm still alive and well. Lol. Girl I was best friends with in high school with. Not the best student, but had a C average. She was a great artist though, and by senior year had her heart set on art college. I don't recall which one. Early senior year she dates this dude who was 21 who we'll call Mitch. She's head over heels for a 21-year-old dropout Xanax junkie with no future. About halfway through the year she leaves him and gets her life semi on track. About a month later her older brother calls me and asks if I've seen her in the last 2 days. Do some asking around and find out she's with this fella named Derek, one of Mitch's friends. He's an even worse Xanax/Percocet junkie who lives in a shitty apartment his grandmother pays for. They begin dating. They move in with her parents, but are shortly after kicked out because they couldn't follow a simple 1 AM curfew. They moved into a low-income housing block, and he proceeds to sell her expensive Nikon camera and other belongings to subsidize his heroin habit. He gets her into the HA, while later he beats her and goes to jail. She let him take a plea bargain in court before the trial. I lost contact with her a few years ago after she and a different boyfriend fed cocaine to our friend, who was a recovering and sober alcoholic at the time. Just saw recently that she just had a kid with Eric, the abusive heroin addict. The worst part is that her family was well off and some of the most genuinely kind people I've ever met. Couple of them, both people I went to high school with. One of our super sweet cheerleaders had a full ride scholarship to big university to cheer. Her grand scheme was to cheer all the way through to the NFL. Then became a cheer coach. She was on break after freshman year, but before the cheer camps started, she wrecked her car drinking and driving with a guy that wasn't her boyfriend and her dog in the backseat. No seat belt. She went through the windshield and died instantly. Random guy and dog survived with minor injuries. Turned out that guy was her longtime cocaine and Adderall dealer. She'd been expelled from the university and banned from cheerleading because of failing a drug test/getting caught with obscene amounts of drugs. She'd sold all of her dorm things to pay for more drugs, and so she wouldn't be caught up in the lie with her parents. It was so sad too. Former best friend had a full scholarship to big university because she was super poor but smart and had like 12 siblings. All she had to do was get up there, 5 hours away, and the school would help sort out her transportation issue. Turned it down the day of moving in to stay with her physically, emotionally, and economically abusive boyfriend. They lasted about 4 more months before he beat her senseless in front of her dad and was arrested. She was homeless for a bit because she didn't want to play by her mom's rules and met a different guy. They now have a kid together and party every weekend. It just sucks to see that she's essentially at a dead end in her life when she had so much potential. I was working on a commercial, sitting in a van waiting for the sun to set. I see a guy and his girlfriend walking down the sidewalk which was right next to a parking lot separated by a chain link fence. Let's call him Loco. Suddenly this group of 4 guys approach from the other side of the fence. One from the group starts arguing with the first dude about something. It escalates and Loco climbs over, while the other guy takes off his shirt to fight. Everyone involved looks to be about 17 to 22 years old, and they guys appear to be pretty evenly matched in terms of body type. They start duking it out in classic schoolyard fashion with the homies circling around but not getting involved at first. Loco keeps getting hit, but doesn't seem to be slowing down, so the homies jump in and start trying to hold him down, but he's just too berserk. All while the girlfriend looks on trying to get him to stop. 5 minutes later LAPD shows up. The homies scatter and the other fighter backs off. The cops are struggling to restrain this guy. At this point I'm thinking he has to be on something to be resisting this much after already getting his ass beat by 4 dudes. 2 cops, then 3, but he's still resisting, and they can't get cuffs on him. They slam him face first into the chain link, blood pouring down his face, pinned but still fighting, and then bam, I see the taser spark up, and that does it. Point they finally get him cuffed and throw him on a stretcher from an ambulance that just pulled up. He's still fighting so much that they have to use his shirt to tie his torso to the stretcher. The cops are laughing and taking pictures. I'm out of the van at this point and started chatting with one of the cops, telling him I saw the whole thing along with lots of other people. Cop tells me that apparently Loco had pushed his girlfriend down. The other guys saw this and confronted him. He told them to mind their business, and that's when it all got out of hand. TLDR, in less than 15 minutes a guy goes from walking down the street to being beaten up, tasered and arrested when he could have just kept walking, but turns out he deserved all that because he's a wife beater. This doesn't measure up to some of the stories here, but it still strikes me as marvelously stupid. I knew a kid back in college, early college, who was 18. He was a bit of a stoner, but was doing fine in classes and such. One day he decides he's going to go to New York City to pick up some weed, a few hours by car. He ends up grabbing several ounces, plus a few ounces of mushrooms and a bunch of cocaine. He rolls a joint on the side of the Taconic State Parkway and proceeds to smoke it while going 70-80 miles per hour. The speed limit was 55, and it's a curvy road filled with deer. Anyways, he gets pulled over. When he gets pulled over he asks the cop if he is going to search his car. I believe he was only going to get a ticket at this point, despite reeking of weed. Ends up getting his car searched, where the cop finds all the weed, shrooms, and cocaine. He gets arrested, etc. Point that isn't the dumbest thing he did. His parents bail him out, and he's back in classes within a few days. 2 weeks later he goes down to New York, buys weed, shrooms, and coke, and gets pulled over by the same cop in the same place doing the same exact thing. Point I don't know what ended up happening to him after he went to jail. I don't even know what his sentence was. His parents didn't bail him out, and the school expelled him. Point he was a nice guy, but damn dude. I think this will get buried, but it's good to have somewhere to say it. When I was young I went to private schools all the way through until high school. Terrible brainwashing experience, would not recommend it. Early on I met another boy named Matt, and we became pretty good buddies. Our parents loved to have both of us over and all that. It was a grand time always having a partner in crime. His parents were sort of strict. I never realized it at the time. Pokemon is the devil. Spider-Man is the devil. If you believe in Santa you're going to hell. You better not have any wrinkles in your shirt type of strict. We separated for a bit and became teenagers. He grew very dark. The next time I saw him, I was actually scared of him. It just felt like I was talking to someone without emotion. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to see him again, but I said, hey, let's take a road trip next week. He just smiled and said sure. 2 days later I'm watching the news while I'm getting ready for school. He killed his mother, he killed his father, he even killed his baby sister, and then turned the gun on himself. Years of memories taint in just one moment, and I remember that whole day not going to school and sticking with my mom hoping that it couldn't have been him. I don't know why he did it, and I don't know if I could have helped, but goddamn I wish he would have opened up. This kid I used to be friends with faked his entire life up in a matter of minutes. We are no longer friends due to some personal mishap. However, this kid decided he wanted to sell drugs. First night selling drugs, the cops roll up. He's with his 14-year-old sister and his sister's friend. They run and this kid throws a middle-aged woman to the ground and stakes her car. Drives into a canyon. Not the best place to run from cops. He's not very smart, if you can't tell already. Ran from the cops. Eventually got rammed into the side of a mountain, forcing the car to stop. He then fist fought 2 officers and was taken to the ground, then continued to resist. After being tased. Long story short, he got hit with 2 counts of assaulting an officer, domestic assault on a civilian, drug possession, selling drugs, reckless driving, endangerment of a minor, possession of an illegal firearm, resisting arrest, fleeing arrest, possession of drug paraphernalia, and 3 counts of stolen property for the stolen car and 2 items that were stolen in 2 other police reports that he wasn't caught for. This kid isn't even 20 years old yet, and he's going away for more charges than I have fingers. He'll be away for at least 20 years, then have a chance of parole. Oh, his sister and sister's friend also got arrested for having meth on them that he gave them. Nice. One of my closest friends became angry at me for no explained or known reason and wouldn't speak to me. Almost a year later, she called me in the morning saying she had used her employer's and friend of ours, a very famous singer/songwriter, credit card to lease a car, eat, buy drugs, clothes, anything she wanted. It ended up being over $100,000. She was crying to me because she walked into the singer's house and was met with a lawyer and a stack of papers showing all of her charges. They told her to confess, and they wouldn't let it be known or prosecute her, and she could pay back half of it over the years, and she had to find another job. Obviously, she denied everything right to their faces. All of it. There was even a video of her stealing the singer's Ambien from her bedside table. She lost all of her connections in Hollywood in a day. 6-figure salaries. Lost her friend, her home, and most of their mutual friends. She was fired from her other job, had to leave the state in fear. Restaurants wouldn't even serve her. She has been an addict and alcoholic, and living in random places ever since. That was 5 years ago. She is so talented and absolutely gorgeous and brilliant. She still doesn't get how she ended up where she is. It's appalling to see that kind of denial. A friend of mine inherited a nice chunk of money from his grandparents, about $4 million. He was in his early 30s. His grandfather included a note begging him not to squander it or use it, to not do anything with his life by just living off of it. Within a few months, he and his wife had quit their jobs, both pharmacists, so pretty good jobs, sold their house, and purchased a much bigger one in cash for way more than the house was actually worth. They went on vacations all over the place. They had hired someone to manage their money and pretty much paid no attention to their finances, thinking their money guy had it covered. They purchased 3 commercial properties and a few houses so they could be landlords. They bought a brand new Range Rover and a BMW M something. Within 5 years they lost everything. The properties hadn't been taken care of and were in complete disrepair. They were being sued by their tenants, code enforcement, banks, you name it. Their money manager had paid himself over $500K over the course of about 5 years. They can't buy a house because of their credit. They are back to being pharmacists renting an apartment. I guess their lives aren't ruined. They are still young and are back to being employed. But, damn, they could have lived comfortably for the rest of their lives being wealthy middle class instead of living rich for a few years. If they had just paid off their house and put the rest into CDs, safe stocks, etc., they could have probably received the equivalent of double their salaries each month in interest and dividends with no mortgage. People say weed is a harmless drug, but it can still make a huge impact in someone's life. Take my best friend for example. He and I started smoking when we were 16. Today is actually the anniversary of that. All through high school we smoked together because it was high school. I made sure to keep my grades up and got a few decent scholarships from my robotics winnings. I stopped a few years ago because it's still illegal in my state and I have a good job and a nice life that I don't want to lose. I'm going to college, have money to afford a house, gaming, motorcycle, and for the most part anything else a 22-year-old male could want. My friend on the other hand has spent the last 6 years high every day. He barely graduated high school, has never had a steady job, let alone a good job, solely because he won't apply for anything that requires a drug test, because he won't even put down the pipe long enough to get clean enough to pass it. Has zero ambitions. Because he won't do anything if it conflicts with him getting high, works fast food, recently wrecked his car hitting a deer, both high and on the phone at the time, swears that had nothing to do with it, lives with his ex-stepdad in a Heveles garage turned apartment on a back road, because he doesn't want to pay rent, because that's money that can go towards weed. And spends so much on his habit that, even though he has almost no bills, he's still always broke. It makes me sad to see. I love this guy like a brother. I've talked to him about it so many times, but he won't listen, because it helps him relax, and he doesn't feel like himself when he's not smoking. I keep telling him that's clearly because he's addicted. It cost him his girlfriend of 3 years, because she was tired of paying for everything, and his constant refusal to get a real job, a trip to jail when he got busted, and everything he's ever wanted. The worst part though is he even admits to how much better his life would be if he just stopped. We are talking literally $500 to $800 a month he just puts in a pipe and burns away. I worked for a girl who had it all. Great career, 6-figure salary, engaged and in the process of buying a house. She was a cute, nice, pleasant girl. Friendly and great sense of humor, but distant somehow, like her mind was never on the moment in front of her, and always looking at you with slightly bloodshot eyes. One day about 6 months after she started, we found her in the bathroom with a needle in her arm, passed out on the ground. Seemed she had a heroin problem. So we sent her to rehab. 6 months, all expenses paid, still had everything to hope for, just had to get clean. Don't know what happened to the fiance, but she had a boyfriend now. At the end of her rehab, she never came back to work. Apparently she tried to write prescriptions for the boyfriend to get pain meds, got busted. Now she's in trouble. Court costs, legal problems, the works. But still, she could have pulled it back, paid her dues, and had a job paying what most of us only dream of a couple years down the road if she found somebody willing to give her a chance. They found her beaten to death, the boyfriend sitting on the curb smoking a cigarette. He asked the cops if he could finish his cigarette before they cuffed him, according to the article I read years later. So yeah, she's the one. So many opportunities to turn back and live a life the rest of us only dream of, but she just kept walking towards the cliff. So 1.5 years ago, I had a college exam the Wednesday before Thanksgiving break. It was a tough course, but if you studied a bit, you were fine. The night before the exam, a girl in my class posted on the college Facebook page with a photo of a note left in the girls' bathroom in the building that the exam would be in. It said something along the lines of, "Tomorrow, as ordered, we will shoot every third girl we see. Pray for MSU." There were rumors that it was something to do with ISIS. This was around the time of the Paris terrorist attacks, so everyone was on edge about that and started freaking out, calling the police, the professor, etc. So the police got involved and eventually found out that the note was written by the girl who made the original Facebook post and that it was a hoax. Go figure. I guess she didn't study or something and wanted the exam moved/cancelled. The girl was arrested, charged with a count of terrorism, and, last time I checked, facing something like 20 years in jail. Apparently she had done something like that before in HS, but never got caught. I didn't know this girl personally, but, from looking at her Facebook, seemed like a totally normal girl, looked like she was in a sorority, maybe had done an internship and everything else. Seemingly normal, but apparently dumb enough to fake an ISIS shooting threat. But the exam did get moved until after break, giving me extra time to study, and I did really well on it. This is sad, but I have a few. I'll just go with one for now. I grew up in South Florida, have since been gone for 20 years, and had a really good friend who ironically got me out of trouble years ago. I was a shitty teenager messing with drugs and gangs, and this friend was a baseball teammate who was all about playing and getting girls. I quickly saw the light and just started hanging out with him, chasing girls and generally having a good life. Anyway, fast forward a few years, when he is literally my only friend from Florida who isn't dead, in jail or a raging drug addict. I was very proud of him as he became a family man with a great job and support system. Totally going places. Like most down there, I suppose he got bored and decided to start popping pills. Anyway, he became a full-on addict and started to completely ruin his life. He becomes cool with the dealer, who one day shows up with a freezer. He asks my friend to stash the freezer in his garage, plugged in, with the one major rule of never trying to get into. It had a lock and just sat there. My friend assumed it was just filled with money and drugs, but the dealer was a bad motherfucker who he didn't want to test, so he left it there, plugged in for months. Anyway, one day they come and get it and that's that. About a year later he's on the phone with the dealer's girlfriend, who has been fighting with her man. She tells him something along the lines of, "You don't even know how bad he is. Did you ever ask him what was in that freezer?" He tells her no, and that he didn't care. She says it was a body. He immediately flips the fuck out. Obviously. My friend has 2 kids and a wife. They had a dead body in their house for months, and didn't even know it. You know who did? The faking cops who had the house tapped. They found the freezer months prior, and were apparently trying to pin it on these people, along with a slew of other charges. My friend was able to get a plea, because the tapped call made it really faking obvious he had no idea. He became a witness for the state. Had that conversation not happened and been recorded, he may have unwittingly gone down for accessory to murder. He is now clean and back to being the awesome guy he was when we were kids. At least that is what his wife tells me. One thing I know is that it's damn near impossible to fully trust a pill popper. But I guess this is more of a story that almost ended in tragedy. Truth is, he was dead to me for a few years during all of this. It's hard to watch people you care about become walking dead. I gave up on him. Sad to say that, but I did. Glad he proved me wrong though. A guy I once knew always partied hard, alcoholic 2 vodkas a day, and barely worked. Didn't pay rent in 6 months, lied to everyone about it to get at least some help. Got thrown out. Crashed at my place with his girlfriend, after robbing garden houses of the neighbor gardens of his girlfriend's parents. He smacked a cop in the face, ran off and was at my place. I said they can live with me if they pay rent €5 a day. I needed the money and they needed shelter. He managed to piss her father off as hard as he could. He literally put a bounty on him, and a guy really was after it. Not life or death, but pop in his kneecaps. He then ran out of money, didn't want to work, kept me from going to work. I said okay, stay here but do my chores when I'm at work. Wash and dry clothes, and do the dishes as compensation. They eventually got money from an illegal source, and bought food for us 3. I repeat, I had no money at all. So they cooked each and every noodle. I said buy some flesh or rice or potatoes, not too expensive. But every day a prosecco and vodka, and soft drinks to mix. And then, refused to do my chores. Kept screaming and talking real loud at night. We shared my king-sized bed, no other option, and then got mad at me for being mad. I was the last friend they had. So what do? You threw them out. But they took all the food, my laptop and a bunch of my good whiskey with them, and I didn't notice. A few minutes after they were out I heard them on the stage again. My neighbors let them back in, and they refused to go, and tried to sleep in front of my apartment. I called the cops. They fled. Next thing I heard was they tried to walk from Hamburg to Poland buy food in the winter and she almost starved to death. He lost a fold to the cold and was put in jail for 3 years for robberies, theft and knocking someone over with a bat. Just 3 years, because he's just 18. Also he made like 10k debts by destroying the apartment he was kicked out. That all took him circa 3 weeks all in all. My older brother was the golden child of the family. He was a straight A preppy, took honors math classes for fun, and had a scholarship for college. And then senior year in high school he got the biggest case of senioritis, started missing classes to the point where he tanked his GPA, lost whatever scholarship he had, and ended up having to go to a community college. He seemed to straighten up while in community college. He was dating the sweetest girl, and we all thought they would get married. Her family moved, and she was going to the college where her dad taught. My brother moves down there to be with her. He immediately cuts loose, parties like crazy, sleeps around, and the dream girl breaks up with him. He then gets sick. Rumor was he ended up in the ER from too much partying, but no one will tell me, and misses a bunch of classes. Since it's the end of the school year and they have to enter grades, he gets a bunch of fails and incompletes. He could have talked to the teachers beforehand, but he didn't. So all his student loans come due. Since he's no longer in school, debt collectors start harassing the entire family in an attempt to get their money. My parents co-signed on some of the loans. He now is a 45-year-old alcoholic who lives in my parents' barn while working at Cracker Barrel as a waiter. Not someone else's, but my own life. I'm on antidepressants and anti-anxiety medication, so one day I decided that I don't need this shit anymore. I feel fine. So I stopped taking it. Fast forward about 3 months, the day after Halloween last year, I swallowed a 3-month supply of medication to lower your blood pressure. My dad comes home a couple hours later and sees me on the floor scrunched up. Clearly I'm on the verge of death. Long story short, I get taken to the hospital to get my stomach pumped and then off to the mental hospital in my town and spend 2 weeks there. Did I learn my lesson that I need to take my meds? No, I didn't. When I got out, I quickly went back to my drug addict ways. Went to rehab a couple years ago for meth addiction. I started to do anything and everything. I had my son taken from me. That didn't make me stop. I got kicked out of my house. That didn't make me stop. I got arrested. That didn't make me stop. Then I lost my job and suddenly started freaking out about how the hell I was going to get my drugs. Steal. No, I was better than that. How about faking around to get them? Yeah, sounds like a great idea. So I started that, and eventually in some way I got some sense knocked into me. Not sure how, but I decided that I couldn't do this anymore. I called my dad desperately to get me into rehab, and he was hesitant, but he eventually obliged. It was a faked up way of living for 6 months, but I pushed out of it and am now 87 days clean. Hopefully I stay that way this time. I'm working on getting my son back, but I don't know if I'll be able to, sadly enough. But that's the way life works when you care more about getting high than raising your child. I now have a decent job, living in a halfway house, and saving money to be able to support myself on my own. So I faked up my life, but I came out of it. Kinda. One of my best friends was honestly a Mensa level genius. Smartest guy I knew. He was very gifted when it came to writing books and music, as well as very gifted with the guitar. He was super well read and very articulate. Traveled and lived all over the world, spoke several languages, could discuss history and politics etc. And he was very well looked and loved by many. He had everything going for him. Well, he was also an alcoholic who suffered from depression. Women threw themselves at him, and yet he was always hung up on his exes. He had lots of friends, but I think felt very lonely at the same time. I'm one of the very few people who knew the real him. Well, alcohol messed up his life. He got into a military academy and got kicked out after 2 years for doing stupid stuff with alcohol involved. He went to a local college, got all A's, went to grad school, and got all A's. He worked abroad for a bit of time doing God knows what for a company, but got arrested for alcohol stuff in Dubai. He cleaned up his act for many years. I guess he found God. He walked the straight and narrow. He matured. He got a new job with a company doing intel type stuff in Afghanistan. He was gone for about 6 months. He hadn't touched a drop. Well, on his way home, in Dubai, he got extremely intoxicated and died in a tragic accident. He went from having his life all together and finally back on track to slipping back into his old alcoholic ways once and died from it. Tragic. I honestly thought that one day he would change the world or be the next Hemingway, but in the end he died tragically young and only really impacted his friends and family's lives. This was around 2 years ago and still hard to bear sometimes. RIP brother. I miss you. Normally I don't share others' life experiences. Anyways, in junior high, which in my state is between 9th grade, I knew a kid who was what you'd call a class clown. His mother and his older brother worked for the school as teachers, and while he was a troublemaker, he was the life of the classroom. I enjoyed the classes more when he was around, because we'd always be doing dumb shit and having fun he could make anyone laugh. 7th grade, I hated in 8th and up. I never had a problem with him, and around 10th grade I heard he had passed away overdosing on heroin. This kid was honestly the life of any party. If he was around, you'd either be having a good time or you'd be laughing your ass off at the things he said. It's sad to see someone ruin their lives over something so frivolous. My own story isn't as bad, but I've been trying to get back on track. Dated a girl when I was 15. She had to move to Alaska a month. After she moved, her mom messages me and says she passed away in a car accident from a drunk driver. That ruined me and made me care less about school and everything else going on, and I basically ruined my own life. When I was around 21 or 22, I can't remember, but I got drunk and got on Google and searched her name and found out she's still alive and kicking in Alaska. I've never wanted someone to be dead, as bad as that sounds. I've never even recovered from that fake death story. Since she's a piece of shit, I'll say her name a B and that's it. A family member of mine had 2 kids in her early 20s. She and the father of the kids struggled hard in their first few years of parenthood. Neither had any higher education, and he had a bit of a criminal record, but they were doing their best to make it work for their kids. After a few years bouncing between shelters and families' houses, her father helped find her an apartment with relatively low rent. Her mother moved in with them to help with the bills and the kids. Over the next few years, they had ups and downs, but for the most part, things were looking up. The parents each worked generally different hours, so one was usually home with the kids, but had her mother to help, and they made ends meet. They had the kids enrolled in after-school sports, and could even go on the occasional weekend trip with them. The kid's father had a shitty family upbringing, so he was very interested in making sure his kids knew their whole family, and we saw them and the kids for every family holiday and event. They had friends from the neighborhood they would spend lots of time with as well, and their kids would play together. She started taking EMT classes, but had always been very overweight, which hindered her progress. Eventually, she decided to get gastric bypass surgery to help her lose weight. Primarily, in her words, so I can be a better mom, actually play with my kids at the park, and get a job as an EMT. She got the surgery, started losing weight rapidly, and everything went downhill fast. She dumped the father of her kids because she could do better and started dating a guy with 4 kids of his own who will not let her out of his sight. He was not interested in meeting her family, and since she can't go anywhere without him, I've only seen her and her kids once in the last year, at a funeral. I've invited them to multiple family events and usually get no response. Her Facebook is deleted, and she no longer speaks to any of her friends. They smoke loads of pot and cigarettes every day and are so possessive of each other. They are present at each other's jobs as cabbers/dispatchers. While she works, he just hangs out there, and vice versa. So they are putting in the time, like they're both working, but only taking in one person's pay for each shift. As a result, they struggle badly with money, and her mother ends up watching her kids most of the time. On top of that, there is no chance of her becoming an EMT, lest her partner is a male. The kids now split their time with their father, their grandmother, and occasionally with their mom and her boyfriend. She was finally on track to get healthy and earn a career, and in a span of 6 months she blew it all. Maybe not the quickest fuck up, but given the time it took to build up her life from nothing, it was relatively quick. The father, on the other hand, found a nice and career successful woman with 1 kid from a previous relationship. They got married, and all signs show they are raising a very happy family. His Facebook page is brimming with photos of the 5 of them and posts about them doing things together. TLDR, a family member struggled with having 2 kids early in life and spent years building their life up. She got gastric bypass to get healthier in order to be a better mom and potentially begin a career as an EMT. Within 6 months of her surgery, she lost over 100 pounds and dumped the father of her kids to be with an ultra possessive guy who barely lets her see her family and won't let her have a career. Girl I worked with started hanging out with another coworker. The guy had been arrested fairly recently, and we all knew he was involved with drugs. They got super involved in just under a week. Week happens. She doesn't show up to work. Turns out one night she let the guy drive her car. He had a suspended license, so he wasn't even supposed to be driving, and it was her car. They got pulled over and made the smart idea of switching seats so he wouldn't get in trouble for driving. The cops saw it happen and wasn't fooled. The car was searched. They found a bong and a few other drug-related items. The guy has a needle in his pocket. His friend in the back also had stuff. This guy flips instantly on a coworker saying it was all her stuff. He knew nothing about it. Threw her totally under the bus. She was charged for drug-related matters. Due to this, her college internship was revoked because she cannot do police work/forensics with drugs charges on her record. Even just her hanging out with a guy was an issue. Her major is in forensic biology. She made it impossible to even find an internship or job in her field because of the charge. Multiple years of school potentially wasted, massive debt, etc. She screwed up again just weeks after that and is no longer allowed to work at this job. I know the drugs comments have mostly been fleshed out, but I feel like throwing my story into the mix. It's not exactly the fastest screw up, but certainly the worst point. I graduated high school, was an athletic person, swam all my life, and ran track in school. Got into a smaller college with plans of ending up at a very large technical college going the way of engineering. I started smoking weed senior year of high school, and it wasn't a big deal until about my sophomore year in college. I had an awful breakup with a girl I had been dating for nearly 2 years. I started to become a gigantic pothead. Smoked myself into a zombie for about 2 years, while still half attending college, changing my major to mathematics. I would generally pick up the book about a week before a test, read the entire chapter or so of material, do the HW, and come out of the exam with a low C. Ended up getting kicked out of school, and started doing menial labor jobs for the next 3 years. Finally I decided I wasn't stupid and didn't need weed. Now I'm finishing up in school this May. I've maintained a 4.0 since coming back, and I'm looking to work as a data analyst once I'm out. TLDR smoked lots and lots of weed in college, had to drop out. Work without a degree blows ass. Eventually went back to school and looked to make a difference in the world. Heroin. Sister was doing good in nursing school, had an okay job, and she was dating a near perfect man. I referred to him as my brother most of the time. He was also doing awesome in college, constantly on dean's list, and he was studying electrical engineering, which is near one of the hardest degrees you can get. First she started to do heroin. She's done some other stuff before, but this was the most extreme. And for some reason he started it too. They ran out of money and started begging my dad for money. When he refused, she came to me asking. We didn't know for sure what was going on until she admitted that they've been addicted for the past 6 months. My dad said the best thing for her was rehab, and that he would pay for it. Likewise her boyfriend did the same. She went to Florida for rehab. Her boyfriend went to Texas. I got a call from him 4 weeks after they shipped off. He said that he's not going back to her until she can kick it for good. He also said that he's cleaning up and doing great again. He also apologized on behalf of my sister for pandering money from me. Meanwhile, my sister went to the first 3 weeks of rehab. After that she vanished. The last thing we hear from her is a butt dial revealing that she's high on bath salts. After that, she disappeared from social media. Her phone was turned off and it never was turned back on. This was all 3 months ago, and to this day we don't know where she is, let alone if she's dead or alive. Was in college about 7 to 8 years ago. I was around 20 and would go out to parties, etc. Occasionally I would see this guy at the party, a very normal guy. He drank but not excessively like I did. Don't know if he smoked or not. Well, apparently one night he got a hold of some spice, synthetic marijuana. He smokes this spice by himself in his room. About 30 minutes later his roommate comes home to find him banging on his door from inside his room screaming to be let in. The roommate is weirded out and trying to calm him down from the other side of his door room, which is locked, when he hears a crash. The guy jumped through his window while naked and began running down the street covered in blood from being cut by the glass. The roommate is now very worried obviously and calls the cops to help because he can't find him. Apparently the guy had called his girlfriend as he was running around naked and saying stuff that made no sense. The cops found him shortly after. Like this point, when they found him, he was obviously high on something and an ambulance/EMT came immediately. Took him to an emergency room. They had to medically induce him into coma, I believe due to his brain swelling, but I'm not 100% sure if it was because of swelling. Just remember that's what I heard, but it may not be correct. You can imagine the reaction of everyone around him, his parents freaking the fuck out all because of stupid Spice. The sad part is, when he finally came to, he was never the same. Dealt with frequent psychotic episodes and delusions. Would stare off into space and talk to himself, ask himself questions, couldn't focus on anything for long periods of time. He dropped out of college and moved home. Basically went from a normal guy to crazy overnight. Because of Spice I never knew what happened to the guy after that, but I'll tell you one thing, I'm an advocate against that shit people call Spice. That stuff is so dangerous. Please just smoke regular marijuana, and if you can't due to a job or something, just don't smoke. Spice isn't fake weed, it's a chemical you inhale sprayed on grass to be marketed as fake weed. Not getting a job. A group of 4 friends all in the same family inherited a ton of money from their relative. Mid 5 figures. 2 of them invested the money, put the rest into a revolving CD with a ton of interest. My best friend was able to buy a brand new Subaru a couple of years ago for cash. He was able to put easily half down on his new house in California, Bay Area, and still have money left over. He's made that good of a decision making his money work for him. The dude only makes maybe $13/HR at a warehouse job too. His second youngest sister did nearly the same thing and she's living it pretty big on the north side of Chicago, owning her own duplex outright which she rents out. However, 2 of the sisters, oldest and youngest, squandered. The youngest actually stuffed most of it into a higher interest bearing savings account, 0.90% or so, and has been living well, but definitely not as well as she could be. The oldest sister, however, has been living off of it for the last 6 or so years with no job in that amount of time. She just sits there and plays video games all day. The last job she had was working very part-time, maybe 15 hours a week, working in the bakery of a local grocery store. Her parents are retired now and now she's living off of them at 29 with no job and nearly no money at all. She can't get a job because I would venture to say that in the 8 years she was without one she can't say she did anything meaningful with her life to account for a huge gap in unemployment. She's basically tossed her life away on League of Legends for the last 6 to 7 years or so and now is royally screwed. My cousin is exactly 21 months older than me. We were both the oldest children in our families, so I really looked at him as my older brother. Saw him just about every week growing up. Anyway, he was the first kid in my family to go to college. Was a really intelligent kid, amazing athlete, handsome, etc. Really had everything going for him. Had always been a big partier in high school, which worried me. Pretty much drops out of college after 1 semester. Not 100% sure if he was forced out by the school or my family, but he was in a hell of a lot of trouble. Bad grades, legal issues, debt. So he comes home and works as an electrician or something like that for a construction company. While he is paying off debt/fines, he has to also take care of the legal trouble he got in at college. Over time he somehow gets into more trouble at home. Shit really hits the fan when he gets into a single car crash under the influence of marijuana. Cops find a pound or 2 of weed in the car. My family, which is my cousin's mother's side of his family, decides that living with his dad is making the situation worse. I also think his dad was kicking him out, so it just worked out. So my cousin moves in with my family. I thought it was a good idea because no one in our house drank and my mother always had no tolerance for her kids using alcohol/drugs. He doesn't get into any more trouble while living with us, but receives his punishment for his previous troubles with the law. At one point he has to go to prison for a month, and then, right before I leave for college, he goes on house arrest for a couple months. So it has been about 18 months since he left college. It's either Saturday or Sunday, like 3 weeks into my first semester, and my girlfriend is down to visit me at college. We wake up and go to get breakfast and I get a call from my mom. I will never forget the date, probably not because of what happened in my life that day, but what had happened on the same day 15 years earlier. My cousin overdosed on heroin on 9/11. My stepdad woke up at 7 AM and found him in his room. He was rushed to the hospital and the doctors hardly gave him a chance to live, even flatlined once or twice. After a day or two of extreme uncertainty, my cousin is relatively stable. He was in a coma for a couple of months, but has since woken up. At this point, 7 months later, he lives with my grandparents because they are the only people who have time to take care of him. His motor skills are weak, but goes through daily therapy. At this point, my cousin stays in a wheelchair and needs help using the bathroom. He can talk, and his memory is still very good. TLDR version: a well-off guy left his cheating ex-girlfriend and is now bankrupt due to the aftermath. I know someone who had their life faked up pretty bad financially from an ex-girlfriend. They had a kid and lived together for 8 years. Guy finds out ex is cheating on him and he wants to split up and share kid custody. Girlfriend's parents are rich and take it to court, win, and inevitably drain him of all the money he has and leaves him with all her credit card debt. I'm talking over 50 grand in credit card debt that she had hidden away prior to them being together. Only reason she wanted custody was for child support, and she also has spousal support. While she is shacked up with this other dude, you should not need spousal support if you are in another relationship like this. The kicker is that this chick has done this with 3 of her past boyfriends already, minus having a kid with them together. Dude went from owning a nice suburban home, vehicle, nice job, has to work more on the side. Current one doesn't even cover what he owes her at the end of the month, and family, to sleeping on couches, dodging debt collectors, and never seeing his kid. All because he didn't want to put up with a cheating girlfriend. Happened over the course of 2 months. Before any MGTOW hijack this post, this is not a women hating thread. This is just an instance where the chick is a real piece of work, and I don't know how she can honestly live with herself after doing this for the 4th time now, ruining ex's lives financially. Takes a special kind of evil with a kid involved now. Current fiance got into a car at age 17 with 4 friends. She was a passenger. None of the people were drunk or high. They took a corner too fast and wrecked the car going at least 40 miles per hour. She ended up with a broken pelvis and multiple lacerations. Fast forward a year. There was a huge settlement from the driver's insurance company. However, she was 17 at the time, a minor, so her parents were left in charge of the account. Her dad spent the entire settlement paying for their house and vehicles. Only about $2,000 went on the healthcare that was meant for her. Dad forced her back into school 2 days after the accident, even though the doctor very harshly said, "Do not do this." Her dad was very emotionally abusive. Fast forward 10 years later, she now deals with anxiety from being in a car. She now has an undiagnosed pelvic pain issue. 90% of all days she is in 7+ out of 10 pain, and she has seen multiple doctors that cannot find a solution. She has a bachelor's degree that is of no use because she's had to file for disability. She doesn't have the money, nor do I, to support specialty doctor's visits due to her parents spending her entire settlement. She also deals with being bipolar, as is her dad. She has a good relationship with her mom, but not her dad. And if she sues, it will have to be against both of her parents, who are divorced now. A neighbor of mine growing up was always a nice, innocent enough girl, and my sisters played with her a number of times as kids. Then when she was older, probably 16 or 17, she got this gangbanger looking boyfriend that would come over at all hours and act all hard when the neighbors tried to get him to quiet down or turn his subwoofers down, etc. He was pretty much a massive dick. From then on she started getting more and more crazy, beachy, defiant, think cash me outside girl, and dressing in skimpy outfits, going out for days at a time, getting in huge shouting matches with her folks that would spill into the front yard for the whole neighborhood to see. She started having different guys over almost every night, apparently stealing from her mom. Cops were regular visitors to their house, and on and on. This whole thing went on for about 3 years. She disappeared one day just like always, so nobody thought anything of it at first. But after some time I guess her parents got worried, or at least more worried than they always were. Then the cops showed up, and we kinda figured she had been in jail. Turns out she had been found in a field executed. Nothing missing or stolen, just shot in the back of the head. Apparently that first loser boyfriend got her involved with drugs, go figure, and as she worked her way up the food chain she got involved with bigger dealers. She had started transporting drugs for some people, and at some point along the line she crossed a person she shouldn't have crossed. I think over the next few years I lived there. Before I went to college I saw her folks come out of the house maybe twice. No more Christmas decorations, no more doing yard work, nothing. It was pretty sad, because she really was a nice girl when we met her at a younger age. My ex Bill John moved in with his grandpa and brother Sam during his divorce from my sister. Sam had a girlfriend who was married to a guy named Rob. Sam's girlfriend calls him one day in a panic because Rob was beating the crap out of her again. So, Sam and John head over to go protect the girlfriend or some such. John has always been a hothead who thought he could beat the shit out of anybody. After they get there, and the guys are all yelling shit at each other, John takes it upon himself to fight Rob. Rob then proceeds to pummel John, and when John is on the ground starts stomping on his head. After the fight ends, Sam gets John out of there. Eventually, I don't know the exact time period, John goes to the hospital because his face is like twice its normal size. John had multiple facial fractures and eventually had surgery. He also had brain scans that showed his brain was slowly dying. John started having balance problems and memory problems. About 6 months after the fight he had to move into a nursing home. He has to wear a helmet because he is at risk of falling. He also has to wear diapers because he can't control his bodily functions. He also has the mentality of a 5 or 6-year-old. His memory comes and goes. Sometimes he remembers or forgets my sister and their kids and his ex and their kids and many other things. This happened about 2 years ago, and he was only 35. I believe there was, or still is, an investigation against Rob. Be careful about getting into fights. You never know what the outcome may be. You may end up with a few bruises, or near brain dead or dead. Weed point. I know. It can't hurt you as bad as cigarettes. I was a chaperone for a church trip over the summer for a bunch of middle schoolers. Most of the 8th graders were about to join the high school I was about to be a senior at. I got to know them better and a lot of them were really cool. This one girl in particular stuck out, and I could just tell something was off and hurting in her life. I got one of her friends to spill that her parents were divorced and both homes sucked for her. Fast forward through summer, literally 3 weeks, and I see a lot of those freshmen at school. So I tried to be nice to them since they were new to the school, and I immediately saw that girl with the wrong crowd. I asked what happened, and they said she started smoking weed with that crowd, which led to her getting a boyfriend 4 years older than her that emotionally abused her, as well as several other bad drugs. I'd talk to her in the halls sometimes, but she would always be so shut down. Sure, her parents being divorced and having an awful home environment is a reason, but when she started smoking weed over the summer it exposed her to an awful group of kids that made things worse. I've got plenty of friends that smoke weed responsibly, so I don't have that much against weed in general. But in this case, it ruined this girl. Not making it in the armed forces. Some people really buy into the whole recruiting strategy and are tricked into believing that the military will make them seem super cool to all their friends/family, that they'll really be into this line of work and that they can totally handle it no problem. It's really sad that it's a huge rude awakening to people when they first go to basic. There's no doubt that basic training/boot isn't a walk in the park, but some people in my class, and I imagine every single class, anywhere, just absolutely struggled with everything, and they bring the entire group down, literally sometimes because we were punished because of them. It's really just a kind of minority, only 7 out of my platoon of 56, that weren't able to push all the way through and just graduate like the rest of us, but still. While many people understand that not just everyone is cut out to be in the service, it still kind of labels you as a failure when you come home. It seemed like the guys that really pulled our platoon down were also the kind of guys that weren't very humble and told everyone they knew that they were going to be a soldier and be a total badass. Coming home as a dropout after hyping yourself up that much probably really sucks, and I don't doubt that a lot of your friends/family/peers would treat you very differently after they found out that you quit. That's just the nature of how people are, in my opinion. On top of that, and don't quote me on this, because I heard a lot of different things, if you received a dishonorable discharge for quitting, that would take a very large toll on your chances of getting hired anywhere really, or even enrolling in school. I was basically told that having that ED flag on your record was a lot like having a felony, if that makes any sense for anyone reading this that's thinking about joining the service. Specifically enlisting to be in the infantry special operations field. Please research this sheet. Please. Or 3 to 5 year binding contract is a big faking deal, and if you decide 1 week in, 2 months in, or 2 years in that this isn't for you, you're shit out of luck for not thinking about it before you sign the dotted line. Understand what you're getting into and know what you can actually do. Don't leave thinking that you will get better there because some guys that didn't make it in my class did. TLDR. Quitting the military out of basic can make you a disappointment to everyone you know, ruin your own self-esteem, and depending on the terms of your separation, prevent you from getting a decent job other than as a fry cook at Mickey D's. I used to live in a high-end gated community. There were thousands of homes, and it was a very large development. We had no crime or anything happening there. I came home from work one evening to see bomb squad trucks, police everywhere. There were news reporters right outside the community, which continued for several days, actually, and I couldn't even get to my house. There was a teenager living there who had purchased large amounts of acetone and various other chemicals, and someone had tipped law enforcement. As it turns out, he had enough chemicals, whatever else there were, to blow up a pretty good portion of the community. Cut to a few days later. It was maybe 10 PM at night. After all of the chaos with the bomb squad and the police 2 to 3 nights before, I'm just sitting around my house. All of a sudden I hear boom. There was this gigantic staccato and my whole house shook. My dogs jumped up. I lived in Israel during the Second Intifada. I know what a bomb sounds like, and I remember thinking, oh hell faking no. I called the neighborhood security and they explained to me that, because of the incident a few nights before, they had to remove the chemicals from that kid's home and take it to an open area to blow it up. I found some relief in that, but it was still unsettling as all hell to hear an explosion after all of the chaos from a few days before. If you Google his name, all you find is that he had an outrageous amount of chemicals and allegedly tried to blow up the community. He has no chance of ever getting a job with anyone, getting into college anywhere, and I'll bet you anything that no apartment complex, no hoa or poa will accept him anywhere, given how he basically terrorized an otherwise safe and secure neighborhood. He's a few years older now. Everyone in the area knows who he is. I've always suffered from anxiety and depression. However, it was amplified to a new level when I was in year 7. It's quite an embarrassing story, and it's taking a lot for me to share this story, as people I know actually know my Reddit account. So here's to hoping they don't read this. So, it was the last quarter of the day, and all we had left was P.E/health, a double period. Lunch had just ended, and I just grabbed my bag and was walking to the gymnasium. When I was about halfway there, somebody who I didn't quite consider a friend, though I got along with, came up behind me and started chatting. As he got close, he said, Gavin_freedom, did you sheet yourself? I laughed, thinking he was making a joke, and said no. Why? He told me I smelled like I had sheet myself. I became extremely anxious from this exchange, as I'd never been told I smelled before. I've always washed myself and wiped well, so I didn't think I had any reason to be smelling bad. Anyway, we continued walking towards the gym. At this point, he'd gotten ahead of me by about 10 meters. Once I'd reached the line the class had formed outside the gym, I heard people complaining and asking if somebody had fetched it. I obviously became very distressed by this, though kept quiet. Once we'd gone inside to the locker rooms, I headed straight to the toilet and wiped. Nothing. No marks that would indicate any bad smells. I checked the bottoms of my shoes. Nothing again. There was no reason for me to be smelling bad. Now, despite all the things people were saying, I hadn't actually smelled anything bad myself. I chalk/ed this up to me being used to the smell point anyway. That day ended. I pretty much forgot about it for about a week until the next incident happened. It was the first class of the day and we were lining up to go into the cooking class. And it happened again. Someone asked if somebody had fetched it and a few other people started asking about it as well. The teacher finally arrived at the class and also mentioned a bad smell. We headed into the classroom. Some kids sitting at the table next to me started whispering to each other, saying things like something smells like sheet and do you smell that? I began feeling physically ill and headed to the toilets to throw up. I went home early that day. The next day, I stayed home, saying I felt too ill to go to school. This was kind of true, though. I didn't feel ill, just extremely anxious, to the point that I was shaking. The next day, I went to school, and again, those kids were whispering the same things to each other, which caused me to become ill and go home early. This happened pretty much every time I was at school, which was only a few times a week, as I started staying home due to my extreme stress and anxiety. I completed the year, barely. The next year, I went for about one term, and then left again. The stress and anxiety was too strong for me. My parents and teachers tried to put me into a local program for kids who didn't go to school. However, not only was the anxiety too bad for me, but the kids there were delinquents. They'd constantly leave the class for cigarette breaks. They'd always swear at the teachers, etc. It just wasn't for me. The next year, I went back for year 9. However, I only lasted a few weeks before I had to leave again. I didn't go back for year 10th or 11. I'm meant to be in year 12th right now, but I just can't go. I tried to do a TAFE course last year, but I had to drop out again due to anxiety. I've started trying to learn math through a website now. However, I even struggle with doing year 8 stuff. I'm seeing therapists now, which tends to help me for about a week. However, if I go any longer than that without seeing them, I fall into a state of depression and just lock myself away in my room on my computer. I've been like this since I was basically 13. I often contemplate suicide and honestly feel as though I probably will do it in the future. Whether that's in a month, year, or 10, I don't know. My life's a mess and I just don't have any motivation to fix it at this point. Anyway, I thank anybody who took the time to read this. I know the reason for the anxiety is stupid, but it seems so real to me most of the time. Sophomore year, a friend of mine met and fell hard for her very first boyfriend. I don't get what she saw in him. He was 18, never finished school, spoke really slow and was obese. She got knocked up and dropped out of school, had her parents sign for her to get married at 16, and she never got her GED. Neither did he. This all happened in a matter of 3 months. By 21 she had 3 kids, was living in a trailer park, and cleaning hotel rooms for a living, while he was constantly between jobs. I ran into her last year at a Walmart when visiting my hometown for Christmas, and she was drunk. Proceeded to sob to me how she faked up her life, and was finally leaving him 12 years later, after meeting a Mexican man. She then got hostile, and kept asking if I thought I was better than her, because I married military sexy man, and I noped the hell out of the situation. After getting pregnant by the Mexican man, she went back to her husband and they now pretend the baby is his. I have her on Facebook, because the whole situation with the new baby is like a train wreck I can't take my eyes from. She constantly calls out his family for not being accepting of their situation, and they post about her being a hoe. She went from being a student on the path to a good college, to a pregnant dropout in a matter of 3 months, and is now the queen of white trash. All for a guy. So this isn't very instant, but I'll post anyway. Sorry it's long. TLDR at bottom. I had 2 friends, A and B, in high school that were seniors when I was a freshman. I met them through the disability support services at school, because we all had some form of disability. In my small group of friends, we actually expected B to go on to pretty great things. She was very likable, friendly, and had a great work ethic. She didn't get the best grades, but she seemed to have worked hard for them. Meanwhile, I hated school and always procrastinated, and had no work ethic, and definitely no interest in college, which is fine. but no real plan for after school either. B got a full scholarship to the local community college. This community college has an agreement set up with all the major colleges around here, where every class credit can transfer, and if you do well, you pretty much get guaranteed acceptance. It's a great opportunity for people with disabilities or anyone who bombed their SATs, or ACTs or didn't get great grades to still get into a good school. I went through the same program and it's done wonders for me. Once A and B graduated high school, everything changed. B stopped doing her class walk or even showing up to class, and dropped out of college within the first semester. She had no desire to do anything, and was constantly making her mom buy her new phones, to replace old ones, that worked perfectly fine. She refused to go back to school or get a job. She also kept going to the hospital, because she was sick, but it was to really get attention. I spent hours and hours with her trying to help her out, and also buy her some things she needed, and let her stay nights at my house. Since things were getting rocky with her mom, we let her spend Christmas with us. My grandma and grandpa were both visiting, and even gave her like $50 as a gift, even though they didn't know her cause they sympathized with her. That night I'm trying to watch a movie with her, and she won't stop going on her phone and basically ignoring me. This has become a trend with everyone since she graduated. I got pissed at what I felt was being pretty ungrateful, and took her phone and put it on a shelf where she could see it, and told her to actually watch the movie with me or leave. She then fell asleep. After this, various back-talking, and catching her trying to steal money from me, I told her to get out of my life and to never speak to me again. Pretty soon the rest of her friends did too, and her mom kicked her out. She then showed up at my doorstep, unannounced and uninvited, with a suitcase expecting me to let her stay. Are you crazy? I'll let her stay a few hours, before driving her to the bus stop. She purposefully misses her bus, to again try to get me to let her stay, but instead I just drove her to the next stop before the bus came, and dropped her off. That was the last time I saw her, but according to my one friend who stayed in contact for a while afterwards, she stayed at a homeless shelter for a few nights before her aunt took her in. She was always playing the disabled card, and trying to get people to pity her, even though she was totally mentally capable, and was just lazy. My friend helped her line up job interviews, and refused rides to them, and would just never show up, always coming up with some excuse not to go. Eventually my friend got sick of it too, and cut all communication. Last we knew, she still had no job, but was writing poetry. It's been about 5 years now, and I doubt anything will change. Friend A on the other hand, started her own dog walking / grooming business, took classes and got the professional grooming table and everything, and although she still lives with her parents, she can pay all her own bills, can drive, and is still saving up to buy her mom's car. Don't let your disability define you. TLDR. 2 friends had disabilities in high school. One did well in high school and got a college scholarship, but immediately dropped out, always taking money from friends. So we stopped talking to her and got kicked out of her home. She currently lives with her aunt, has no friends, and refuses to get a job. The other started her own small business and is doing very well. Best friend. We went to college together. We were roommates and in the same fraternity. He didn't like going to class and was even suspended a semester due to grades. Rules state, you come back on probation and have to get above a 2.0 GPA to get off probation. If you don't get off probation that semester by getting above a 2.0, then you are kicked out. He didn't think this was that serious or thought getting a 2.0 would be a breeze without changing any of his habits. He continued to skip class and not study. Over the summer he finds out he got below a 2.0 and is kicked out of school. Bad enough right there. A week later some random girl he was hooking up with, who already had a kid, got pregnant with his kid. She promised me she was on birth control. You know, when you were a kid in grade school and you maybe didn't do well in school, didn't apply yourself, or just didn't care, and your parents were like, if you don't study you will be digging ditches for the rest of your life. Well, he got a job literally digging ditches for the gas company. In the span of 1 month he went from a college student who will finish his degree in 3 semesters in a promising field to a college dropout with a kid, a baby mama with another kid he now takes care of, and is digging ditches upwards to 60 hours a week. A long one. TLDR at bottom, a high school friend, let's call him Ralph, was a mathematical genius and very smart in all other subjects. He was destined for Ivy League schools. But something happened senior year and Ralph just changed. Began chain smoking, dressed all thug, nothing wrong with that, but part of his change, and he was cruel. Like, Ralph couldn't see he was cruel. For example, he worked at Burger King and would spit in burgers and he couldn't see why people would be mad over it. Ralph was adopted and had a twin sister, not biological twin. Parents both adopted them on same day. She had some learning difficulties, so she got all of the attention, and he was pretty much neglected. Ralph's parents were also very odd. He lived in a wealthy neighborhood, but their house was practically falling apart. The dad was openly cheating on his mom with his secretary. He would call his mistress in front of Ralph and apologize for being late for a romantic rendezvous. When Ralph confronted his mom over it, she shrugged it off because it was worth the infidelity to live in such a nice neighborhood. Which is insane. Ralph eventually broke into a house of another friend and stole her TV. She told the cops and he didn't understand why she would do that over a prank. It was a burglary. To Ralph, it wasn't bad. I think he got court-ordered therapy, but I cut ties to him after he began talking somewhat seriously about rapping girls. Ralph dropped out of school anyway and left home, using what money he had to rent a tiny apartment with her and a Mulder guy. The rest is told from friends who didn't cut him off. The roommate eventually fled town with all of Ralph's stuff, so Ralph was now homeless and without anything. He began smoking even more and went on about aliens and conspiracies, convinced the government was after him. He went to Florida after asking my friend Paul, who just began going to college there, if he could crash in his dorm, which Paul allowed. Ralph vowed to get a job as soon as possible so he wouldn't inconvenience Paul for long, but he didn't. Just ate Paul's food and smoked. When dorms closed for winter break, Ralph slept in a bus station for a month. When dorms reopened, Paul found out Ralph was talking trash about him because he kept pestering Ralph about getting a job. Furious, Paul kicked Ralph out. I do not know where Ralph is now. I heard rumors he's in Texas. He has no social media presence. TLDR. Friend went from genius with a whole future ahead of him to a crook and homeless within about 8 months. This is pretty long, but it happens within 2 to 3 weeks. 18-year-old brother, practically in-law. He has had a rough life growing up. Can be suicidal, makes himself the victim, and thinks he is always right. He gets a full-time job making good money. He bricks his 1999 Civic his mom put a lot of money into fixing. He ran it all over the province, and within 2 weeks put 5,000 kilometers on it, which signals for an oil change. I told him he should change his oil, and a few days later the engine seized from having no oil. I understand that the two don't really correlate, but if he actually took care of anything he would have checked his fluids with that much driving. Or listen to me, when he should have gotten an oil change he would have found out about it sooner anyways. With his job it's too far away for transit or Uber/taxi, so he beaches and whines to his mom for a new car. Only this time he has to get a nice looking car and will finance it because he has a full-time job he has had for a week and can afford it. Meanwhile he is already paying $400 plus for insurance on any car he owns and up to about $1,100 a month on his life expenses, which is huge for an 18-year-old with no high school education that lives at home. We try to convince him to get something cheaper, but nope. His mom fights with him a lot about it and he writes a suicidal note and bolts. Call the cops. After a few hours they find him. He was just mad about the car, etc. Mom gets sick of fighting, so she gives in and will toss in a loan for him for anything he wants. Kid is happy as anyone could be. He finds a 2012 Mazda 3 hatch for $7,100 that had been in a collision. His dad test drove it and couldn't tell it had been one. So the sale was done up and bam. He will have a car soon. Few days later he gets fired. Now he can't afford anything and is bleeding his mom dry. TLDR. Kid fucks up his car, whines for a new one because of his full-time job. Mom gives in and then loses his job within a week, faking over himself and his mom. A guy and a girl got in a car together, both smashed as shit. I'm talking hard drugs through the roof and probably a good deal of booze too. Luckily it's 3 in the morning in a heavily wooded area in a town with virtually no people in it, so the roads are clear. She's in the driver's seat. They're flying down the road when she veers out of faking nowhere and has a head-on collision with a tree. Somehow, her not wearing a seatbelt didn't kill her. She ended up ejected from the car, going a solid 10 feet through the windshield. When the adrenaline kicked in, she managed to run another 10 feet from the accident crazy sheet. And the guy, no matter how much of an idiot I thought he was, died, in part because he was smart enough in his drug haze to put a seatbelt on. It held him in place during the collision, and I guess the airbag didn't go off or something, because he ended up cracking his skull so hard it gave him a massive internal hemorrhage and killed him. He's been dead for 3 years now, and she was convicted of second-degree manslaughter, a DUI, a couple drug charges, MIP, and driving without a license. Altogether I think she got sentenced to 40 to 50 years. I'm not sure if she'll be eligible for parole. If they manage to get her sober in prison, I can't imagine what it would feel like to know you accidentally killed your boyfriend, who she apparently cared for very much. Apparently his Facebook page was memorialized. His profile pic is of them together. Allegedly every once in a while she goes on there and posts how much she misses him and how sorry she is. They were both 17. My best friend's son, boyfriends, was in high school. Boyfriends dated this girl, and it was a very high school romance. Until the night he found out she was making out with someone else. So he did the smart thing and left her. While they were split up, she went on this man spree and slept with damn near everyone at the high school. The whole time boyfriend and myself were like, "Woo, dodged a bullet with that one." But then we found out he had secretly gotten back together with her, only this time she was pregnant. Boyfriends had graduated by now and were preparing for an Air Force career, which was great for her because she would get so many benefits if she married him, which boyfriends was happy to do because of the 2 girls he'd been with. He loved her. So when the girl had her kid, he signed his name on her birth certificate, eloped with the girl, and joined the Air Force, leaving her behind with a 6-month training window for her to do as she pleased. The entire time boyfriend and I are going, "What the fuck is wrong with you, son?" He is now miserably soaking along and enduring because he feels like he is the father and his wife is just dinking along, screwing around on him. And who would have guessed he was trapped? Certainly not anyone with eyes. TLDR, best friend's son marries, pregnant by someone else, girl, and leaves for career training that lasts 6 months. I'm shocked when life sucks upon returning. I have a childhood friend who always made some choices. He ended up going to summer school somewhere around 5 years in a row. His parents were strict with him, but it didn't help. He would just act out more. Before high school graduation he wasn't doing well in school, but he was still getting by. After graduation his parents wanted him to go to college, and he got into a couple schools, but he didn't feel like going. He decided he wanted to do welding. Okay, his parents were happy he actually had an idea of what he wanted to do with his life, so they started paying for his classes. He decided he didn't care enough to finish the courses and become certified. He never went to his test for certification. His parents were fed up with him, and he was tired of them being on his ass all the time. This is where the real fuck up starts. He moves out across the country, from Pennsylvania to Utah on a whim, just to get away from them. All he has is a high school degree, so he ended up working at a grocery store. His roommates always covered his rent because he wasn't making enough. Within a month of being in Utah he becomes a heroin addict and loses his job. He goes to rehab in California, and then I'm not sure if he just stopped going or the course was done, but he was only there for around 2 months or less. Recently he has scrounged up enough money to fly back to PA, where his parents won't take him in. So he's sleeping on couches, jobless, without any type of money, to get more schooling for a better job, most likely still addicted. I was friends with this guy. Really smart, great personality. He came from an extremely poor upbringing and childhood, but we, his friends, managed to be there for him. When we went off to college, he ended up going to the same place as a few other guys, and we all decided to watch out for each other. Even though we had been 4 years in high school, it was an official oath now. Anyways, he wasn't the most attractive guy, a bit tubby and not the best social etiquette or dress code. We met this girl, and at the time, we were all dating except him. So we wingman pretty hard for him, and they end up talking a lot, and exchanging numbers. They start dating, and it's going well. We are still freshmen, and as far as we know, this is his first real girlfriend that wasn't online. So we are stoked for him. He does a pretty good job being good to her, from what we can see at least. Always doting. Always being romantic and thoughtful. Senior year rolls around, they are still together. They're basically a happy couple, and everyone around can hear the wedding bells. He has got in shape. He dresses better. His social etiquette improved tenfold. All in all, he was in a better place in life. She had a really good upbringing. Her family was pretty well off. She was smart, beautiful, and clearly going places. College was an experience for her. After she graduated, she was slated to work for her father's business, making 6 figures out the gate. He, of course, was invited to work with her. Even her family really liked him. So there's this guy who went from having a small group of really good and loyal friends. Not very valued by society other than that. Not the best looking. Kind of weird. He meets this girl, and she changes his life. He's happier than he's ever been, and to be honest, he's set for life. And he decides in his ultimate wisdom that now he's a player. You guys know how no women want you until you're in a relationship, right? Well, that's what happened. He never really got hit on until people saw him around the campus with her. Then for 4 years he got hit on weekly. We typically anti-wingman for him and made sure he flew straight and narrow. Kept the ladies off of him for the most part. Avoided parties without his girlfriend. But the temptation got to him. I was with him when this girl walked up and put her hands on her hips and asked him if he had plans this evening. He did. He said in the most "I've seen this on TV before" voice that I do now, and they giggled and flirted openly in front of me. I asked him what the fuck he was doing, and he looked me dead in the eyes and told me to fuck off. As they were walking away, I told him I was going to rat him out. His girlfriend was just as much my friend now as he was, and what he was doing was shitty. He said he didn't care, and they left. I told her what I'd seen, and she said thanks and hung up. I didn't see my friend for about 2 weeks. When I finally asked my friends, because I didn't tell them what went down, if they'd seen him, they were shocked I didn't know. Him and his girlfriend fought, obviously, and she dumped him, obviously, and he tried to pick up other girls, and just like we all know, the second you are single, no girls want you. He realized he'd faked up and tried to get her back. She blocked him on everything. They were through. He dropped out of college his senior year, another bad decision, and moved back in with his shitty parents. It's been nearly 6 years and he's in a bad place. Still living with his mom. Dad died of liver failure/heart attack. He's severely overweight now. Hasn't had a girlfriend since. Just sits in his room and plays video games all day. Works at a local gas station. He threw away a good person and his friends once he told them what happened. A good future, and is drowning in debt now because he makes $7.25 an hour and only gets 21 hours a week. We've spoken a few times. It's just not the same anymore. He regrets it greatly, and he told me once, while drinking, that he just wanted to be cool like in the movies. He just wanted to be wanted. This wasn't exactly quick, but it was kind of spectacular FB drama. These 2 people I knew in high school got married. A quiet, gamer dude with a degree in information security and a kick-ass job, and this train wreck of a snowflake woman with an English degree and a part-time job in retail. I tried to reserve judgment so hard, but my eyebrows raised when she enrolled at an expensive school for linguistics because 1. I would probably not marry somebody that needed me to send them to school, and 2, if I did I would not waste my money on a linguistics degree when she already has an English degree that gives her whatever generic benefit a degree has. My eyebrows also raised when they stopped posting bubbly love Adove FB posts suddenly. About a year after they had gotten married, I got home from work one night and saw on FB that there was a huge drama explosion. Apparently, he really wanted to be a dad, and at some point he found out she never wanted kids. Oops, not good. Worse yet, the dude decided the thing he would do next is start cheating on his wife with a woman that already had kids. Of course this is a bad thing in and of itself, But I really wished bro had asked me for advice, because doing shit like that is exactly how your finances get wrecked when your wife divorces you, which is what happened. Had an older guy, a complete stranger, come down to the bar on campus right after we opened. Slow night already, and there was no one there. He was, as it turned out, already drunk, and we served him 3 beers before he started to get insufferable, annoying, and lastly, downright threatening when we cut him off. I had a very serious chat about needing him to leave, and he refused, so we called the campus security. He clocked in on this and left, only to return after 20 minutes. He was out of his faking skull at this point. I think he went and had a few beers in the car. He was a traveling manager or some other shit. More on that later. I stood up there, nothing else to do than watch the shit show as security talked with him, denied him access, and yet he stormed inside again, shouting and raging. You might think at this point he deserves to be put in a chokehold and have the police called. But our guys, the faking heroes, actually got him talked down, got him a drink, and he finally went on his way. He refused a cab ride. At this point I've gone back to work, but they told me that not 3 minutes after he left they heard a car revving like faking crazy, and they knew it was him, so they followed in hot pursuit. Guy drove over a parking lot, down a 300-meter road, over the road, and into a parking lot where he crashed into a bush. The security guys were in hot pursuit and they saw him literally roll out of his car and start puking and rolling around on the floor, which was exactly how the police found him. I'm pretty sure his back was over 2,0, which around here means they confiscate his car and he loses his license for 3 years, which is pretty stupid if you need your car to do your job. Going way back, I had a crush on a girl in middle school and high school until her family moved. We were friends, and we had a riot as such, but at that age, well, we stayed friends. We used to pass love notes back and forth, and I still have my whole box full of them. Of course, hers were just friend notes. Not having internet or phones back then, we simply lost touch. I then saw her about 10 years later at a restaurant, and went up to say hi. When I recognized her, she looked a lot different, gained weight and seemed different. She looked at me with a blank stare. She clearly didn't know who I was, or what I was talking about. I was so confused, and after she said sorry, I don't know you a few times, her friends kind of pulled her away. It was super upsetting and awkward. Short while later one of the people she was with pulled me outside and told me that she was in a horrible car accident and got brain damage. She didn't remember much and had to learn everything all over again. She took a corner too fast on the highway, slid and went through the guardrail, and rolled down a 40-foot hill. She only survives because she hit a tree which stopped the car. It still makes me sad to this day. All of those childhood memories with a person who essentially died, but is still alive, and had to start all over again. All because she wanted to drive her car fast around a bend, and went too far. Obligatory, this will get buried, but point 3 stories for your consideration. During the summer after my sophomore year of high school, a girl in my grade got baited into sending pictures of herself nude and masturbating to a guy she wanted to sleep with. Things dissolved between them quickly, and as an act of drama or revenge, he posted copies of that picture all over our town overnight. She was traumatized, and her reputation was obviously destroyed. It was bad enough that her family moved her to a different school district and eventually moved out of town. I went to school with a young man who, just a few short months after our graduation, got plastered celebrating with his girlfriend that she was pregnant. As he drove home he lost control and wrapped his vehicle around a tree. The girlfriend and unborn child died, and he spent several years in jail for negligent homicide. A third guy that I went to school with went on to get his teaching degree and come back to our area to teach middle school in the next town over. In only his 4th year of teaching, he began a sexting relationship with one of his 8th grade, 12 to 14-year-old female students. The tryst grew to the point of 2 sexual encounters, one of which was on school grounds. I'm unsure how, but the situation came to light, and they both came clean. She is getting the help she needs, and he will be in prison for statutory rape for a long time. I once had a soldier who worked for me. This was years ago, when I was active duty army. He had been a grunt combat soldier and managed to get reclassed to intelligence analyst, which included a high-level security clearance, getting sent to a great joint service training program, and then a follow-on assignment at a prestigious unit in Tokyo, Japan. Guy was in his 20s and was on his way towards a career as a federal employee working in the intelligence community. Just a few weeks away, and he was packing his bags for his new life. At the time, a lot of soldiers on my base were experimenting with bath salts and synthetic cannabis because 1, they could get high, 2, our drug testing program didn't really screen for these substances, 3, these drugs were in a legal gray area, so they could be bought in stores and were not technically illegal yet. Soldier and his 2 buddies went out, got high, and tried to drive back through the main gate. One guy wasn't supposed to be actually leaving the base because he was on restriction for being stupid, and so they decided to try and sneak him back on post in the trunk of the car. Gate guard thought they were acting weird and did a vehicle search and found this dude in the trunk, high as a kite, with a whole bunch of bath salts and synthetic weed in his pockets. Had he just sat in the car and acted cool and handed over his ID to the guard, probably nothing would have come of it. The guard doesn't know he's restricted to post, he's just making sure nobody sketchy comes on base. Anyway, I had to slap my soldier with a court-martial and process him out of the army. When it was said and done, he got dumped at the bus station with no money and a duffel bag of clothes and a dishonorable discharge. I still feel a little bad about the whole thing. The guy was like 20 or 21 years old. I just hope this bad decision didn't ruin his whole life. He deserved to get kicked out of the army, but I hope he at least went to college or something and made something out of himself. He really was a bright kid. I had a friend in college. He was an incredibly smart person that from time to time was a little awkward. Full scholarship. He was in our friend group and would often throw dinner parties with some elaborate dinner theme and cook for like 14 people for free, hosting it at his place with everyone nicely dressed. We would all hope to get invited, as literally it was some of the dankest food and an excuse to dress up with your friends and get drunk. Well, eventually he dabbled in meth as college kids did in my town, and then he started not sleeping as much, and then he got paranoid of what everyone was thinking of him, and then his relationship with his girlfriend got strained, and then one night he had a breakdown and hit her. We all knew it was wrong, knew they should probably break up, but no one was pressing charges, and we looked at it like something faked up that happens when you're too messed up on drugs. No one was proud of it, but it wasn't the end of the world. For him, it was the end of the world though. He didn't know how to handle the social anxiety of it. He didn't know how to tell his parents about it. He felt alienated and ready to be thrown under the bus in the eyes of public opinion. He went to the lab, took a bottle of potassium cyanide, laid under a tree on campus and drank it. The cops found his dead body that day. They posted a picture of it in the newspaper the next day. That whole process was under 30 days. I wrestled with a guy in high school who had won back-to-back state championships for the 145 division. He was a senior at the time this occurred, and I can't help but imagine he got some scholarship offers, although I never asked. Our coach was pretty heads up with taking care of his wrestlers anyways. One night I'm eating at a Sonic's with some buddies when I got a text message from somebody else on our team that so and so and another person had been arrested. Not completely out of the norm. I wasn't in an area of a lot of crime, but our friends got pulled over and ticketed for shit, like weed/beer/etc all of the time. Yeah, this wasn't the case. Apparently, he and his brother had gone over to their sister's boyfriend's home and murdered him. It was passed around secondhand and in HS, so I take it with a grain of salt now that he and his brother were both faked up on meth/crack. I still remember reading about the way they did it in the paper. They had beaten him with a baseball bat first and then shot him twice with a rifle. And they did all of this in front of their sister. I remember the guy I wrestled with had his name painted on the walls for his championship years. We had trophies/medals and cabinets that had his name on it. Pictures. You name it. All gone overnight. The school erased him from existence the moment it all came out. No idea if he's still in prison or not. This was a guy I went from seeing almost every day for 3 years completely ghosted. Never heard about him again. TLDR. State champion wrestler dude and brother beats sister's boyfriend with a baseball bat and then kill him with a rifle in front of their sister. My best friend did an endo-SP. It's when you are able to make a crotched rocket ride on just the front wheel while the back is in the air. When he put it down, he rode it 30 to 40 feet like that. A state trooper was at the corner waiting. Pursuit ensued. Within a minute or two he went around a corner to wide going 80 plus mph. His bike disintegrated leaving only the engine. Hit a van an elderly couple in their 70s on the way to the doctor. They were banged up but fine. My buddy's wallet was found 2 weeks later in the trees. His G/F was pregnant. He was 20 faking years old. The thing that pissed me off the most, the cop said he didn't chase him. There were 3 witnesses that saw him chasing after him, but his uncle was a cop, so his parents didn't sue or want anything to happen to the cop. Stupid part of my friend, but he had ridden a dirt bike as a kid and had won awards, made state regionals, when he was a teenager. He told me a week earlier he's never seen me as mad at him when he bought the bike. 1. He had a kid on the way. 2. A crotched rocket which he split with another friend of his. 3. I knew he liked to speed and figured it was a death trap. He died the 13th of August 2007 and I have never been that depressed for that long, and my birthday was next month. 21 didn't matter to me anymore. Being able to drink. I had some friends drag me out of the house, only on the promise of free mushrooms and bud. I tripped by myself with a chick my buddy would bang for fun. I didn't even try to kiss her or have sex, but we did hang out till the sun came out. Had a different outlook on life. I thought I was wrong. I ended up working in front of a computer all day for a company I hate to this day. I would trade my life for his, if given the opportunity. I have no kids. I have a wife, but she moved out. A co-worker of mine decided to leave her boyfriend and 2 children because she realized she was a lesbian. She came into work one morning and told me that she was basically homeless. I was living in an efficiency apartment at the time. It was basically an 11x11 room with a small kitchen and bathroom attached. I slept on a futon in my bedroom/living room. Terrible plumbing. Looking back, it was probably filled with mold because of the humidity, but I still offered her a place to crash for the night. This became many nights, of course. She lived with me for a few months. I was dating my current boyfriend at the time, so I spent the nights at his place for a while. During this time, while I was absent at my apartment, she had slept with 2 co-workers on my living room floor over a span of just a couple months. This girl was going to the same local bar every night with another co-worker and banging the bouncer. There was confusion with everyone about her being a strict lesbian, as she herself said she was many times. This went on every night. Get off work, I would leave, she would go to a bar and I would come back in the morning to go to work and find her passed out on my floor. She paid me $400 of rent in this whole span of time. I kicked her out and she moved back north with her family, but somehow she is still back in town. Good thing I already quit and moved to a different employer. Yikes. I work as a nurse. This is a true story, but the name changed of course. Had a 17 male patient. Let's call Bob. Bob thought it would be fun to have a couple of cans of beer to get away from his 8-month pregnant girlfriend for a bit with his mates. It was getting late, around 2 AM, but Bob couldn't get a taxi, so he borrowed his mate's moped, small motorcycle. Bob in his drunken state hit a car, but only a minor knock. Scared he would be arrested, he walked home from there, abandoning the bike. Now, at 6 AM his pregnant girlfriend awakes to find Bob asleep with blood seeping through his jeans and calls an ambulance. He arrives on my ward, prepared for surgery, now sobered. The minor knock tore through his jeans and his leg, to the bone. We have no choice but to take the leg. Not only will Bob be in hospital for his child's birth, causing stress to his girlfriend, and facing a police charge/investigation, he must also now spend the rest of his life, at 17 years old, as an amputee. Seeing the realization of his actions, when the surgeon tells him we can't save the leg, you could visibly see broken bone, torn tendons, etc., is something I have not forgotten despite this occurring a number of years ago. It still amazes me to this day how he managed to get home after the knock, and it's a story I share with all my students. We had a guy join our artillery unit as a private. First thing he did was go buy a cheap junk car from a shady dealer and failed to tell any of us. First problem was that he had no money to do so. Second, hid his car from us at the base. Third, he had no life experience to tell him he needed to replace his tag and get it insured. We found out about the car after he had to have it towed back from a breakdown and got a ticket for not having a valid license plate or insurance. Strike one. After this, we told him he can't drive the car until all things are fixed and he needs to make his car payments. Come to find out, in the 3 months he owned it, he also never paid for it. Excuse was that he didn't know where to send the payment. The Marine Corps is now garnishing his wages to make the payments. He is now under restriction and has to live in the CP command post. Strike 2. He gets out of restriction and we have long weekend a couple months later and he decides to smoke weed. Well, after every long weekend we do a pee test. He knows this and does it anyway. Ends up peeing hot and goes back to restriction before they send him to the brigadier. Ends up with a dishonorable discharge, felony, and sets up the rest of his life to failure. We tried really hard to work with this guy, but sadly some people can't be helped. This all happened before he even hit his first year in fleet. This might get buried, but I'm still emotional about it. My best friend in high school, grade 9, died a slow death because this lady and her husband, both drunk, hit him while he was biking on the side of the road. Story: he was biking home from a mutual friend's house at about 12:30 am. He was always careful biking at night. He wore those high-vis vests. This couple was driving home from the bar and hit him from behind, sending him into the ditch. They both got out and called 911. The husband, who was the passenger, was a faking cop who told his wife she could go home while he stayed and waited for the emergency crews. He later died in hospital for his injuries. Since she was able to go home and sober up, there was no proof she was under the influence of alcohol. She can't even be charged with leaving the scene of an accident because her husband, the cop, allowed her to leave. So my whole town is enraged by this. Obviously, my friend's family took a lawsuit out on her. But since she had a lot of money, she won and had to pay nothing. But just to add to their pain, she sued them back for mental and emotional distress, or whatever it's called. The police chief of our town was quoted saying this is the first time ever that someone is suing the family of someone she killed. The only bright side is that she lost. She ended up moving to a different town. People found her there and started threatening her, so she changed her name, and last I heard she is living somewhere in Ottawa. I was friends in high school with a guy whose mom was a modeling agent. Don't know how successful or if she worked with any big names. Just know she was in that business. His junior year, she made a deal with him that if he had a six-pack by the time he graduated, she would be able to help set him up with a job that would get him through college pretty easily, as long as he stayed fit. He was already a pretty trim guy, since he was a cross-country runner on the school's track and field team, so of course, about halfway through his senior year, he's already got it done. So he's basically set all through college. No possible way he can screw this up. Well, about a week or so after his graduation party, just a few days before he starts his modeling job, he gets arrested for possession with intent to sell. And here's the cherry on top, faking meth on our high school grounds. Turns out he had a friend that cooked this stuff up. He had stayed totally uninvolved, but aware of this going on for years. Basically what he told me is that he never got involved because he was scared to get caught, but his friend convinced him that without him having to worry about school and whatnot, it would be super easy to make a lot of money really quickly without much risk. He didn't end up serving any time in prison, but long story short, his mom was definitely unable to help him get a modeling job so soon after that. The college he was accepted to kicked him out before he even started there. And last I saw him, he was working at a Subway having lost basically all muscle tone, like anorexic skin and bones, telling me he was taking a few semesters off from a technical college to try to raise some money for tuition. He's working on getting a degree in personal fitness or something, and trying to get a job as a personal trainer at the gym. He doesn't have his life back together yet, but I hope he's at least moving in the right direction. He sounds like he is anyway. Knew this guy growing up who played football. He was really fucking good. stopped talking as much when he went to college, but we were good friends growing up all through high school. He grew up in a decent home, but a lot of our role models were rappers and thugs, so he thought he had to act that way to be cool. Also, his dad died when we were in high school, and I know that tore him up inside and caused him to have a lot of anger issues and resentment, and he started to rebel more. His schooling suffered, but it doesn't matter when you're breaking national high school records for touchdowns and yards per game. So he went to a top college. Even if he dropped out of high school, he played well in college as expected, ended up with a national championship ring and All-American honors his last year there, and entered the draft a year early, because when you're that good, why not? A few years into his pro career, it was looking like he was shaping up to maybe be a Hall of Famer. He was that good. A couple years into his career, I got a call to come hang out with him, my old best friend, down in Florida. How can I say no? I spent a week clubbing and partying with him, and decided when I left that would be the last time I'd see my childhood friend. He was not who I remembered him to be anymore. He was so arrogant, egotistical, could do no wrong, and he had a serious temper. To compliment his new character, I didn't think too much of it past that until about a year later I'm watching the news, and whose face do I see pop up on the screen but my old buddy's, investigated for murder. They were trying to say he murdered 2 people for committing the unforgivable act of spilling a drink on him, so he shot their car up. Then they said that he killed his fiance's sister's boyfriend because he was a witness. I didn't wanna believe it until I saw that his football team was cutting all ties with him, and I saw him leaving his house in handcuffs surrounded by police officers. Eventually he was acquitted of the drive-by double homicide, but found guilty and given life on the murder of the witness. Just recently he killed himself in prison because I guess he couldn't handle it. P. Aaron, you faking coward. My mom, who I no longer speak to, has a boyfriend. This boyfriend of hers was a former chief of surgery for some hospital down in Atlanta, Georgia. This guy had it all: a nice house, a wife, 3 kids, lots of money. This guy had a golden ticket in life. Well, somewhere in the early 2000s he was caught writing bogus prescriptions, but that's only the icing on the sheet cake. He was also caught trafficking a significant amount of cocaine. I'm talking like Scarface levels of that sheet. He and his buddies were also caught in possession of all the materials you'd need to make crystal meth and a small lab in some warehouse. The motherfucker lost everything after he was arrested. His wife divorced his ass. He spent 6 years in prison, not long enough in my eyes, and he's also prohibited from entering the county where he pulled all this shit. After he got out in 2009 or so, he started dating my mom, and he's currently selling the kind of Bonner pills you'd find at a gas station that don't even work. If you want to look up this guy, his name is Alan Betts Kaiser Jr. There's a few news articles on this motherfucker, and they're interesting reads to say the least. Anyway, he's one person I've personally known to fuck up their lives so fast and so thoroughly that I made a personal vow to never let my own arrogance get to that point. Completely avoid every bill and legitimate adult in their entire life. Then cut out the friend who is tired of seeing shit go to hell. I have a friend who is a rebel against society and neglectful towards responsibilities. She didn't pay her rent, gets in fights with people at work, and then wonders why the hell she is where she is. She refuses to fix her anxiety problem and stays in the dark. Then she had the nerve to tell me I'm wrong when I tell people in her life to stop being an enabler so I can give her the tools to fix her life without relying on anyone. She refused to walk anywhere she had easy access to without a car. She refused to take the bus. She refused to do anything on her own. She even refused to come to my house because I only had Wi-Fi, but I don't keep booze in my house. Then sends an ominous Facebook post to the world telling me, the world, that someone risked a 10-year friendship. No girl, I just got tired of seeing you fall flat on your face every time something went remotely right. People feel bad for her, help her, and when they realize why, they don't want to help her anymore. Whatever. It's on her. I tried to help and wasted my time, energy, and money. And she used me for shoots she wasn't even getting paid for. Okay, whatever, this isn't all she did to ruin her life. This is just a fraction. She screwed herself in more than one way. and one of them being a refusal to fix her problems and grow the hell up, giving herself excuses like her bipolar disorder and anxiety and depression. I know people with bipolar. I know how it works. And I have anxiety and depression. But honestly, you have to face your demons, and I tried teaching her that. But I guess she wasn't ready to hear it. It's been a year since she cut me off. My coworker. She's 20 years old. Very attractive girl, but has no confidence or self-esteem at all. Dropped out of college. She went to the same school as me, and it's only $6k a year. Somehow she took out $20k in loans and blew all her money on sheets she didn't need. Now she has to pay a lot every month, and she's been trying to get them to lower the payments onto the next fuck up of hers. She was desperate for a boyfriend for a while. Finally met a cute guy she was interested in. She got pregnant after 1 month of dating him. He admitted he did it to trap her. He has 3 kids already with 3 different women. But of course my coworker is the exception, and he isn't gonna leave her. Sure. My boss told me he asked his ex for nudes recently, but my coworker wouldn't dump him over it. Probably because they are gonna move in together soon, and she wants to be taken care of. She's already told me men are obligated to pay for everything. Oh, and this guy's diagnosed with schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. And had 3 DUIs. Will winner. She always complains about being broke, but is going to part-time instead of full-time, and says her doctor is gonna try to get her disability for being pregnant, and she thinks she's gonna get it easily, as if being pregnant is a disability. It's not easy getting it, so essentially, a beautiful girl with plenty of opportunity faked her life up because she's entitled, lazy as shit, and has no confidence. She has one more chance to not get written up before my boss has to fire her, and I honestly hope it happens. She's a wreck now. Despite all these fuck ups, she always complains about how life dealt her a shitty hand, and that it's not fair. She always tried to get pity, and gets offended when you don't give it to her. TLDR. Beautiful girl is lazy and entitled, drops out of college, gets knocked up by boyfriend after 1 month of dating, wants to rely on gov assistance, and expects everyone to treat her like a victim. My sister had all this good stuff going for her. She just bought a nice house with her new husband, and she just had the most adorable little baby girl. She bought a nice new car too, because she was also 1 class away from earning her master's, and had a good job lined up at a hospital. She was on the right track for a successful life. Her pregnancy didn't go well, and she ended up in the hospital for 3 months being pumped full of pain meds. She had some pain meds prescribed for a year afterwards, but then they just stopped prescribing them. She started buying them from a dealer. Then she started using heroin and meth. She went to jail 5 times for possession of narcotics and controlled substances. She totaled her new car and my parents' spare car in the same week. She had also quit paying for insurance, so now she owes $50k and has nothing to show for it. The state took her little girl away from her. She lost her job. Her husband wants a divorce. She doesn't have a car, but she has a big car payment, and they are close to being foreclosed on. Finally, the last time she got arrested they sent her to prison for many years. Her life fell apart completely 2 months after they quit prescribing her pain meds. It's the most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed. It seemed like she had it all figured out, and a powerful addiction destroyed everything good in her life for 2 months. This happened about a month ago, but the repercussions are still winding up today. This is also about my brother, but I felt it was an appropriate story to tell. My brother, my cousin, and my cousin's boyfriend are at a bar. Karaoke, alcohol, the works. This predator touches my cousin inappropriately. She tells him to stop twice. Boyfriend is an ex-marine. He's not allowed to hit people. Federal law something, but he makes it clear that he needs to back off. So my brother gets a little hot-headed. He tells the guy to stop before he knocks his ass out cold. Pred starts taunting my brother, sits on a speaker in front of the stage and stares, instigates, she talks, the works. Now, my bro has a mean right hook. I felt it more than a few times, and he lands one right in the sweet spot of Pred's jaw. Indeed, knocks him out cold. He doesn't follow up, just takes a step back, and lets this guy's friend come pick him up. Everyone gets thrown out of the bar. This guy needs major surgery, 10k in bone reconstruction, broke his face apart in 6 places. Turns out this predator is a uniformed firefighter, upstanding citizen and has friends in high places. My bro is facing felonious assault charges, 2 to 8 years, and has one of the best defense attorneys in Ohio. It should be noted that my cousin and her boyfriend also filed a police report against this guy for touching her, and there was no follow-up investigation filed. TLDR, my brother and cousin were at a bar. A man touched my cousin and my brother hit him, breaking his jaw, and is now facing time in prison. I'm currently a first-year college student and have been seeing it happen non-stop in the last couple months to kids I graduated with. 4 kids were driving around. It was Kid A's 20th birthday and they were celebrating. Kid A and B got out near a field and were firing off a sawed-off shotgun, illegal in itself, but also in IL where you need a FOID card to own a gun, something none of them had. They get back in the car. Kid A driving, Kid B in the back with a gun. Kid B accidentally fires a gun hitting Kid A in the head. They pushed him out of the way and drove him to the hospital, but he was gone. Kid B is now on trial for aggravated discharge of firearm, no FOID card, illegal firearm, and involuntary manslaughter. 3 kids, known for being low-life drug dealer types, are sitting in a car. All of the kids are out of high school. Apparently one of the guys had a girlfriend that's still in high school. The guy found out she had another boyfriend at school, and she was playing with both guys. They go to shoot the school boyfriend, accidentally shoot some random bystander 15-year-old kid in the leg. Get illegal gun charge, no FOID, assault, and aggravated discharge of firearm. Kid a year older than me held his ex-girlfriend and their kid hostage. Does that term only count if they are asking for money and stuff? Because he wasn't. The girl almost escaped, and he started dragging her around. He finally let them go, and fled to CA, where he was caught. Charged with battery, kidnapping, restraint, and burglary. I was working a bomber security job that paid me 5k a month after taxes with my best friend too. Well, our boss was being dodgy with the pay, and since we would sit out in the countryside securing some land for this company for 12-hour shifts, we would just get sheet-faced and watch movies all night. One night I had enough with my boss, freaked out on him, and quit. Finally got my paycheck a few days later, while my buddy was still working for him, and started getting paid too. So one night at my house, depressed and drunk, another friend hits me up to go to a party. While there I got blacked out drunk and drove home. Woke up in a parking lot a few blocks from my house with cops outside my car. Got an APC, and to make things worse didn't submit to a breathalyzer. This was the weekend before my 21st. After that, the following Monday I went to jail and had to spend $1,500 on fines. Then, after I got out of jail, I was going to Vegas with family and I couldn't even drink since I'm on the scram bracket. Ended up spending the rest of my cash gambling because my one friend I took only wanted to play blackjack. This was only a few months ago. For a while I was broke as fuck and unemployed, but now I'm working at a manufacturing plant making decent money and starting to get back on track. Still can't drink though, but that's probably for the best. Sucks cuss. This is my year of being 21. Don't fuck around with a Mexican guy named Jose Cuvo. AHH. I made a throwaway account just to comment on this, because I really don't want my account associated with this story, because of how touchy of a story it is in my hometown. I will supply news articles if anyone is interested. So there was this dude I went to school with all my life. Hilarious kid, very popular. He was always cutting up on people. I add that in because a lot of people today say he completely deserved what he's going through because of how he acted in high school towards people. I don't know how I feel. I really don't. Anyways, we graduated in 13. Last fall I woke up in my dorm room to his face and name faking everywhere. TV, Twitter, my text messages. He was drunk driving and ran over a 6-year-old girl and her mom, killing the 6-year-old girl. He was with his friends drinking, and they decided to leave to go somewhere around 10 o'clock. His friends got in one car, and he got in his Mustang, and from what I heard they were racing. Not sure if that's accurate, but he was driving extremely fast. News reports say 30 miles per hour over He was driving recklessly, lost control and struck the mother and daughter, leaving a playdate. The mother was thrown into the air, but refused any medical attention and held her dying daughter in her arms. Injuries were fatal and the little girl passed away. I'm pretty sure he fled the scene, but was found just down the street. It's been a while since I've read the news articles. A lot of shit has been piled on his family because they allegedly drank with him earlier that day. He was only 20. He's been in and out of trial since then. He was on house arrest for a few months, which angered the whole community. People would go every day and plant signs of the little girl in his front yard. He's now sentenced 5 to 10 years. As I said earlier, a lot say he was cruel to people a lot in high school. He deserved this. And I don't think in any way this is justified. May the little angel rest with God. May the family somehow find peace. But sometimes I just can't help but feel some type of remorse for the guy. Play stupid games and win stupid prizes, I guess. Okay, I'll bite. Friends of mine since 7th grade. Friends through high school graduation. Pretty much the same outlook and opportunities at this point. I go to my college, smoke pot, learn how to drink, etc. but manage classes. Over fall break, so only like 1 to 2 months into freshman year, I met up with him at his college, which is close to my home. We get together, he's got some pot, some drink, we have a decent night, hanging out, catching up and whatnot. Just kept noticing how weird he was about being quiet, said the dorm rules were strict as hell, etc. He also had a pretty wild rumored point. Couple weeks later I got a call from him. Rumored and he threw a party, music, drink, smoke, etc. Well, they got caught. The college had a zero tolerance rule. Both were kicked out. Fast forward a couple years. I'm working over the summer and I bump into him. Now this is a furniture mill. He's full-time, got a pregnant girlfriend that would soon become his wife, and I'm there for 2 months before going back to school. Now, did he ruin his life? I can't say that. He's still in his hometown, has a wife and kids and works at a mill. Did he totally obliterate his chances at a better life? Pretty much. That's one of several people I went to school with that I'll catch occasionally around my hometown. Sad to see, but again, to each their own. By dating the wrong person. My best friend was in an awful relationship. They'd hang out 24/7 at his dorm, and they would drink constantly. At the same time all this was going on, her mom was dying of cancer, and my friend completely ignored her needs. 6 months into their relationship, her mother died. She took it hard, and clung to her boyfriend even harder for support. Huge mistake. Eventually, they started drinking even more than they did before, to the point that they both became abusive towards each other. They had the cops called on them numerous times, but neither one ever pressed charges. Eventually, after a particularly brutal fight on campus, they broke up and filed a lawsuit against each other. I was relieved to say the least, but it was short-lived. I found out a few months later that they would see each other in secret and drink in public. I tried my best to help her and convince her she didn't need him, but to no avail. One day I got a call from a police department 2 hours away from me. Apparently she met up with him in secret. She totaled her car and said her boyfriend was driving. He fled the scene with his other girlfriend and she got arrested. I had to bail her out and I explained the situation to the cops. She resented me ever after. Few months after that incident, she started doing heavy drugs and sleeping with married men. Her ex-boyfriend was arrested for driving drunk down the wrong side of an extremely busy highway for 20 miles. He's facing a couple years in jail. I feel silly posting this as it's not as dramatic as some of these stories, but here goes. Single mom, had a kid growing up across the street from my son and me. He's about a year older than my son and they became fast friends. This kid was rough and came from a shitty home. Mom had 4 kids from 4 different dads and was now pregnant with this new guy. This boy practically lived at my house and I was okay with that. Fast forward 7 years. We got a call about a week before Christmas. He's homeless and living in his car, which just can we help? Well, of course we can. We fill his car and give him a bedroom. We buy him gifts and take him around to all of our Christmas parties. We hook him up with job interviews in our neighborhood. We talked to him about college and trade schools. We offer to co-sign loans for them. We take him around to talk to professors. We show him life can be different than what he knows. Then my son comes to me stricken. All the cash is missing from his piggy bank, about $250. Coincidentally, this kid somehow gets the cash to have his cell turned back on. He owed $240. We had no proof it was him, and my son didn't want to press the point. But then we get a call from some dude on my cell phone saying this kid bought the car he's driving from him, but never paid him, so he reported it stolen. Cops show up and find drugs in the car. This is 4 months after he moved in with us, and a week before he was to register for school. He winds up going to jail for a year. We still talk to him and try to help where we can, but no more money and he's not allowed in our house. .tl/dr. We tried to help a kid with college and he robbed us and some other folks. Actually very relevant, because this just happened yesterday. Our assistant manager, who has a kid and is living on his own at 18, came into work to open super late, and the franchisee's son yelled at him for it. Pissed, he storms off after telling our GM that he was done. While leaving, this faker tries to steal 2 whole roast beefs from us along with some tuna. We caught him on camera and gave him an ultimatum to return the stolen items, otherwise a police report would be filed. When coming back to return all the stolen items, all of it was open and ready to be used, so we can no longer use it. He was also drunk and high off his, as when he came in to return the items. Mind you, he is 18. He then proceeded to get in the face of our GM outside talking shit, trying to get our GM to hit him so that he could have a reason to sue, most likely, which he would lose easily. This was his first job that he left after a year and a half. He has a non-working girlfriend and a kid, and now on paper has either never had a job or he quit without giving notice to an already short-handed staff and attempted to steal company goods as he stormed off while simultaneously trespassed on public property while being asked to leave. All while his daughter and girlfriend were watching. He can't get unemployment either because he officially resigned from his position. He can't pass a drug test to save his life. In all honesty, I feel bad for his kid. She's a 1-year-old who has to grow up with an idiotic, careless, uneducated father and a leech for a mother. My fiancé and I worked at the same Kinkus back in the day. My fiancé had a second job as well as waiting tables. A supervisor at Kinkus began sexually harassing her on days I didn't work. At first she sorta shrugged it off, hoping it would stop. Confronted him, he said he'd stop. Then when it was apparent he wasn't going to stop, she told me. Naturally, I was furious. I called him like, what the fuck, man? He knew that I was on probation for a marijuana charge and told me that if I retaliated with physical violence he'd report me to the authorities. She told the manager and they put him on different shifts from her after a week of unpaid leave. I confronted him at work and told him I wouldn't punch him or tell his wife if he told her what happened. He said he did and that she was mad at him but forgave him. Then one day, while I was working, she was at her other job and he had the day off. He drove to her second job and hand-delivered a note to her. It was professing his love for her, explaining how he should be with her rather than me, and how they were meant for each other, soulmates. I didn't deserve her because I was on probation, etc. After the note she reported it to the manager and gave me the note. She was really upset by it to the point of calling sick from work to avoid the situation. I was furious. This mother faker was meddling in our relationship and I called the manager as well. I told him I could no longer work with this guy either, or I'd end up smashing his face. They fired him the next day. They issued a trespass order to him to not come to the store. Then his wife called the store to yell at me and my fiancé for lying and ruining his career. I told her what he was doing and she was in denial. Insisted my fiancé was a hussy and hung up the phone. His wife worked at a local hotel concierge desk, so I copied the handwritten letter and drove to the hotel to deliver her his note that he wrote my fiancé. She couldn't believe it. She recognized his handwriting, but the words on the page were with a passion she'd never seen from him. She told me that he had told her that my fiancé was making passes at him and I was cool with it because I was some kind of cuck. She kicked him out and filed for divorce. This man got a crush, got really aggressive, and lost his job, lost his wife, lost his medical insurance, and was denied unemployment all within a 1 to 2 week period. Not to mention he had me furious at him. At one point I think I told him, when my probation was lifted, I was gonna break his leg. Meth. 10 or 12 years ago, my cute, funny, creative, employable Australian girlfriend, not girlfriend, connected with one of my high school pals who was now a drug dealer. He got her on meth, and she quickly became a ravenous user who couldn't stop smoking it. Now she's just crazy, hearing voices, has weird beliefs about Robin Williams being alive, and how he's going to help me realize my acting career. Looks awful, wears heavy makeup, she looks like a raccoon, and neon colored wigs all the time. She used to be so pretty, and actually is, if she doesn't put on all that horrible makeup and stupid wigs. She lives in an assisted living facility for people with mental health problems. Still smoke it, just not as much. Also crack. A long time ago one of my friends thought getting into that stuff would be a good idea. Shattered his family and relationships, sold off all that he had worked for. We're not really in touch anymore, but I heard he cleaned up and now works in a group home for young guys who are trying to get clean. I hope he's doing okay. Or my 3 high school friends who royally faked up by getting loaded at graduation, and in 3 separate incidents, wrecked their cars, and killed themselves, or other people in the process. One of them wiped out 3 members of a family of 4. It wasn't permanently life-ruining, but in my junior year of high school, there was a huge accident and 4 fellow juniors died. They were driving really fast, and ignoring traffic signs and everything, since we lived in a small town, and it was late at night. They were also driving to ruin this one girl's birthday, because they didn't like her. When this girl mentioned that she knew they were coming to ruin her birthday again, this was apparently something that happened before. Fellow classmates were livid that this girl wasn't upset that her bullies died. She ended up getting her name posted on walls and all over MySpace. Her tires were slashed and car windows were broken constantly, and I saw one of the dead kid's best friends throw his lunch at her at one point. Right in front of the principal, and he just didn't care. 3 of the kids that died were star athletes though, so no one was going to tell this girl that she was right in any capacity, even if she never once claimed she was happy they were dead. She merely said she knew what they were doing when they died. I specifically recall people mentioning that they would boo her at graduation too. For what it's worth, she takes care of abandoned dogs and has a loving husband and adorable daughter according to Facebook, so at least things turned around for her. Remy and Hank had been best friends since grade school in our little town. All they wanted to do was listen to rock and roll, smoke pot, and drink Budweiser. If you needed a field hand or help framing a house, you could get them to help for cash at the end of the day, but don't assume you'd see them the next day. They sold a little weed to fund their own use. The chief of police knew they had pot on hand, but he left them alone as they were mostly harmless. Remy came home one afternoon to find Hank faking his meth head sister. Remy shot Hank twice with a .22 pistol in the ass. The EMTs took Hank to the ER and the PD took Remy off to the county to let him cool down. Couple days later, Hank gets into a coughing fit and rips out his sutures. The wound, being in his ass, didn't catch the attention of the nurse. He ended up dying in a pool of his own blood. Remy, looking at murder too, pleads to manslaughter and goes off to serious prison. He was released in 5 years, but he had to join the Aryan Brotherhood to survive. Now he's shaved, tatted up, and hates everyone that's not white. Remy's sister died from meth abuse, leaving a 12-year-old son. Their mother is given custody, but she was near death on her own. Remy ended up raising his nephew. The kid ended up in juvie a couple times, and doesn't have a bright future. 3 lives wasted. All because a dude couldn't stand that his best friend was faking his sister. One of my best friends in high school got caught stealing money from the animal shelter during his senior year in college. I still believe he was just covering for his girlfriend, the director of the animal shelter, the person that hired him to do the accounting. Just about a month before graduating college and taking a $100K plus job he was offered, he killed himself. He had a bad habit of drinking and driving, and had used his suspended imposition of sentence on his third DUI. With no get out of jail free card, he was probably going to lose his job offer, so he shot himself. The worst part is that he could have sold his ATV/boat/snowmobile or one of his rental properties, bought his first rental home while in high school, paid back the missing money before trial, and been sentenced to probation. Probably could have still gotten the job after graduation, especially if he could have worked a plea deal for a lesser charge. Another of my best friends from high school stole a horse. 21 years old, drunk and just being obnoxious, he took a horse from the fairgrounds, rode it across town, and hitched the horse outside. This horse did not like to be tied to a post, and ended up injuring itself getting its legs wrapped in the rope. I can't recall if the horse had to be put down or not. Small town, rumors spread that he dragged the horse behind his truck. He was from a poor family and never had a real good reputation before the event, but shit went downhill very fast. He ended up getting a unique sentence to spend a week in jail every year. A few years later, he was in trouble for something new, and while in jail he hung himself with a bedsheet. I really regret not keeping up with these guys better. Maybe if I had known what they were going through, I could have helped. And maybe I would have been right beside them doing the same dumb shit and suffering the same fate. Either way, I regret doing nothing. So this is late, so it will probably get buried, but I need to tell the story of the shit show. That is my buddy's life. Technically this took place over 3 years, but it was a domino effect that began from one dumb decision, getting back with his ex against all common sense. So he was a good kid who had some trouble growing up. Dad was addicted to drugs and left his mom to raise him and 3 siblings by herself. He was an amazing track star who won a couple state titles for our school. He was dating a girl for a couple years who was batshit crazy and decided to break up with him and start dating a drug dealer from school. He ended up getting arrested and came crawling back to my buddy, who had a full ride scholarship to a small school in our state. He began to date her again, dropped out of school, and got a job making pretty good money at a factory close to home. He found out she was pregnant with a drug dealer's kid and tried to do the right thing by marrying her and taking care of the kid as his own. Fast forward a year, he finds out she's regularly cheating on him while he's at work, having a 3-way relationship with a guy and some girl. The girl ended up feeling guilty and told him. He does the right thing, gets a divorce and continues work. However, the guilt of essentially no longer taking care of her and the kid caught up with him, and he began turning to drugs to numb himself. Fast forward another year or so, he quit his job, began running drugs, and was sent to prison and sells everything he owns because he can no longer afford the house he bought for himself and his ex-wife. I say this was all quick because in a split second he decided to date an ex that then led to one horrible decision after another, and I ended up breaking off contact with him. That haunts me to this day. I really wanted to be there for him, but I knew any support would just end up supporting his addiction, and I felt like there was nothing I could do to support him. If you know anyone at risk, please be a better person than me and try to be more supportive of what is best for those you love, because losing them will eat away at you forever. Alcohol. I witnessed my cousin turn from an average, FIFA playing, procrastinating student to an alcoholic who's currently in jail right now. He was pretty good at soccer and played video games, FIFA, like any other normal kid. Never really cared about school as much and mostly focused on hanging out with friends and skating and shit. Then I remember he started to get hooked on alcohol around his junior/senior year of high school. The sad thing is we have a really chill uncle who bought him alcohol thinking it was normal for teens. After a few months all he could talk about was alcohol and drinking to have fun. He was expelled a few months before graduating for having alcohol in a water bottle and being drunk on campus. So he finished his studies at a continuation school I believe. A few months after he was arrested for DUI, crashing into another car while driving his friends. This faked him and his parents over as it was their car and the kid's parents were minors. So he's out of jail and seems to be doing fine. According to my uncle he was just at home unable to hold down a job, playing video games. He quit college and pretty much just leeching off of his parents. Then a few months later he's in jail again Now the reason for this, I still don't quite know, because his parents never really talked about it with my parents, but I heard from my aunt that he had been putting those card scanners or something on the ATM machines, I think, to steal people's info. And was caught retrieving one or something. Anyways, he's still in jail right now, and I can't help but think if he hadn't started drinking, this never would have happened. Also, I would like to note that my uncle sold him alcohol after he had already started drinking, probably with friends at parties and stuff. Point not to say drinking is bad. I drink, but I feel like drinking before college just sets you up for disaster. An old friend of mine. She was a pathological liar and claimed to have every mental illness out there without actually seeing a doctor about them once. It got to the point where I would question her, because at the time I believed she had depression, and I was struggling pretty badly from self-harm and etc, as I had gone through some physical and sexual abuse from my father. She then began trying to one-up me and make it seem like everything was worse for her. I once told her about how my father had sexually abused me and how I was sexually abused when I was younger from older boys in the area. She then tried to tell me about how her cousins had raped her and etc, which made me feel pretty shit for talking about my own experiences. She later would admit that it was all a lie. Well, soon enough I end the friendship after lie, and finding out how she wasn't actually suicidal but was saying she was so she could go to the school counselor. By doing this, the counselor stopped seeing me so much as I was seeing a counselor outside of school, as well as I was in and out of hospital at the time, but she saw my friend as worse due to all the lies. The school would also find out later about all the lies and contact our family and apologize. She would then start to drop her grades to get attention from the teachers and fellow classmates. By getting kicked out of class, she was known as that kid. She was also in a long distance relationship and would fly over in the middle of the year for a few months and not do any of the assignments needed to go to year 12, making her drop out. She started getting in with a bad group of people and has now had multiple pregnancy scares, does some hardcore drugs, drinks every day and smokes. She's also done some camp shows despite being underage still. She had so much potential and threw it all down the drain trying to get the most attention. I feel like I personally dodged a bullet by not being friends with her anymore. I did, however, go to an art gallery with her the other day and she started smoking in the middle of MC Donald's and got kicked out for doing so. I hope she gets her shit back together. This has all happened through the course of a year as well. Not a fuck up as grave as the comments before mine, but here it is. Wanted to become a software engineer because I became interested in learning various programming languages because of HTML, and I was a computer wizard in high school, but mom forced me into chemical engineering despite the people I talked to about suggesting my mother that she should think about it twice. Her reasoning was that chemical engineers are paid better. What's even more is that she also forced me to take summer classes during college life. I know that I'm not as keen on crunching numbers hardcore, and my high school math grade isn't all that stellar. For 3 years I've endured mediocre or failing grades on most major courses. I was also constantly being shouted at and scolded when I played games after studying, as if I should be a study monk. On top of being unmotivated to study, I was seduced by my friends to parties, thinking I can pass off this bad feeling by drinking. It didn't get any better due to how things were going. My mom decided to have me shifted to my dream degree. But now that I have accumulated so many failures, the prospect of a kick out was not too far-fetched. Not only that, I was also burned out by studying stuff I would eventually throw away. That led to an addiction to games and cutting classes. I spent $600 on Steam games, and I wouldn't get started on MMOs. I grew more distant towards my mom, and also got verbally abusive whenever she compares me to my siblings, who were doing a lot better. During that time too, I was having suicidal thoughts, because I kinda killed my love for a degree I was so interested in, and I thought of jumping off from the highest building in the campus. But some girl did it first, by jumping off to the center of the longest spiral staircase of 21 floors, and now they fixed it by lining the railing with steel cables. Trying to find something to just even dampen my will to kill myself, I started writing my own story and self-studied how to write properly. This led me to learning about TV tropes. Fast forward a year, and that is now. This term has 8 subjects, 4 of which are major courses that are seasonal, meaning that they are only offered once an academic year at a certain term. I also accumulated 2 failed subjects and was just a subject away from kickout. I made a friend who was also a shifty, and we studied in the same courses and class. Due to my burnout I cut often in this class. Let's name this class A, because the professor doesn't count absences, and my friend's cutting on another, class B. We decided to carry each other in the final output, which was done in pairs or groups of 3+. Of those classes, I carried him in class B, and he carried me in class A. We promised each other to contribute at least a small amount, but that didn't happen. Each of us contributed 0% of what we promised to work on. That means I soloed the FO of class B, and he soloed the FO on class A. It didn't help when I learned that he enrolled 5 major courses in that term, and so we couldn't blame each other, because we were on the same boat. Every deadline was collapsing in a certain week. I have drunk at least 10 cups of coffee in a single week, and I have failed to pass a project in one of the programming courses. In a networking course, I passed a project in which all parts worked except the game part. What was even beyond even my own comprehension is how I procrastinated 2 weeks before the deadline. With a little bit of determination, I was able to finish the project in less than 12 hours. I calculated the grade I needed to pass class B and class A. My friend did decently in the 2 exams of each class, me, not so much. I realized that if I were to pass class B, I had to perfect the final exam. Good thing that I did the final output, and in turn, I was rewarded with knowledge. My friend requested to be taught for final exam B, and the same thing for me in final exam A. Come the test, I did well, or that's what I thought. My friend perfected it, but I was 30 points away from the target grade. I did well in final exam A, but to see that I have a failing grade means bad news to me. The backup university I was planning to transfer strictly rejects any student. That is a kick-out point, but hope was not lost. After the day of posting grades comes grade consultation day, where students can meet their professors and review the scores of each requirement they passed. A very few groups of professors curve their students' grades. I waited for 2 hours in an empty room, only to wait for nothing. Defeated, I sat on a bench and cried on the table. Then my friend came rushing, holding his phone, telling me that his grade in class B went up. I checked mine on his phone, and I passed class B. Now I applied for transfer today in a sub-branch of the current university, where my degree program is game development, major in game art. Would all this be prevented if I got motivated just decently in engineering? Most likely. But I wish at least my mother would let me decide first, before she makes suggestions, and makes me reconsider. In the end, I wasted 4 years of my life, gained 35 pounds, and spent $900 total on games. TLDR, wanted to do a degree I can definitely do, but my mother forces me into a degree I was not motivated and prepared for, got into failing streaks, got demotivated, shifted to dream degree, got even more demotivated and borderline suicidal, planned to transfer to start anew but almost never happened, because I cut classes frequently this term. My then best friend found a new guy on Tinder. After a steady stream of questionable guys she went around and faked, bringing her 4-year-old daughter with her, because no one would babysit. Got matching tattoos with him after a month and they were engaged after 2. She had 2 kids from 2 other guys, one who she already lost custody of, and the other she was in the middle of a CPS investigation with. I met the new guy once, did not like him at all, and told my friend as much, and that I wouldn't be comfortable being around him, or bringing my own kid over. Cue a steady downpour of hateful messages about how I didn't even try to like him, and how I was the worst friend ever, after everything she had done for me. She threatened to make sure I lost all of my pets and my son, because she thought she had some kind of dirt on me. After more weeks of death threats from both her and the new guy towards me and we finally got all of our stuff back and just washed our hands of it. She moved to his city after knowing him for 4 months, instantly losing her remaining child to the state because she just left, and the dad is a druggie that just got out of prison at that time. 2 weeks later a random girl showed up at my door with my cat. The friend had been taking care of the cat and pretty much stole her when she moved, and I was informed that the guy was arrested for beating her, destroying her things, holding her captive in the house and some other stuff. I took the cat, texted friend I told you so, and put it out of my mind. Petty, but fuck her for threatening my kid. She was back with him 2 days later. She picked him up from jail. In the period, since she's had multiple broken bones, bruises, and lots of weird accidents. Yeah. The other day I heard he was in jail again, and she is putting on a brave face and posting victim sympathy memes all over social media, saying how she can't understand why no one ever warned her or saw what was happening. Yeah, well, beach, I faking told you so. My sister abused weed heavily for a few years. She would smoke heavily all day every day, and the few times I visited her she would start freaking out and pick weird fights with me as she approached a point of sobriety. She lived very poorly in Denver, held on to a shitty relationship for way too long, and probably wasn't sober for more than a few minutes every day. It took getting fired from Walmart and almost being evicted from her apartment to get her to slow down, and even then the only thing I heard from her for about a year were her praises of marijuana and how everyone was just out to get her because of the stigma against it. She started school again and moved in with me during my undergraduate degree and struggled a lot. She was also selling weed during that time, and we constantly had her customers stopping by all hours of the night. One of our bigger fights was over why I wouldn't transport large amounts of weed for her when I was visiting my hometown. She got a serious ear infection about 2 years ago and basically had to stop smoking anything at all to avoid getting sick and dizzy. After a few months she started being able to handle school a bit better, and while she still won't admit that the weed was a big contributor to her problem, she's a lot more stable now. Downside is she's kinda stupid. She is absolutely fried when it comes to planning more than a few months in advance and has been struggling a lot with her school stuff. She just can't remember things well, and at this point it's clear that this is permanent. It's clear she's trying hard, and we're all supporting her, but I suspect she's never really going to get her memory and former brain power back. And it's still uncertain if she's going to break her cycle of self-sabotage, though if she doesn't it's likely my parents are at a financial breaking point with her. She still claims that her learning difficulty is due to the fact that she's an older returning student, and while I'll buy that as part of her struggle, I knew her before she started abusing marijuana, and she is a very different person from the one I grew up with. And honestly, though I love her very much, I miss the person my sister used to be. Cheesy TLDR. It has many uses, but it's called dope for a reason. Hello people, welcome to the near bottom of the thread. I met this dude who was dating a sort of friend of mine. It was a horrible relationship the two of them had. He would hit on people in front of her, made sexual advances towards my girlfriend, which pissed all of us off. He stole people's liquor, and he was just an overall gross person, but we let him hang around because we felt pretty bad for him. I feel I should point out that this guy was also a major speed demon, as in he thought he should show off to me when I first rode in his car with him by doing 120 in a 60 miles per hour zone, and laughed when I repeatedly told him to slow the fuck down. He took a lot of pride in his car and the incredibly expensive sound system he had hooked up in the trunk, which he probably shouldn't have had, considering he was pretty poor and should been spending his money elsewhere, and went out of his way to show it off whenever he could. One night, however, his girlfriend had had enough and finally, thankfully, broke up with him over text, which sounds cruel, but trust me, it was entirely justified due to how irrational he can get. He was distraught, to say the least. He kept repeatedly calling her, and she refused to reveal where she was staying. So he started drinking heavily that night, and went out aggressively driving looking for her. When he realized he's been broken up with, and tried to kill himself by getting up to 120 miles per hour, and jerked his wheel. His car flipped so many times, and smashed into a ditch. His car was totaled and his sound system was completely destroyed. He had lost his girlfriend and virtually all of his friends. Amazingly, despite how devastating the crash seemed to be, he got out of it physically with only a broken arm and collarbone and a scraped up leg. Not the worst thing to happen to someone in this thread, but still pretty bad. Last I heard, since we all stopped talking to him that night, he started dating another girl a couple of nights after the accident and got her knocked up. I do not envy that child. Well, I don't know if this qualifies as the quickest way, and I don't think it f// his life up forever, but it certainly threw away a great rare opportunity to take advantage of. Played football in high school. Had a kid on my team that started getting recruiters his freshman year showing interest. Not just anyone, but D1 schools in the top 10 like not really Notre Dame, USC, OU, OSU, etc. Ivy League, you name it. By the time he was a junior he was ranked top 25 in the nation, and at his position, and played for a losing record team. I mean, our O-line was just horrible, and he would just make plays like Mike Vick would pre-dogfight. He could have gone just about anywhere in the country he wanted to. 4 to 5-star recruit. Flash forward to the middle to end of his junior year, he switched schools unnecessarily and got involved in gang affiliated activities, not killing or way out of bounds, but enough for him to lose focus and let other idiots bring him down. He also began to skip class and his GPA went way down. I mean, if this kid just managed a 2.0 he was set to play just about wherever. I saw him do things you cannot coach, and a lot of people looked up to him because of his blessings and upbringing. Sometimes you just don't realize how blessed you truly are, which is astonishing. We had coaches let him stay in their homes as if he was their very own son and do things to keep his head together / provide stability because he didn't have stability in his own home. I will never judge this person as I don't know all the details, and truthfully I still think of him as a brother. Just a damn knucklehead of one. His grades combined with his gang activity was enough to keep him away from most scholarships, if any. I'm not saying he would have gone to the NFL or made millions in that way, but when you have certain gifts, do not throw them away, use them to propel you forward. I'm more concerned with the individual than I'm for some contract or money. He didn't have the best upbringing and had plenty of opportunity to overcome it, but it's easy to point the finger and say how silly someone is for not taking advantage. There's much more to the story than that. Perhaps that didn't mess his life up completely, but it certainly made it much more difficult. If he decided he didn't want to play anymore, fine, but don't let opportunity go to waste. The experiences, camaraderie, strength, discipline, structure, etc. that come from taking opportunities like this could have changed his life and fortune in a major way. He now has to go the hard knocks way. Take advantage of opportunity, people, especially rare ones. A guy that was a grade A student in elementary school went into the same class as me. Technical school, electrical engineering. He didn't seem that different. Never gave problems to teachers during the first year that I was going with him. But after a few weeks he started, I guess, to build his reputation, because then no one knew who he was. He did some drugs, not a big deal, but he would fight random kids for stupidest reasons. It was so obvious that he fought just to fight. Then he failed class and moved to different school in same city. I didn't see him that often anymore. Then 2 years later I noticed all of his new pictures he posted on Facebook were with middle finger, and he obviously started hanging out with some skinheads. I heard his parents tried to help him regarding drugs and bad friends. Since he failed that technical school, his parents moved from Germany to here in Croatia and gave him everything and loved him since he was their only child. He was driving a Mercedes at 19, had a girlfriend and reputation. So few weeks ago apparently he helped his mom with some work in field. Then while he was in backseat with one of his skinhead friends, he shot his mother in the head with a gun that he took from his father that was in special riot police force. Then few hours later he killed his father in same way, this time in their house garage, while his father had his back turned to him. 2 clear executions of his both parents. Then he went to one of his skinhead friend's birthday and admitted he did something bad, partied all night and drove to country capital, which is 300 kilometers away, but came back since there was blockade or something probably. So on second day police notifies media so people can identify his Mercedes, and while he's driving around his home area, police helicopter found the car with his mother inside. Since he killed policemen, they were very furious to find him. Some of people who were searching for him was special anti-terrorist unit from Atlaco, basically one number our version of SAS. Then when they closed in on him in town near his house, our SAS surrounded his car with one of them breaking the car window and pulling him out while he was trying to get a gun underneath his seat to kill himself or kill one of the policemen. Recent ex. We had been engaged, and she has spent 10 years building a business with her boss, but not as a partner. We met around her 8th year in, and had made plans with her boss to take over the business so he could retire, and she'd run the business with me as a partner and I would work my full-time job for the benefits. Essentially she'd had a business built and set up with her preferences in mind. Very little work and a lot of payoff with her boss's name attached. Dog breeding and training for gun dogs. We had a huge pedigree and brand to work with a fiercely loyal customer base already attached to it. So, she also has a self-destructive tendency and some depression. So she cheats on me around New Year's and gets caught, but is also very headstrong. Instead of admitting fault in the face of overwhelming physical evidence, she decides to quit and move away and go back to school to be a vet tech and move out of the rent-free home she was living in after buying a $500 a month used truck with 100k miles on it. Instead of trying to work things out here, her boss now refuses to hand over the business to her and instead will sell it to his ex-wife and retire anyway in the span of a month. She threw away 10 years of sacrifice about to pay off big, destroyed her credit, and plans on moving into any apartment that will take her and her 5 pets while adding more to her student loans and going to school and working too. Part-time jobs. Very sad to see though, regardless of if she faked me either or not. Backstory: uncle went through a horrible divorce. Wife basically used him for a green card. Guy worked 2 jobs providing everything for her and his new son. All she had to do was take care of the kid, keep the house in order, only for her to divorce him and force him to file for bankruptcy because she was squirreling away money and not paying bills or mortgage. Fast forward, uncle loses everything. She gets him arrested, takes the kid away from him. Uncle moves in with us to try getting back on his feet. Decides to go to Poland to visit family. Resets himself a year or 2 after divorce. Lost everything. Still had a job. Runs into a lady he knew growing up in middle school before family came to America. Falls in love instantly. Comes home instantly, plans trip back. Wants to marry said lady. Wants to take 3 months unpaid leave from work. Job won't allow it. This is where the faking up happens. Within a few weeks, uncle quits. Cashes out 401, goes to Poland, marries woman. Stays there for 4 months or so. He doesn't tell the ex. He stops paying child support because she's been screwing him over for too long. She got married and demanded more money for child care because she got pregnant and wants a nanny to help take care of son because she doesn't have energy. He comes back, doesn't have a job, and starts sending wife money weekly in Poland. Money starts running out. My wife was supposed to come by Christmas for the last 3 years. Still no job. Casino flyers coming to the house constantly. Money went missing. I think uncle stole it. No one else would have taken it or even knew it was where it was besides me and uncle, who on occasion came into the room to talk when I was putting more away. He had a warrant issued for his arrest. Got arrested. Lost his driving license for not paying car taxes. Still no job. Still living rent-free in our houses. Wife is still coming by Christmas. Think she's just using him. This isn't half as bad as some of the stuff that's being posted here, but when I was 17 I knew of a kid who was in private education, one of the most upper class schools in my city. This kid, 17, almost 18, got his own flat as a present from his parents. It was pretty evident that it was a party flat. He had very little care for it as far as I was led to believe. Anyway, he ended up taking out a £2k loan for some reason. He didn't pay it back and refused to contact the loan company, so the police got involved. They got permission from the guy's parents to access the flat to speak to him. They found a considerable amount of cocaine lying in the living room, at which point this guy had already fled the country. He had gotten in touch with another acquaintance of mine whose family resided in Venezuela. This guy asked my acquaintance if he could do him a solid and ask his family if he could live with them, as he's got himself in deep shit. All goes quiet for several months. I then hear through the grapevine from a friend of this guy who fled the country in the first place that he had come home and had been arrested on the spot for possessing a firearm. He was being charged for possession of an illegal firearm and possession/intent to sell cocaine. Never heard anything since. That was 5 years ago. I have a couple for this one. Point. My best friend in high school was probably one of the most naturally gifted musicians I have ever seen. The kind of dude who could pick up any instrument and have it mastered by the end of the week. He was in a really good band that had a lot of potential. We both played guitar, and of course being dumb as teenagers would smoke a ton of weed and sneak his dad's beers while we jammed, though we were never like partiers. So right after we graduate we get invited to a party by a girl who would come to his band's shows. I decide not to go have a smoke sesh with our circle, but he does. Ends up faking the vocalist's girlfriend, got a DUI, got both of them arrested, so of course the vocalist found out, broke up the band, and he had to sell almost all of his gear to pay his tickets and stuff. His life has been on a downward spiral from there. Multiple Lewis, on probation, has a breathalyzer in his car, and is an extreme alcoholic, so he has to get his 18-year-old brother to drive him around, does a lot of cocaine. 25 and works at a local pizza place that hires a lot of high school kids, so he still parties with and fucks high school students. My group of friends and I have proof that a girl he slept with was 16 when they did the deed, and he was like 23 or 24 at the time. Other story is a girl I dated for a bit. She was diagnosed with anxiety, but this was back in like 2010ish, when Xanax was being way overprescribed. She did not have anxiety, she had poor social and coping skills from being a spoiled only child, and her parents being major enablers. I mean, don't get me wrong, I took advantage of it, but these were the kinds of parents that let their 18-year-old daughter who was still in high school have 18-year-old me spend the night, because we were gonna be watching a movie till late, and also could you go get us some drinks, we need a 12-pack, because we just want to have a few. Yep. So anyways, this girl gets prescribed Xanax and goes off the rails with it. Like straight zombified 24/7 from day one of being prescribed. About 2 weeks after being prescribed, she tries to drive while barred out to go get cigs. Wakes up in a gas station parking lot at like 1 AM, not knowing where she was or how she got there, with her car completely smashed. She called me crying asking me to come get her, and that's when I noped out. Turns out she sideswiped about 5 or 6 cars parked on the street on her way. She was too scared to call her parents, so drove herself back home, at which point the cops, taking statements from the people whose cars were smashed up, noticed her smashed up car and connected the dots. She got arrested, charged with a bunch of stuff. Her parents had to pull her brother out of college to afford all the costs of her fuck up. She went downhill from there for a few years, though I don't know all the details. I know she still abused and is like crazy, and had some real bad shit occur due to that. Redeeming part, we reconnected for a few months about a year ago, and she is doing better and getting her life back on track, has a decent job, is going to school, and last I saw, got engaged to a dude who seems to be a decent dude. A girl I dated defaulted on her divorce, despite her ex being fucking insane and abusive to her and her kids. I was seeing her from the beginning of the divorce to the end. She and her ex had an open relationship, so this was fine with all parties involved. Apparently, if you don't sign the divorce papers within a certain amount of time, 3 weeks in Michigan, you basically forfeit your say in who gets what. The whole while, I kept telling her to sign the papers, to get a lawyer, or at least do any kind of research about the process. Her ex made significantly more money than her at the time, so she could maybe file for alimony. Instead, she just let it default, because she didn't want to hurt the kids, and I don't have the money for a lawyer. Between the two of them, they had 2 cars, a motorcycle that didn't work, 2 houses, and 2 kids. My ex kept the oldest car and the motorcycle. She only got the motorcycle because it was the only thing not in both of their names. On top of that, for whatever bizarre reason, my ex took on their shared debt too, tens of thousands of dollars worth. Worse yet, apparently ex's lawyer was a faking joke and tried to file complaints prior to the official proceedings that were nonsensical and only actively pissed off their judge. The judge even took pity on my ex during a superfluous hearing and gave my ex advice in front of a lawyer, since the ex was about to be homeless unless she did absolutely anything about the situation. But nope, I didn't want to hurt the now routinely neglected children or borrow some money for a lawyer. Cocaine. When I was about 20, I briefly lived with a married couple. We had a bit of a weird situation. I knew them from high school, but hadn't been close to them. A buddy of mine was good friends with them, and through him, we all ended up hanging out. Only my husband and I had a car. The married couple would grow pot in their apartment and sell it, and all of us would consume a lot of it before it ever got sold. The husband worked long shifts as a delivery truck driver, so when he was at work, his wife had no way to get around, especially since my friend and most of their other friends didn't have cars. Eventually, it just became an unstated arrangement that I would hang around there when I didn't have class or work, give the wife rides wherever she needed or wanted to go, and in exchange I crash at their place whenever I want and can smoke to my heart's content. After about 2 months or so of this, their drug dealer starts offering them other stuff as a trade for the pot instead of paying cash. Sometimes it would be a handful of random pills that he couldn't always identify, but most of the time, what he had for trade was coke. I don't honestly know exactly when they started getting into coke. I was around them all the time, but it wasn't until things had already gotten kind of bad that I found out they'd been doing coke in quantities that would rival Pamplavey. They'd disappear into their bedroom and do it, and one night I happened to be in there talking to them and some other people when out comes the coke, lines all set up and ready to go. They offered it to me, and I passed on it and left the room, cause I figured if I wasn't gonna participate I should just let them do their thing. After about another month, I quit going over there. They had both begun to go faking crazy. At one point the husband threw a bunch of people out of his house during a party, screaming and raving about how someone called the cops on him, and generally raving incoherently, and then stalking around the apartment with a large chef's knife. The wife was less overtly crazy, but by then she had already begun trading acquaintances sexual favors for coke, mainly while her husband was at work. My understanding of what happened after I stopped talking to them is this: wife continues trading sex for coke, gets to a point where she is aggressively propositioning people. She tries to offer her sister's fiancé a blue job for money, who refuses. She then tries to give him one anyway, and her sister walks in to find him trying to get her to stop, and basically all hell breaks loose. Husband and wife divorce, wife's family cut ties with her, and she just keeps going right down that road, doing as much coke as she can, and doing whatever she has to do to get it. Last I spoke to her sister, nobody had heard from her in about 2 years, but that was like 4 years ago. The husband cleaned up, got his shit together, and eventually married someone else, and got a better paying job in the same industry. I had a few drinks with him a few years after it all happened. He was still a good guy, and I have a lot of respect for him getting out of that lifestyle. No idea what happened to the wife. I'm not optimistic. I haven't heard too many stories of coked out prostitutes getting their lives back on track. A friend of mine, let's call her Denise, started dating her manager. Let's call him Danny. They worked together at a restaurant. He was her direct boss. They got together while he had a 5-month-old baby with his fiancée. Danny dumped his fiancée so he could date Denise and moved in with her pretty quickly, over an hour away from his baby/mama. They thought that they weren't allowed to work together, being in the manager-employee positions, so she ended up quitting her waitressing job so they could date. They later found out that it was allowed. They just had to disclose their relationship to management. She still does not have a job, and this was months ago. Danny never told his baby mama about Denise. Basically kept her a secret from her. They never posted anything on social media about dating. Nobody really knew, nothing like that. So when they would drive together to go pick up his kid so he could have his time with him, he would drop Denise off at Target or Starbucks for an hour or so, go get his kid, then come back and pick her up. While they had the kid with them, he barely took care of him, and Denise ended up basically being his second mom. Bathed him, fed him, got up with him in the middle of the night. The dude did nothing, and admits it comes straight out, and says he doesn't want to take care of him. Shitty dad club. SOOO. Flash forward a couple of months and now my friend is 6 months pregnant with his child. Baby mama still doesn't know. My friend, who had 1 month until he graduated high school early, decided that it would be a good idea for him to drop out and work full time. Okay, so many he didn't want to go to college and was okay with working at this pizza shop for the rest of his life. Not the best life choice, but it's doable. A few months later he tells me that he quit his job, got fired for coming in drunk and insulting the other employees, bridge equals burned, and moved to a different city to live with some people he hardly knows and to do drugs all day every day. He's 18, away from his parents, living with nearby strangers, doing drugs instead of looking for a place to work. Oh, and his car broke down, so he can't come back. He does that until he runs out of money, then is told by those he's living with that they have someone else moving and who is actually going to contribute, so he has to go. A couple weeks ago he told me that he signed a year-long lease for an apartment. He doesn't have a job. He doesn't have any money. He's very against the man, so he'll have trouble keeping a job, if he even gets one. He signed a year-long lease. He's on his own. It took a few months for him to fuck his whole life up. The worst part is that he actually had potential. He was a smart kid, he just hung around the wrong people and made bad choices. My best friend in college went from majoring in criminal justice to being in the witness protection program. One weekend, when he went back home to visit his family, he met up with his cousin who asked if he could take this box trunk back to college with him for a couple weeks. My friend knew there was probably something illegal in the trunk, but being young and naive he agreed. He didn't open the trunk until he got back to college, had a lock on it. When he opened it, he discovered $300,000 worth of weed and cocaine. He immediately freaked out. The trunk also had a couple bongs and digital scales. He didn't see the value in those and bagged them up and headed to the dumpster outside. A car full of well-dressed Hispanics were in the parking lot and called him over by name. They instructed him to get in the car. He thought they were police, so he did. Once in the car they pulled guns and began wrestling in the back. He managed to kick the glass out and crawl out feet first. He ran to the nearby woods and called the police on himself. The Hispanics turned out to be in a large organized crime gang and had followed him all the way from his cousin's house. His cousin had stolen the trunk full of drugs from them. My friend ended up a felon with some minor jail time and then sent to another state under witness protection. His cousin is missing to this day.